Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Feng Yingpeng breaks through. Then, one by one, the children entered the ancestral hall to test their spiritual roots. Until night fell, the spiritual testing conference was coming to an end. Ling Pengyun had just put the spiritual testing stone in the hands of a little boy who had just entered the ancestral hall, and the spiritual testing stone, which had never moved, flashed a bright light. Spiritual roots. During the 5 years of stationing in Qingshi Mountain, there were 5 spiritual testing conferences, and finally a child with spiritual roots was found. With this member of the clan with spiritual roots, when this child grows up, it can also alleviate the problem of shortage of manpower in the family. Seeing the strange phenomenon of the spiritual testing stone, Ling Pengyun looked happy and muttered to himself. This was the only time that the spiritual testing stone reacted when he presided over the 5 spiritual testing conferences in Lingxiao town and tested the spiritual roots of thousands of children. The flashing light of the spiritual testing stone means that the child has spiritual roots. What's your name? Ling Pengyun asked the shy little boy in front of him. My name is Lingxiao. The spiritual roots you just mentioned are the fate of immortals. The little boy asked with a look of expectation. Yes, you have spiritual roots, which means you have the fate of immortals. Don't call me immortal in the future. My name is Ling Pengyun. I am the 8th among the 5 generations of Ru, Yun, Xiao, Peng, and Sheng in our Ling family. You belong to the Cheng generation. If you see me in the future, you can call me Uncle Ba. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. The Ling family changes the generation name every 30 years. As early as last year, the generation name of the family was pushed back to the Cheng generation. Uncle Ba. Lingxiao nodded, not quite understanding, and called Ling Pengyun honestly. It was the first time for Ling Pengyun to be an elder. Hearing Lingxiao calling him like this, he was very happy. In addition, Lingxiao was the only one who was found to have spiritual roots in the 5 spiritual testing conferences he presided over in Lingxiao town. Under such circumstances, he had an idea in his mind. This child was born in the mortal world. Although he has spiritual roots, he has no relatives to help him. This may affect his future path. With the idea of helping if he can, since they are all family members and are now relatively wealthy, Ling Pengyun reached out and took out an empty storage bag from his arms after killing evil cultivators in his early years. He also took out a kindling sword, a golden scale inner armor, and 50 spiritual stones from the storage bag on his waist and put them into the empty storage bag. After putting the spiritual objects in it, Ling Pengyun handed the storage bag in his hand to Lingxiao, raised a kind smile on his face, and said to Lingxiao, Xiaozhen, this bag is called a storage bag. Keep it well in the future. When you enter the realm of key training, the things in this bag will be a great help to you. Lingxiao was shocked to see that the bag handed over by 8th Uncle Ling Pengyun was only the size of a palm, but it could hold a 4-foot-long flying sword, an inner armor, and dozens of stones. Although he longed for this magical storage bag, he did not dare to accept it directly. After all, Lingxiao had just acquired spiritual roots and had not yet changed his mentality from immortal. In his eyes, Ling Pengyun was still an immortal. He did not dare to take the things of an immortal directly. Uncle Ba, can I really accept this storage bag? Lingxiao asked weakly. This thing is originally given to you, so you can accept it. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Hearing this, Lingxiao was immediately delighted and a smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Uncle Ba. He bowed to Ling Pengyun very politely and thanked him. No problem, stand next to me, there will be other children standing in your position to test their spiritual roots later. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and greeted Lingxiao, who was standing in front of the small table. Lingxiao, who was constantly looking at the immortal storage bag in his hand, said, and hurriedly did as he was told and walked to Ling Pengyun's side. At this time, Ling Pengyun used the sound enhancement technique to shout loudly outside the ancestral hall. Keep letting people in. The city lord Lingyu, who was guarding outside the ancestral hall, was delighted when he heard this. The child who just entered must have spiritual roots. Thinking of this, Lingyu's expression changed slightly, and he asked the surrounding attendants who the parents of the child who just entered the ancestral hall were. After asking clearly, Ling Yu's eyes were fixed on Ling Xin's parents in the crowd. I must build a good relationship with them in the future. After secretly planning, Ling Yu called the surrounding attendants to open the door of the ancestral hall again, and let the last dozens of children who had not yet tested their spiritual roots enter the ancestral hall one by one. Ling Pengyun's luck also ended here. The remaining dozens of children were still the same as before, and no one with spiritual roots was tested. There were no children who needed to test their spiritual roots, and this spiritual testing conference ended. Ling Pengyun took Ling Xin, who had spiritual roots, out of the ancestral hall, found Ling Xin's parents, and told them that Ling Xin had a fate of immortality. He also told Ling Xin's parents that within a few months, he would take Ling Xin back to the clan mountain to practice, and that it would be difficult for him to return home for a long time. After explaining all this, Ling Pengyun said hello to the city lord Ling Yu, and took advantage of the night to leave Lingxiao town and return to Lingxiao Mountain, 2 miles away. 2 days later, it was noon. On the roof of the bamboo building on the top of Lingxiao Mountain, in the huge Peng nest, 3 days ago, after swallowing a first-level middle-grade spiritual fruit, Feng Yingpeng, who had been sleeping for 3 days, suddenly raised a huge spiritual power fluctuation on his body, and frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in Lingxiao Mountain into his body. This unusual movement not only alarmed Ling Yunhong, who was refining pills in a quiet room on the second floor of the bamboo building, but also alarmed Ling Pengyun, who was comprehending the secret method of spiritual plants. Ling Yunhong was at a critical moment in the alchemy process. If he left, the elixir he had refined would be ruined. Under such circumstances, he could only use his spiritual sense to explore the source of the spiritual power fluctuations on the top of the bamboo building. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, the source of the spiritual power fluctuations was immediately visible. When Ling Yunhong realized that it was the spiritual power that was triggered by the Feng Yingpeng in the huge nest on the top of the bamboo building that broke through the bottleneck, a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Pengyun's Feng Yingpeng has good aptitude." It has only been 7 or 8 years since the purchase of this Feng Yingpeng egg and hatching, and it has entered the middle stage of key training. It is rare among the monsters of the same level, and its training speed is much faster than that of the ordinary fairy cranes in the family. If Pengyun is willing to spend more spiritual stones on this Peng bird, it is possible that after 100 or even hundreds of years of accumulation, this Peng bird will also have a chance to break through the foundation building stage, like the fairy crane king. Because of the strong physique of the monster, the probability of breaking through the foundation building stage is slightly higher than that of the cultivator. Because Ling Yunhong was still refining the elixir, he was distracted for a moment and then came back to his senses, not watching Feng Yingpeng who was breaking through the bottleneck. As for Ling Pengyun, the master of Feng Yingpeng, after noticing the unusual movement of Feng Yingpeng, he hurriedly stood up from the futon, walked out of the bamboo building with excitement, cast a light body technique on his body, and lightly jumped onto the roof of the bamboo building next to Feng Yingpeng's nest. Ling Pengyun looked at Feng Yingpeng, who was crawling in the nest, closing his eyes and madly absorbing the spiritual energy accumulated in Lingxiao Mountain into his body to break through the bottleneck, and his brows frowned slightly. The spiritual energy in Lingxiao Mountain is extremely thin. It is completely impossible for Feng Yingpeng to rely on absorbing the spiritual energy in the mountain to break through the bottleneck. Most of the spiritual energy in Lingxiao Mountain was locked in the 22-acre spiritual field by the formation to supply the spiritual plants in it. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun responded quickly. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist to take out the spirit-gathering array flags, array plates, and hundreds of spirit stones that he bought from his sister Ling Pengyun during his early years of guarding Qingshi Mountain. As soon as the array flags were taken out, he placed the 6 spirit-gathering array flags beside the Feng Yingpeng nest. Start. Ling Pengyun tightly grasped the spirit-gathering array plate, entered a special spell into the array plate in his hand, and murmured. The spirit-gathering array plate flashed with spiritual light, and then the 6 spirit-gathering array flags inserted around the nest also flashed with spiritual light. A small light curtain just covering the Feng Yingpeng nest also emerged. After the formation was opened, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and used the control technique to throw the small pile of hundreds of spirit stones beside into the formation. Once this small pile of spirit stones entered the formation, he pinched his spell again, condensed the seal and hid it into the formation. Refine. As soon as this sound fell, The spiritual energy contained in the small pile of spirit stones in the formation was quickly refined by the spirit gathering formation. In just a moment, the spiritual energy in several spirit stones was completely absorbed, and those spirit stones without a trace of spiritual energy also turned into ordinary objects. In contrast, the spiritual energy obtained by the spirit gathering array from refining the spirit stones was simply purified and filled into the array, making the spiritual energy contained in the array more concentrated. But even though the spirit gathering array was very effective, Ling Pengyun still felt a little distressed because the speed of the spirit gathering array refining the spirit stones was too fast. These spirit stones were all earned by him penny by penny. On weekdays, he was reluctant to use spirit stones to open the spirit gathering array. Fortunately, I will return to the Clan Mountain soon. When I return to the Clan Mountain, if I encounter a situation like today, the rich spiritual energy in the Clan Mountain can fully support this peng to successfully break through to the middle stage of key training. The spiritual veins under the Ling Clan Mountain are of the second grade lower grade, and the spiritual energy is extremely rich. Even though the lower grade second level spiritual vein needs to supply a lot of spiritual energy to the more than 20 mu of high level spiritual fields in the mountain every day, there is still a huge amount of spiritual energy left in the mountain for the tribe members to practice. Ling Pengyun was worried that Feng Yingpeng would encounter an accident when he broke through, so he stayed by the side of Feng Yingpeng's nest. About 3 hours later, a crisp sound came from Feng Yingpeng's body. The unexplainable bottleneck that had been blocking Feng Yingpeng also dissipated at this moment. The huge spiritual power that was absorbed into its body and successfully broke through the bottleneck was like a tide, nourishing every part of its body. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, its body size has grown rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, its exuding aura gradually rose. After 100 breaths, when Feng Yingpeng no longer moved, its body size had grown to the size of a small table. And its aura has officially entered the middle stage of key training, but this aura is still a little empty and needs time to stabilize. Ling Pengyun, who had been guarding the Feng Yingpeng's nest on the roof of the bamboo building, was overjoyed when he saw this scene. The Feng Yingpeng is now big enough to carry me flying. I have finally waited for this day. In the future, if I encounter a battle while on the road, I don't need to control the flying magic tool from the sky and put it away as before, so that I can free my consciousness to control other magic tools. I can just sit on the Feng Yingpeng and attack the enemy from above. Thinking of this, the joy on Ling Pengyun's face was reduced a bit. It's just that my cultivation has reached the 9th level of key training now, and my 5-year period of stationing in this mountain has also expired. As long as someone from the clan comes to replace me, I can return to the Clan Mountain, purify my spiritual power with peace of mind, enter the stage of key training and try to build my foundation. During this period, I will not encounter any battles at all. If I fail to build my foundation in the future, this pengbird will still be of some use. But if I am lucky enough to enter the stage of building my foundation, this Feng Yingpeng will still be at this level. I'm afraid it will not be as fast as the speed at which I can use the second level lower grade wind control technique to bless my body. In the next few years, when I am in seclusion in the family, I will need to increase the supply of resources to this Feng Yingpeng. The daily cultivation resources of this pengbird are spiritual fruits that are better than monster meat. If you want to improve its cultivation progress again, you can only find a way to get spiritual water from heaven and earth for cultivation, which is better than spiritual fruits. Although the spiritual water is expensive, if I can find a few more spiritual waters for cultivation, I can help this bird enter the late stage of key training, and it can travel more than 7,000 to 8,000 miles a day. Even if I am lucky enough to build my foundation in the future, this bird can still be my means of transportation. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun immediately made up his mind. Feng Yingpeng in the middle stage of key training can only travel about 4,000 to 5,000 miles a day, and the speed will vary depending on the strength of the cultivation. And the second level lower grade wind control technique that a foundation building cultivator can perform, if it is blessed, can travel more than 8,000 miles a day in terms of foot speed. While Ling Pengyun was distracted, Feng Yingpeng, who had successfully broken through the middle stage of key training after sleeping for 3 days, also opened his eyes. As soon as Feng Yingpeng opened his eyes, he looked grateful and called to Ling Pengyun a few times. Although it was in a deep sleep just now, it could sense that its master Ling Pengyun was always guarding it with its spiritual sense. Moreover, It also understood that it was Ling Pengyun's work, that the spiritual energy within a few feet around it was so rich now. If it didn't have such a rich spiritual energy around it, it would have had little chance of breaking through the middle stage of key training this time. With the help of the master recognition restriction, Ling Pengyun understood the meaning of Feng Yingpeng's calls. He was quite satisfied with Feng Yingpeng's gratitude, and the smile on his face increased a little. He didn't like ungrateful wolves. He saw that there was still a lot of spiritual energy in the spirit gathering array from the spirit stones refined in this array, so he spoke to Feng Yingpeng. It's a good thing that you can successfully break through the middle stage of key training. There is still a lot of spiritual power left in this array. Hurry up and absorb the huge spiritual power in the array to consolidate your cultivation. As for the hundreds of spirit stones that were not refined by the spirit gathering array, they were collected by Ling Pengyun. Feng Yingpeng was delighted when he heard the call, and once again called out to Ling Pengyun to thank him. He quickly closed his eyes, crawled down, and fell into deep sleep. Ling Pengyun did not stay here for long. He returned to the first floor hall of the bamboo building, sat cross-legged on the futon and continued to comprehend the Lingxiao ripening technique. Although he had comprehended the third level of this method, he had only simply entered the third level. The use of this secret method can only accelerate the growth rate of first-order lower, middle and upper-grade spiritual plants by about 70% at most. If the third-level ripening technique is fully comprehended, the growth rate of first-order lower, middle and upper-grade spiritual plants can be accelerated by 90%. Thanks to Middle School Man Li Yuanming, from top to bottom, heart locked on the end of the world, Liao Deng Great Hero Hu Yidao, peace and health are the greatest wealth. Book friend 2017110150234698. Zion Oyaokai's monthly ticket thanks to Eric WSC's 100-point reward. Tomorrow I will update 4 more chapters to make up for today's. I'm sorry, everyone. I can only update twice so far. Sorry. Chapter 177 Lingai Unliu. In the middle of January, early in the morning, a cultivator came to the foot of Lingxiao Mountain. As soon as the cultivator arrived at the foot of Lingxiao Mountain, he called out Ling Pengyun's name loudly. Ling Pengyun, who had just watered the spiritual plants in the 22-acre spiritual field of Lingxiao Mountain with spiritual rain, heard the movement outside the mountain, frowned slightly, and cast a light body technique on his body, and quickly ran down. 19th Grandfather. Ling Pengyun, who had just come down the mountain, looked at the dark-skinned, thick-limbed middle-aged rough man in front of him, bowed his hands and greeted respectfully, and then asked, "Are you here to replace me in guarding Lingxiao Mountain this time?" "That's right. 3 years ago, my spiritual plant entered the first-level middle grade, and the family happened to be vacant, and there was no other first-level middle grade spiritual plant man who could leave, so I was transferred from Qingshi Mountain to here." The middle-aged rough man replied. This rough middle-aged man is called Ling Yunliu. He ranks 19th in the Ling family's Yun generation. He is the son of Ling Ruquan, who ranks 18th in the Ru generation and has the 9th level of key training. At the same time, Ling Yunliu is also a spiritual plant husband, but his grade is relatively low, only the first level lower grade. It is precisely because of this spiritual plant grade that he has been stationed in the Qingshi Mountain, which has a first-level middle-grade spiritual vein under the command of Daoxiang Town, where his father Ling Ruquan is stationed all year round. Ling Ruquan and Ling Pengyun once manipulated the Yimu demon trapping array flag together several years ago to assist Ling Yunhong in hunting monsters in the Jiamang Lake area. Ling Yunliu looks like he is still in his 40s or 50s, but his actual age is as high as 73. This kind of inconsistency between appearance and age is very common in the world of immortal cultivation. Many anti-aging pills and health-preserving exercises have such effects. Ling Yunliu practiced a health-preserving exercise. Practicing this exercise has allowed him to prolong his life and look very good. But the health-preserving method also has disadvantages, that is, the progress of cultivation is slow. It is precisely because of these reasons that he is over 70 years old and has the support of a father who is at the 9th level of key training, but he still cannot break through to the late stage of key training, and his cultivation has been hovering at the middle stage of key training. However, Ling Yunliu did not care too much about the progress of cultivation. He was originally a 4 spiritual root qualification and had a poor talent for cultivation, otherwise he would not have chosen the health-preserving method to practice. When Ling Pengyun heard what Ling Yunliu said, his face was happy and he hurriedly bowed his hands to congratulate. Congratulations, 19th ancestor. My breakthrough is a small matter, but it is really worth congratulating that you have improved the Qingshi spiritual rice, a good variety of spiritual rice. I wonder if you can explain to me your views on improving spiritual rice later, just one-sided. When Ling Yanliu heard Ling Pengyun's congratulations, he thought of something, his eyes became hot, and he asked, improving spiritual rice, a spiritual plant that can bear many fruits, is the long-cherished wish of every spiritual plant husband. As a spiritual plant husband, Ling Yanliu naturally wanted to improve a new type of spiritual rice. This was for both fame and profit. Ling Pengyun heard this and immediately understood Ling Yanliu's idea. He didn't care about this and nodded in agreement. Of course, but 19th grandfather, we need to make it clear in advance that I can't tell you the secret method of improving Qingshi spiritual rice stably. I hope you don't have any objections. Of course, I can understand. Seeing Ling Pengyun agree to tell him his insights on the experiment of improving spiritual rice, Ling Yanliu smiled and nodded quickly. The experience of a spiritual plant husband who has successfully improved spiritual rice is worth 1,000 gold to a spiritual plant husband who has not improved spiritual rice yet. 19th grandfather, it's not a big deal to stand here, let's go up the mountain to talk. Ling Pengyun suggested. Okay. Ling Yanliu nodded in response. Seeing Ling Yanliu's response, Ling Pengyun took a step ahead and took Ling Yanliu to the bamboo building on the top of the mountain. As soon as they entered the bamboo building, Ling Pengyun took Ling Yanliu into a quiet room and told Ling Yanliu all his experiences in experimenting with improving spiritual rice. The two of them discussed for several hours before they ended. Pengyun, thank you very much. Ling Yanliu gained a lot from this discussion, and he was not picky about details. He bowed to Ling Pengyun, a junior, and thanked him. It's okay, 19th ancestor. It's new now. I'll prepare a welcoming banquet for you. I'll call the third ancestor, who is in seclusion on the second floor of the bamboo building, to refine elixirs to welcome you. After eating, I'll introduce you to the spiritual plants planted in the spiritual fields in Lingxiao Mountain. What do you think? Ling Pengyun waved his hand and asked. Okay, it's just right to try your cooking skills. Ling Yanliu said with a smile. Seeing Ling Yanliu's response, Ling Pengyun stood up from the futon and got busy in the kitchen of the bamboo building. In just 1 hour, a large table of dishes was cooked. There are many dishes cooked with Lingxiao Mountain specialties, kingling bamboo shoots and pigeons as the main ingredients. When the dishes were ready, Ling Pengyun also needed his feet to the second floor of the bamboo building. He saw that Ling Yunhong had just finished refining a furnace of elixirs, so he asked Ling Yunhong, "Third grandfather, the 19th grandfather came here to take over my position in this mountain. I prepared a welcoming banquet. Can you come too?" "Sure, I just finished refining a furnace of elixirs." Ling Yunhong smiled and nodded, and began to clean up the mess when refining the elixir. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun looked happy. After waiting for a while, he went downstairs with Ling Yunhong. Ling Yunhong greeted Ling Yanliu, who had just come to this mountain, and took out a jar of 50-year-old first-grade high-quality spiritual wine to entertain Ling Yanliu. Although the three people have different identities, they are all family members at this table. With the help of alcohol, the three talked about everything without any consideration. It was also because of this move that the relationship between the three people became closer. After the meal, Ling Yunhong sat alone for a while Ling Pengyun took Ling Yanliu out of the bamboo building and introduced the spiritual plants in the mountain to Ling Yanliu, the first-level middle-grade spiritual plant farmer who was about to be stationed on the mountain. The two talked as they walked. The 12 acres of spiritual fields on the top of the mountain were the closest. Ling Pengyun naturally introduced the spiritual plants planted in the 12 acres of spiritual fields and the spiritual soil in the spiritual fields. After explaining the area of the spiritual fields here, Ling Pengyun put the last 2 Sunhua spiritual chickens raised in the chicken pen on the top of the mountain into the beast bag hanging around his waist. These 2 Sunhua spiritual chickens were his personal belongings, and Ling Yanliu, who replaced him to guard Lingxiao Mountain, had also arrived. After introducing the spiritual plants in the mountain to Ling Yanliu, he would leave the mountain with Ling Yunhong. The 2 Sunhua spiritual chickens could hatch a delicious Sunhua spiritual egg every 3 days. Ling Pengyun liked it very much, so he cherished the last 2 Sunhua spiritual chickens very much. After collecting the 2 Sunhua spirit chickens, Ling Pengyun took Ling Yanliu down to the 10-acre spiritual field on the hillside and introduced the spiritual plants planted in the 10-acre spiritual field to Ling Yanliu in detail. 19th grandfather, the spiritual soil in these 10 acres of first-grade lower-grade spiritual fields is of grade A quality. 5 acres are planted with first-grade lower-grade green spiritual bamboo and 5 acres are planted with first-grade lower-grade key training grass, which are harvested once a year. These 5 acres of green spiritual bamboo will produce a lot of green spiritual bamboo every spring. Every year, you only need to hand over 10 kilograms of green spiritual bamboo shoots from 1 acre of land to the family, and the rest can be privately owned. Among the 10 acres of spiritual fields on the hillside, the spiritual soil quality of the 5 acres of first-grade lower-grade spiritual fields on the right was the worst grade D spiritual soil among A, B, C, and D 5 years ago. But under the purification of the spiritual soil by Ling Pengyun's 3 earthworms, the 5 acres of grade D spiritual soil were purified to grade A quality. As for the 3 earthworms, their cultivation levels were the same as 2 years ago. The key training earthworm was still stuck at the 3rd level of key training. The other 2 earthworms were still stuck at the innate level. After Ling Pengyun gave a brief account of the distribution of spiritual plants in the last 10 acres of spiritual fields on the hillside, he also put the 3 earthworms that belonged to him in the 10 acres of spiritual fields into the beast bag. Afterwards, he said goodbye to Ling Yanliu and left Lingxiao Mountain alone. He first went to the Lingxiao Orchard, which occupies a large area outside the small town of Lingxiao, and put the group of fruit flower bees that were placed in the orchard 5 years ago, along with the beehive, into the beast bag. The number of this group of fruit flower bees has grown in the past 2 years, exceeding 1,000. The 5 key training second-level fruit flower worker bees that Ling Pengyun asked the queen bee to focus on cultivating also entered the middle stage of key training by relying on the fruit flower honey brewed by the entire bee colony. The number of key training fruit flower worker bees has not increased much in the past 2 years due to the queen bee realm. It is not much different from the original. Including the 5 key training middle stage worker bees, there are only 50. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun went to Lingxiao town again to pick up Ling Xin, who was found to have spiritual roots at the spirit testing conference at the beginning of this month. After finishing these chores, he returned to Lingxiao Mountain, called Ling Yunhong, and said a simple farewell to Ling Yanliu. Then he rode Feng Yingpeng, who had just entered the key training middle stage, and left Lingxiao Mountain with Ling Yunhong, who was driving a first-grade high-quality flying magic weapon, and returned to the family. Ling Yunhong's fairy crane king was in charge of the family, and he did not stay with him. The second-grade flying boat was too expensive, and he had never had the extra money to buy it. At this time, he could only use a first-grade high-quality flying magic weapon that was not suitable for his cultivation. As for why Ling Yunhong left Lingxiao Mountain, it was also very simple. Ling Yunhong's main purpose of staying in Lingxiao Mountain for the past 2 years was to protect Ling Pengyun, who was at the center of the storm recently because of the Qiuyan spiritual rice incident. Ling Pengyun left Lingxiao Mountain, so Ling Yunhong naturally had no point in staying in Lingxiao Mountain. After the two left Lingxiao Mountain, they first went to Yanshu Market. Ling Pengyun said goodbye to his parents and had a farewell banquet. He also used the thousands of spirit stones in his storage bag to buy various grades of spirit fruits in the market, and then followed Ling Yunhong to leave Yanshu Market. Chapter 178 Collaborative Captive Fruit Flower Bee Colony. After 5 days of traveling and crossing tens of thousands of miles, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong finally returned to Lingxiao Mountain, the mountain of the Ling clan. With the escort of Ling Yunhong, a foundation-building cultivator, they had no trouble along the way. As soon as they returned to Lingxiao Mountain, they went straight to the General Affairs Hall halfway up the mountain. General Affairs Hall. Standing at the counter, Ling Ruxin, the great elder of the Ling clan, who was checking the family account book, saw Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun return to the mountain, and his expression was happy. But when he glanced around, he found a child he had never seen before standing next to the two of them. He showed a puzzled look on his face and asked 3 questions in a row. Yunhong, Pengyun, are you safe after returning from Lingxiao Mountain? Did Yanliu get to Lingxiao Mountain safely? Who is this child? Everything is safe. This child is called Lingxiao, and he has spiritual roots. Pengyun found him at the spiritual testing conference held in Lingxiao town, a mortal city next to Lingxiao Mountain, on January 1st this year. Ling Yanhong touched the head of the shy little Lingxian and said with a smile, "It's a good thing to have another clan member with spiritual roots." Ling Ruxin heard the words and looked at the little Lingxian. The smile on his face became even more joyful and he said kindly, "11th uncle, during the days I was away, has anything big happened at home?" Ling Yanhong asked. "No big things, but there are a lot of small things. The other clans in Huaishu County have also undergone some changes in the past 2 years. It's hard to talk about them all at once," Ling Ruxin said. Ling Yanhong frowned, thought about it carefully, and made a suggestion. "It just so happens that I haven't been in the clan for 2 years. At nightfall, I will call you and the other elders in the clan to the meeting hall together, and you can talk to me together." "Okay." Ling Ruxin nodded. 11th uncle, I have nothing to do, so I will leave here first." Ling Yanhong nodded and said, then stepped out of here. Ling Ruxin, Ling Pengyun, and the little Lingxian watched Ling Yanhong leave, and then started chatting. "Pengyun, I see that your aura is 3 points stronger than when I saw you 2 years ago. Have you entered the 9th level of key training?" Ling Ruxin noticed that Ling Pengyun's aura had changed, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Yes, 2 years ago I bought 3 bottles of Changqing spirit water at the Yunshu small meeting. Relying on these 3 bottles of Changqing spirit water, my great-grandson was lucky enough to break through." Ling Pengyun briefly talked about the matter of cultivation, and then expressed his own demands. 11th great-grandfather, now my cultivation has reached the 9th level of key training, and I have also completed the 5-year mission of guarding Lingxiao Mountain. I have no more missions on my body, so I want to apply to you for a long time to stay in the clan and retreat. The spiritual energy in the clan mountain is rich. If I can practice in the clan for a long time, it will be of great benefit to me to purify my spiritual power and enter the perfection of key training. Ling Pengyun has never concealed the matter of cultivation. Only when the cultivation is improved quickly will the clan pay attention. And not accepting family tasks for a long time and retreating for a long time is something that every member of the Ling clan can do. However, it is necessary to reach a critical bottleneck before you can apply to the clan for a long retreat. For example, it takes a long time to break through from the peak of the 3rd level of key training to the 4th level of key training and enter the middle stage of key training, and it takes a long time to break through from the peak of the 6th level of key training to the 7th level of key training, and so on. This is a good thing. I agree that you can retreat in the clan for a long time. Ling Ruxin frowned when he heard this, hesitated for a while and nodded in agreement. But the time for this retreat is at most 10 years. If you have not purified all the spiritual power in your dantian and reached the perfection of key training within 10 years, you will have to work for the family again. The family is too short of manpower, there are many spiritual veins, and you are also a spiritual plant husband. 10 years is enough. Ling Pengyun was immediately delighted and thanked Ling Ruxin. Not to mention 10 years, even if he was given 5 years, he was sure to purify all the spiritual power in his dantian and enter the state of key training perfection. There is a reason why Ling Pengyun can purify the spiritual power so quickly, which often traps ordinary key training 9th level cultivators for more than 10 years or even decades. The main reason is that the technique he practiced is the Ling family's ancestral technique Bihai Zhenjing Key Training Chapter Bishuiju. Although Bishuiju is the key training chapter of Bihai Zhenjing, it is more than 1 level stronger than ordinary key training techniques. During the ordinary practice period, the spiritual power purified by absorbing spiritual energy is more condensed than the spiritual power purified by ordinary cultivators. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun now wants to compress his spiritual power to the limit, and the difficulty of entering the state of perfection is naturally easier than that of ordinary cultivators. 10 years is enough. When I went to Lingxiao Mountain 2.5 years ago, your life spirit plant thorn vine had already entered the late stage of key training. Have you made any progress in the Lingxiao ripening technique in the past 2 years? Ling Ruxin asked. Yes, now I have barely raised the grade of the spiritual plant to the 1st grade upper grade with the 3rd level of the entry-level Lingxiao ripening technique. Ling Pengyun said. Hearing this, Ling Ruxin was immediately overjoyed. Good boy, I really didn't make a mistake about you at the beginning. A 26-year-old 1st grade upper grade spiritual plant husband. Your speed of improvement in the spiritual plant is far faster than mine back then, and even faster than Yunhong back then by several years. I am relieved that the family spiritual plant will be handed over to you in the future. Ling Ruxin said this. Ling Pengyun's eyes condensed, and immobilized his spiritual sense to scan Ling Ruxin. He immediately noticed that Ling Ruxin's aura was a bit weak, and his cultivation was also fading very slowly. For a cultivator, this situation means that his lifespan is not much, and now he is relying on his cultivation to prolong his life. Once his cultivation is exhausted, the cultivator will not have many good days to live. 11th great-grandfather, how is your health? Ling Pengyun asked with a flash of worry on his brow. Ling Ruxin smiled kindly and said, with my current physical condition, it is no problem to hold on for another 5 or 6 years, and 7 or 8 years is not a problem. Living to this age is a good beginning and a good end for cultivators like us. Maybe I can see you in Pengsing trying to build a foundation. Ling Ruxin was right. The lifespan limit of a key training cultivator is generally around 120 years old. But due to various factors in the world of immortal cultivation, it is considered a great achievement for ordinary cultivators to live to 100 years old. Living to 115 or 16 years is indeed a good beginning and a good end. Although this was true, Ling Pengyun felt uncomfortable when he heard that Ling Ruxin, who was like his own great-grandfather and had helped him a lot over the years, was not going to live long. This reminded him of his parents, including Ling Rushu, the elder who treated him well, just like Ling Ruxin. Although Ling Rushu was not going to live long, due to the shortage of manpower in the family, he was still managing the family store in the Yunwu market in the Yunwuan clan's territory. He was touched and distracted for a moment. When he came to his senses, he took out a bottle of fruit nectar that he had prepared for Ling Ruxin from his storage bag and handed it to Ling Ruxin. 11th great-grandfather, I don't have anything to show off. This bottle of first-grade medium-quality fruit nectar produced by my captive fruit bee colony tastes much better than the first-grade low-quality fruit nectar I gave you. 11th great-grandfather, please don't dislike it. How could I dislike such a good thing? You are thoughtful. Pengyun, where do you plan to settle your fruit bee colony? Ling Ruxin was very satisfied when he saw this. After reaching out to take the bottle of fruit nectar handed over, he asked, there is already a group of colorful butterflies in the clan mountain, which need to feed on the pollen of the fruit trees in the clan. Under such circumstances, I plan to settle the group of fruit bees in the 100,000-acre orchard outside the Lingxiao town not far from the clan mountain. Before Ling Pengyun returned to the clan, he had thought of a place to settle the fruit bee colony, and he said it directly. The rainbow spirit butterfly is an extremely rare spirit butterfly that can be ranked. It usually feeds on pollen from various flowers to improve its cultivation. Although it cannot brew spirit honey with pollen, it is stronger than fruit flower worker bees. This butterfly can cast illusions to confuse opponents, and cooperate with a maze array mastered by the Ling family to have a miraculous effect. However, it is extremely difficult for the rainbow spirit butterfly to reproduce. The pair of rainbow spirit butterflies that the Ling family obtained 100 years ago have only expanded the spirit butterfly population to 20. Because there are not many of these rainbow butterflies, many of whom have low cultivation levels and are only in the initial stage of key training, the family did not distribute the spirit beasts that can cast illusions such as the rainbow spirit butterfly to the clan members, but handed the rainbow spirit butterfly clan to the 5th elder Ling Yangxi. If there is an enemy, Ling Yangxi, a first-level middle-grade array master, can also set up a first-level middle-grade maze array to cooperate with a group of rainbow spirit butterflies after opening the clan protection array to cause some interference to the enemy. Although there are many fruit trees planted in the 100,000-acre orchard outside the Lingxiao town, it is completely enough to raise fruit flower worker bees, but those fruit trees are just ordinary fruit trees, and there is no spiritual fruit tree. If the group of fruit flower worker bees are kept there all the time, it may limit the development and growth of the fruit flower bee colony. I have a suggestion, which is to put your group of fruit flower bees in the clan mountain. There are many first-level spiritual trees planted in the clan mountain, and there is also a second-level inferior stone spiritual walnut tree. These spiritual fruit trees will bloom a lot of fruit flowers every spring. If your group of fruit flower bees can collect pollen from the flowers of those spiritual fruit trees in the mountain and make spiritual honey, it will be of great benefit to both the development of the bee colony and you. However, if the fruit flower bee colony is allowed to enter the clan mountain to collect pollen, it will inevitably slow down the progress of the group of colorful spirit butterflies raised by the family that also feed on flower pollen. Therefore, every year, the fruit flower worker bees in your fruit flower bee colony need to hand over 5 tails of high-grade fruit flower honey to the family according to the number of each bee. This will be used to make up for the slow progress of the Qingshi spirit butterfly group. What do you think? Ling Pengyun was quite interested in this suggestion and thought about it in his mind. If the fruit flower bee colony can collect pollen from the first-level spiritual fruit trees in the clan mountain in spring, or even from the second-level low-grade stone spiritual walnut tree, it will definitely be able to brew superior fruit flower nectar, and the 5 fruit flower worker bees in the middle stage of key training in the bee colony can also brew first-level medium-grade fruit flower nectar. By then, with a large amount of superior first-level low and medium-grade fruit flower nectar feeding back to the bee colony, the number of middle-stage worker bees in the bee colony will definitely double. With more middle-stage worker bees, the output of first-level medium-grade fruit flower nectar will also increase. The first-level low-grade fruit honey handed over to the family can be completely compensated by a large amount of high-grade fruit flower honey. No matter what rate of fruit flower worker bees collect pollen from fruit trees, they can only brew first-level low-grade spiritual honey. If you want to brew first-level medium and high-grade fruit flower honey, you need the spiritual pollen from the flowers of the spiritual fruit trees. Without spiritual pollen, it is difficult to brew first-level medium-grade or higher fruit flower nectar. Chapter 179 Arranging Spiritual Beasts. 11th Great-Grandfather, I will naturally agree to such a good thing. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun immediately agreed and then thanked him. Cooperation with the family is a win-win situation. If there is anyone who has taken advantage, it is naturally Ling Pengyun, the owner of the fruit flower bee colony. Ling Ru waved his hand and explained. There's no need to do that. The number of colorful butterflies in the clan is not large, and most of them are not very talented. Only the pair of colorful butterflies that the family obtained 100 years ago have better qualifications and have entered the middle stage of key training. The rest are still in the early stage of key training. Even if those colorful butterflies absorb more pollen from spiritual fruit trees, it will be difficult for them to advance to the middle stage of key training. Instead of using the pollen from the flowers of those fruit trees on the colorful butterflies, it is better to use it to cultivate your fruit flower bee colony. After all, spiritual bee colonies are relatively rare. Generally, such bee colonies are deep in the wilderness with few people. You are the only one in the entire Ling family who has tamed a group of spiritual bees. Such a good thing naturally falls on your head. Besides, the pollen eaten by the colorful butterflies is not as harsh as that of the fruit flower worker bees in the key training period. As long as it is the pollen of spiritual flowers, the spiritual butterflies will eat it. A few years ago, the family planned to cooperate with you to raise the fruit flower bee colony, so they specially planted 2 acres of first-grade low-grade spiritual flowers for training. The pollen produced by the 2 acres of spiritual flowers for training is completely enough to provide the daily food for the colorful butterfly. As for the improvement of cultivation, the family does not expect it. Spiritual flowers for training, like spiritual grasses, can be used as the main medicine for refining first-grade low-grade cultivation type key training pills. Spiritual bee colonies, like spiritual butterflies, are indeed relatively rare. The group of fruit flower bees in Ling Pengyun's hands were originally just ordinary fruit bees. It was because of the spiritual power feedback when the micro-spiritual vein of Fruit Bee Ridge was promoted to first-grade low-grade spiritual vein that they entered the grade. With the help of Ling Pengyun, they have become what they are today. That's good. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly and said something, took out 3 bulging storage bags from his arms, handed them to Ling Ruxin, and introduced them. These 3 storage bags contain the last batch of first-grade inferior Qingling swords made from the 1,250 Qingling sword materials entrusted by the 18th ancestor 3 years ago. There are a total of 390 swords in these storage bags. In addition to the 390 Qingling swords, Ling Pengyun also refined hundreds of first-grade inferior Qingling swords in the past 2 years, but they were all taken back to the family by the 6th elder Ling Yunqian, who was sent to worship after the new year of the past 2 years. I didn't expect that this last batch of Qingling swords would have 390 swords. It seems that your success rate in refining first-grade inferior Qingling swords has improved. Ling Ruxin heard this and injected his spiritual sense into the 3 storage bags in his hand. He roughly compared the Qingling swords in the 3 storage bags and found that the number was correct. He praised. Then, he took out a transaction account book that specifically recorded the family's commission to the family's Bai to refine magic tools from the storage bag and looked through it carefully. The 390 Qingling swords you have given me now, plus the 630 Kingling swords that Yunjin brought back to the family from you 2 years ago, total 1,020. According to the 60% success rate that the family must achieve when entrusting you to refine the Kingling swords, there are 750 Kingling swords among them. For this batch of Kingling swords, the family will only pay for the craftsmanship fee of 5 spirit stones per sword, which becomes a total of 3,750 spirit stones. The remaining 270 Kingling swords, calculated at 25 spirit stones per sword, will be 6,700 spirit stones. Adding the two together, the family will have to pay you a total of 10,500 spirit stones for entrusting you to refine this batch of Kingling swords. Apart from the 1,000 spirit stones that the family paid you every year in the past 2 years, the family still owes you 8,500. Now that you have returned to the family, the 1,000 spirit stones that the family owes you this year will be given to you in advance. After deducting these 1,000 spiritual stones, the family only owes you 7,500 spiritual stones. If nothing unexpected happens, I can pay you back in 7 years. After saying that, Ling Rukwang took out a storage bag that had been prepared long ago from his arms, summoned 1,000 spiritual stones from it and dropped them on the ground, saying with a smile. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun was delighted. Considering that he would be in seclusion for a long time and would not go out casually for a long time, he used the spiritual stones to buy 1,000 kilograms of topaz spiritual grain from Ling Ruxin, the manager of the General Affairs Hall, to feed the 2 Sunhua spiritual chickens that could hatch eggs. As for the spiritual fruits that he and Feng Yingpeng would eat during their seclusion in the future, he had bought them during his trip to Yanshu Market not long ago. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while and then left the General Affairs Hall together. They first placed the little Ling Xin, who had spiritual roots, in the home of a family member with a child, and let that family member take care of the little Ling Xin for a few years. When the little Ling Xin grew up a little, he could live alone, otherwise the family would be worried. Every child with spiritual roots was a treasure of the Ling family. After settling little Ling Xin, Ling Pengyun followed Ling Ruxin to the top of the mountain. Before they reached the top of the mountain, the two were blocked by a light curtain. This light curtain was the light curtain of the Lingxiao Mountain Clan Protection Formation. Ling Ruxin, who was leading the way, took out the elder token hanging from his waist, pinched his hands, and condensed a special seal to hit the token. Under the control of Ling Ruxin's consciousness, the token flew in the air and stuck to the surface of the light curtain that covered the entire mountain top. Retreat. Ling Ruxin groaned and changed his finger technique. The token stuck to the surface of the light curtain, flashed with spiritual light, and then the huge light curtain trembled slightly, and a gap just big enough for people appeared on the light curtain. Pengyun, follow me, don't walk around. Ling Ruxin instructed Ling Pengyun behind him, and then stepped forward, followed the gap in the light curtain, and entered the top of the mountain. Ling Pengyun followed closely behind. Not long after, the two reached the top of the mountain. A layer of white fog permeated the top of the mountain, which was used to cover the spiritual sense and vision. Although Ling Pengyun had reached the 9th level of key training and his spiritual sense was relatively strong, it was difficult for him to see through the white fog. He could only rely on the elder token in Ling Ruxin's hand to force the white fog back and make a passage, so that he could walk. This fog is really strong. I'm afraid it is the fog created by the first level upper grade divine array or illusion array. Ling Pengyun felt the power of the surrounding fog and guessed secretly. Ling followed Ling Ruxin for a while, and the two encountered another layer of light curtain blocking the way. This light curtain was used to protect the high-level spiritual field area on the top of the mountain. Ling Ruxin used the elder token to break through a separate defensive light curtain in the spiritual field area on the top of the mountain, as he had just stepped into the top of the mountain, and then entered the spiritual field area. This spiritual field area has a total of 25 acres of spiritual fields, with many kinds of spiritual plants planted, and there are also 3 acres of second-level lower-grade spiritual fields. In the war against demons, the second-grade lower-grade stone spirit walnut tree obtained by the 5 major families in Huaishu County was planted alone on a 1-acre second-grade lower-grade spirit field. It is precisely because the spirit plants planted in this spirit field area are precious that they are protected by the formation alone. Except for Ling Ruxin, the chief elder of the family, and the 2 high-grade spirit plant husbands of the clan leader, the other elders, even with the elder token, could hardly break the formation protecting the spirit field area and enter it. As soon as he entered this spirit field area, Ling Ruxin pointed to a 5 zang tall and extremely conspicuous spirit tree in this spirit field and spoke to Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, the spiritual energy around the stone spirit walnut tree is rich, so you can put the nest of your group of fruit flower bees on the stone spirit walnut tree. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly upon hearing this, and without saying much, he quickly walked to the 5-meter-high stone spirit walnut tree, injected spiritual power into the beast bag on his waist, and summoned out a group of fruit flower bees that had been locked in the beast bag for several days, as well as the beehive. The 1,000 fruit bees and dozens of key training fruit flower bees that had just come out of the beast bag saw that they were in an unfamiliar environment, and their expressions were a little nervous. In order to prevent the queen bee from being in danger, the 1,000 fruit bees and dozens of key training worker bees in the bee colony gathered around the fat queen bee very loyally to protect her safety. However, the queen bee, who was somewhat intelligent, noticed that the spiritual energy in the unfamiliar environment around her was rich, and there were more than 20 spiritual fruit trees around her, and her expression suddenly brightened. It immediately flapped its transparent wings and flew away from the swarm. It came to Ling Pengyun, triggered the master recognition restriction in its body, and asked Ling Pengyun if it could collect pollen from the more than 20 spiritual fruit trees when they bloomed in the spring. Ling Pengyun understood what the queen bee meant through the master recognition restriction. He first took out a huge beehive from the beast control bag, used the object control technique, and placed it on a thick branch of the stone spirit walnut tree in front of him, and then replied, "You will live here in the future. When spring comes, the bee colonies can collect pollen from the flowers of more than 20 spiritual fruit trees in this spiritual field area at will. However, the spiritual honey brewed by the bee colonies with the pollen of the flowers of these spiritual fruit trees must be supplied to the worker bees in the early stage of key training in the bee colony, as in the past. You and the 5 worker bees in the middle stage of key training must stop eating spiritual honey and can only eat ordinary honey to fill your stomach on a daily basis. After I leave, I will be in seclusion for about 5 years. If the number of fruit flower bees in the middle stage of key training in the bee colony is not on double digits after I come out of seclusion, I will definitely not disturb you lightly. Of course, if the number of fruit flower bees in the middle stage of key training in the bee colony reaches double digits, this plan can be stopped, and all the entry-level fruit flower honey produced by the bee colony can be supplied to you to improve your cultivation and allow you to enter the late stage of key training faster. In addition, while your tribe lives here, you must not take the initiative to attack the monks in the mountains. 3 miles east of this mountain, there is a small town. Next to the town is an orchard covering an area of 100,000 mu, with countless fruit trees. The pollen contained in the flowers of the fruit trees can be collected by your tribe to make fruit honey for the fruit bees in your bee colony to feed themselves on a daily basis. There are only more than 20 spiritual fruit trees in this spiritual field area, and there are not many flowers blooming in spring, which is not enough for the large bee colony to feed on a daily basis. When the queen bee heard this, she did not care about the threat of her master Ling Pengyun. Instead, she was very happy and responded quickly. Now she knows the benefits of Ling Pengyun's advocacy of cultivating those worker bees in the early stage of key training. The higher the worker bees' cultivation level, the higher the grade of the fruit flower honey they brew. This will be of great benefit for the future when the whole bee colony gathers its strength to brew fruit flower honey to improve its cultivation level. Seeing the fruit flower worker bees respond, Ling Pengyun pointed to Ling Ruda at the edge of the spiritual field area and gave another order. When I was in retreat, each of the 45 early-stage key training fruit flower worker bees in the bee colony had to leave 5 tails of fruit flower nectar every year, a total of 22.5 kilograms of fruit flower nectar. This batch of fruit flower nectar will be taken by my 11th great-grandfather. The fat queen bee followed Ling Pengyun's direction and glanced at Ling Ruxin. After memorizing Ling Ruxin's face, it nodded slightly, conveying its understanding to Ling Pengyun. After handling this matter, Ling Pengyun and Ling Ruxin had nothing else to do, so they left this place together, went down the mountaintop, and said goodbye to each other. After parting, Ling Pengyun went straight back to his courtyard halfway up the mountain. After not returning home for 5 years, a lot of weeds grew in the courtyard, and the house was also covered with dust. Ling Pengyun spent some time cleaning the weeds and dust in the courtyard, and then stood in the courtyard, relying on his spiritual power to cast earth-related spells, and transformed several earth walls into an earth-walled chicken cooperative. As soon as the chicken coop was completed, Ling Pengyun patted the beast bag on his waist and released the 2 Sunhua spirit chickens that he brought back from Lingxiao Mountain into the earthen wall chicken cooperative. He then used his spiritual sense to touch Feng Yingpeng, who had not been put into the beast bag and was flying in the sky, and let it land on the ground. Feng Yingpeng, who was flying in the sky, received the signal from his master and was very obedient. After a while, he landed next to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun also followed and gave instructions. In the future, these 2 Sunhua spirit chickens will still be under your management. Don't let them chirp at will. Feng Yingpeng understood what Ling Pengyun said through the master recognition restriction, and immediately nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun was quite satisfied. He threw Feng Yingpeng a first-level low-grade spirit fruit and told it to practice aside. He walked into a quiet room in the courtyard house, took out a cushion, and sat cross-legged on it. Then, he waved his hand and patted the beast bag hanging on his waist, and summoned 3 earthworms from it. Looking at the 3 earthworms, Ling Pengyun muttered to himself. There is no spiritual field in the mountain except the top of the mountain. Even if these 3 little guys are placed in the spiritual field, their cultivation will be very slow. If they have the help of spiritual fruits, their cultivation will definitely be improved a bit faster. Having made up his mind, Ling Pengyun immediately took out a first-level low-grade spiritual fruit from his storage bag, broke it into 3 halves, and threw it next to the 3 earthworms. The 3 earthworms were delighted when they saw this, and quickly crawled to the spiritual fruit and started to eat it. The larger earthworm at the 3rd level of key training ate up its piece of spiritual fruit in just a few bites. It originally planned to snatch the spiritual fruit flesh of the other 2 earthworms at the innate perfection level, but was stopped by Ling Pengyun. This key training level 3 earthworm is edible, Ling Pengyun said to himself, and he summoned another first-grade low-grade spiritual fruit from his storage bag and threw it to the key training level 3 earthworm to eat. Although ordinary earthworms rely on swallowing spiritual soil to purify their bodies and absorb some spiritual energy from the spiritual soil, earthworms can also swallow spiritual fruits and practice. However, this method is very expensive, and most people will not use this method. After the 3 earthworms finished eating their respective spiritual fruits, they crawled on the ground and fell into deep sleep, relying on the method of sleeping to refine the spiritual fruit flesh in their bodies. Ling Pengyun looked at the body of the earthworm that had reached the 3rd level of key training, and muttered to himself. This spirit earthworm has reached the limit of the 3rd level of key training and has reached the bottleneck of the 4th level of key training. Its aptitude is already good, and I gave it a breath of yin-yang Taichu power a few years ago, which further strengthened its aptitude. Now, with the help of spirit fruit, it is estimated that in a few years, it will be able to break through to the middle stage of key training. After saying this in his heart, he moved his eyes and looked at the other 2 innate perfect earthworms, with a little expectation in his eyes. I wonder if these 2 innate perfect earthworms can enter the realm of key training in the future with the help of the power of spirit fruit. After a moment of distraction, Ling Pengyun returned to his thoughts and did not delay any more. He took the next first-grade high-quality spirit fruit and started to practice the exercises, refining the spiritual energy contained in the flesh swallowed in his stomach to purify the spiritual power in his dantian. Chapter 180 Lingxian's Spiritual Roots. Late at night, Ling Yanhong, the head of the Ling clan, summoned the great elder Ling Ruxin, the 5th elder Ling Yangxi, and the 6th elder Ling Yanqian, who were in the clan mountain, to the meeting room. When everyone was present, Ling Ruxin informed Ling Yanhong of some minor matters in the clan during the 2 years he had been away from the clan mountain. Yunhong, the Zhuanshu mine in the Qingshi Lake in Qingshi village was also dug out at the beginning of last year, but the first-level medium and high-grade Zhuanshu iron that was dug out has not been consumed. There are still thousands of kilograms of Zhuanshu iron left in the clan treasury, waiting to be refined into magic tools. The 50,000 kilograms of ore in the Zhuanshu mine that belonged to Bailingmen were also given away at the end of last year, and the agreement between them and Bailingmen was also settled. However, although the Zhuanshu iron in the Zhuanshu mine has been dug out, the water spirit energy at the side of the mine is still extremely rich. In order to prevent the loss of these water spirit energies, I asked Yunzai to set up a first-level medium-grade water spirit energy gathering formation at the side of the mine. Relying on this formation, within a few years, the side of the mine site is estimated to be able to condense rich water spirit energy, and then a miniature spirit vein will be born. And your 13th uncle opened up a small lake covering an area of dozens of acres at the site, and raised the group of blue moon spirit fish that Pengyun and Penglin discovered in their early years. In addition, in the 2 years since you left, the clan has found 5 children with spiritual roots in the clan mountain and various villages and towns, but the spiritual roots of these 5 children are not good, only 4 or 5 spiritual roots. This year, the clan has found more children with spiritual roots, 4 in total, but these 4 have not used the spirit testing array to test their exact spiritual roots. Including these 4 people, there are now 93 people with spiritual roots in the clan. Among them, 8 have not yet entered the key training realm. 48 are in the early stage of key training. Those in the middle stage of key training. Ling Ruxin spoke very carefully, explaining every aspect, and spoke for a long time. It is a good thing that the family can continue to develop in such a good direction. 11th uncle, 15th sister, 18th brother, you have worked hard. After listening, Ling Yunhong spoke to Ling Ruxin and the other 2 in a meeting hall. Although he is the only foundation-building cultivator in the Ling family, he rarely manages the affairs of the clan. He usually spends most of his time practicing and comprehending alchemy. Family affairs are mostly managed by the 6 elders of the family. They are just some chores, so you don't need to spend too much time on them. Besides, it is the duty of us elders to work for the family, so it's not hard work. Ling Ruxin replied simply, and then looked at Ling Yunhong with a serious expression and asked, Yunhong, have you made any progress in alchemy in the past 2 years? The 5th elder Ling Yangxi and the 6th elder Ling Yunqian, who were in the meeting room, looked at Ling Yunhong with the same expression as Ling Ruxin. Ling Yunhong was an important turning point in the family's transformation from a spiritual plant family to an alchemy family. If Ling Yunhong could become a second-level alchemist, he could support the alchemy of the Ling family. There has been some progress. The success rate of refining the common first-grade upper-grade cultivation elixir Qingling Dan on the market has reached 70%, and the first-grade upper-grade healing medicines Baiyu Dan and Huqi Dan have also reached 50%. As for the success rate of the second-grade lower-grade Jiling Dan that I tried to refine, relying on the 100 pieces of Jiling Dan spiritual materials from my family, it has improved a lot compared to 2 years ago, reaching 30%. Ling Yunhong raised a smile on his face and said with a little complacency. As soon as these words came out, Ling Ruxin, Ling Yangxi, and Ling Yunqian's faces suddenly showed excitement. The success rate of refining the second-grade lower-grade Jiling Dan is 30%, which is enough to earn spirit stones by refining this elixir. More importantly, Ling Yunhong has only been in the alchemy field for 10 years. With such achievements in 10 years, Ling Ruxin and the other 2 can think without much guessing that Ling Yunhong will definitely have a lot of achievements in alchemy in the future, at least not weaker than his spiritual plan, and it is completely certain that he will become a second-grade alchemist who can refine a variety of second-grade elixirs. Yunhong, with you supporting the alchemy of the family in the future, we will surely be able to smoothly transform into an alchemy family. Ling Ruxin said happily. 11th uncle, you are too talkative. If we want to support the alchemy, we need the help of other alchemists in the family. Ling Yunhong smiled slightly and answered modestly. Then he thought of something and asked, what is the current situation of Xiao Jiang, who is the focus of the alchemy training in the family? Xiao Jiang is the only son of Yunhu, the only alchemist in the family. He has been exposed to alchemy since he was a child under the influence of Yunhu. He has a good foundation in alchemy. In addition, the family has supported various alchemy spiritual materials in the past 7 or 8 years, and he has followed Yunhu to learn alchemy. He can now refine several first-level low-grade elixirs, and the success rate has reached more than 30%, so he can be called a first-level low-grade alchemist. Ling Ruxin said with a smile. This is a good thing. In a few years, when the clan's economy is better with its support for refining tools, alchemy, and Jade series spiritual rice, we will allocate more resources to train those clan members with alchemy talent. Ling Yunhong said. I already know the situation in the clan. Has anything major happened in Huaishu County or even the entire Balingman territory? Ling Ruxin thought about it carefully and replied. Except for the destruction of Hongai Ridge that you participated in, there is nothing major in the Balingman territory. In fact, Luo Minghu, the patriarch of the Luoxia Luo clan, one of the 5 major families in Huaishu County, and his Taoist partner Li Xia's only son Luo Qilming, entered the foundation building stage a year ago. Hearing this, Ling Yunhong's smile became even brighter. Now, Although the 5 major foundation building clans in Huaishu County are all peaceful and developing in their own territories, after dozens or hundreds of years, when each clan grows and consolidates its own power, there will inevitably be some minor frictions. Then Liu Changming, the head of the Huxiaoliu clan, who is adjacent to the territory of the Luoxiluo clan, will have a headache. In the future, there will be a lot of dog-eat-dog dramas. Ling Ruxin on the side agreed. That's good. Fortunately, the 2 families of King Zhuwen clan and Yun Wuwen clan, which are adjacent to our Ling clan's territory, are well behaved, otherwise we would also have a headache. Afterwards, everyone chatted about some other things and ended this council. 3 days later. This year, the 4 children who were found to have spiritual roots by the Ling clan cultivators from the villages and towns under their command and the clan mountains with the spirit testing stones were all summoned by the Ling clan's great elder Ling Ruxin to the outside of the ancestral temple halfway up Lingxiao Mountain. After the 4 children arrived, Ling Ruxin opened a gate of the ancestral temple and let the 4 children enter one by one. The 5th elder Ling Yangxi, who is a formation master, opened the 2nd level lower grade spirit testing formation in the ancestral temple to accurately test the properties of the 4 children with spiritual roots. The spirit testing stone can only test whether the human race has spiritual roots. If you want to know the exact properties of the spiritual roots, you need to use the spirit testing formation. After a while, 3 children entered the ancestral temple one by one and tested their spiritual roots with the help of the spirit testing formation. Soon, it was Ling Pengyun's turn to find the little Lingxin who had spiritual roots in Yunshu town to enter the ancestral temple to test the exact spiritual roots. Inside the ancestral temple. As soon as Lingxin entered the ancestral temple, he walked into a white circle about 10 feet long under the guidance of the 5th elder Ling Yangxi. The white circle was covered with formation patterns. In the center of the white circle, there were 5 1-foot-long white jade stone pillars standing in 5 different directions. The formation begins. Seeing Lingxin step into the formation, Ling Yangxi pinched his hands together to form a seal, and then injected it into the spirit-gathering array plate suspended in front of him. In an instant, the spirit-testing formation was activated. Array patterns emerged from the ground and passed through Lingxin's body. In just 3 breaths, the bottom of 3 of the 5 white jade pillars in the center of the formation suddenly burst out with bright red, turquoise, and khaki spiritual light. The spiritual light gushing out from these 3 white jade pillars was of different lengths. 9 inches of fire spirit, 9 inches of wood spirit, 2 inches of earth spirit, 3 spiritual roots of fire, wood and earth. Looking at the intensity of the spiritual light flashing on the 2 white jade pillars of fire and wood, if this child practices the method of burning wood to complement fire, he will definitely achieve something in controlling fire. This kind of spiritual root equipment is very suitable for alchemy or refining equipment. Afterwards, I need to talk to Uncle 11 about this. Ling Yangxi looked at the 3 white jade pillars flashing with spiritual light in the spirit detection array. 2 lights flashed in his eyes, and a bright smile rose on his face, muttering to himself. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a huge spiritual power fluctuation suddenly rose on the top of Lingxiao Mountain. The top of the mountain was like a vortex, madly absorbing the spiritual energy in the mountain. This abnormal movement attracted the attention of all the tribesmen in Lingxiao Mountain. Halfway up Lingxiao Mountain, in a courtyard quiet room, Ling Pengyun, who was cultivating to purify his spiritual energy, was also alarmed by the unusual events on the mountain top. He opened his eyes, felt the unusual movement on the mountain top, thought for a while, and guessed in his heart. This kind of spiritual energy fluctuation is a bit strange. Even if the foundation building cultivators absorb spiritual energy to cultivate normally, it is not so huge. 9 out of 10, it is the 3rd ancestor, or the fairy crane king who is breaking through the cultivation level, or there are clan members who are trying to reach the foundation building stage, causing the spiritual energy to flow into their bodies. If there are clan members who are trying to reach the foundation building stage, the most likely one should be the 3rd brother. Ling Pengyun guessed that if someone was building a foundation, it was the 3rd brother Ling Pengxing. It was also very simple. There are very few people in the Ling family under the age of 60 who have reached the late stage of key training, and no one has reached the perfection of key training. The closest to the perfection of key training is the 9th level of key training, which is only himself and Ling Pengxing. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun made such a guess. There were too many possibilities for causing the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the mountain, and Ling Pengyun had been practicing hard for the past 2 years and rarely left the courtyard, so he had not heard of Ling Penxing's attempt to break through the foundation building, and his thoughts were fruitless. At the beginning, the Ling family knew about the breakthrough of the Immortal Crane King's foundation building as soon as he attracted the spiritual energy in the mountain. The main reason was that when the Immortal Crane King broke through the foundation building, the location where the spiritual energy was attracted was the Lingxiao Mountain, where only the immortal cranes lived. In addition, at that time, the clan had been saying that Ling Yunhuang exchanged a portion of bailing water for the Immortal Crane King from bailingmen to assist the Immortal Crane King in building his foundation. Under such circumstances, the people of the Ling family guessed that the Immortal Crane King had built his foundation when they noticed the fluctuation of spiritual energy caused by the breakthrough of the Immortal Crane King in the back mountain. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun closed his eyes again, and practiced his skills to refine the spiritual energy in the flesh of a first-grade medium-quality spiritual fruit that he had swallowed several hours ago, and purify the spiritual power in his dantian. His cultivation did not rely on the spiritual energy in the mountains, so the absorption of the spiritual energy in the mountains by the top of the mountain would not have much impact on him. Thanks to Chen Tegu, Scattered Ashes 8, First Place in Shit, Dang. Book friend 201907152101354338, Ziano loves astronomy. Book friend 201910031201316682, 19 Hao, Jixiang Ruai 6699, Dive No 1, Shangwen Jinggayu, Shuai's Hongying, Zhanzher Manli Yuanming, from top to bottom, and Zinsu Oceania's monthly tickets. Thanks to Yishao Zhe Nai's 100-point reward, Eric WSC's 100-point reward. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 181 Ling Pengyun builds his foundation. At the same time, in the only cultivation cave on the top of Lingxiao Mountain, Ling Penxing was sitting cross-legged here. He was the one who caused the abnormal movement of spiritual energy in the mountain. A large amount of spiritual energy from Lingxiao Mountain entered his body, which made the meridians in his body bulge. The feeling of swelling and pain in the meridians also came from this. However, he did not dare to be distracted too much. He could only grit his teeth to suppress the swelling and pain, and concentrate on condensing the huge spiritual energy that flowed into his body into more liquid spiritual power that is the symbol of the foundation building period, and impacting the bottleneck of the dantian. The dantian of the key training cultivator is filled with spiritual power, while the dantian of the foundation building cultivator is filled with liquid spiritual power. Spiritual power is compressed from spiritual energy, and liquid spiritual power is compressed from spiritual power. 3 days later, as a drop of liquid spiritual power was condensed in his body, he also mobilized this liquid spiritual power to bombard the solid bottleneck of the foundation building period. Under the continuous bombardment, the bottleneck of the foundation building period gradually shook. Not long after, a crack appeared on the bottleneck. Ling Penxing, who had his eyes tightly closed, noticed this, frowned, and said inwardly, "Genjin sword seed." A golden sphere the size of a fingernail suddenly flew out of his dantian and merged into his meridians. The sphere flashed with golden light, and in an instant, it turned into a small golden sword. Once the small sword was formed, it followed a drop of spiritual liquid that Ling Penxing had condensed when he relied on the spiritual energy to fill his body, and bombarded the cracked part of the bottleneck of foundation building. The golden small sword was extremely powerful, and with the dozens of drops of spiritual liquid, the two combined to break the bottleneck in one fell swoop. The drop of spiritual liquid, without any hindrance, flowed into his dantian, nourishing his dantian and expanding it. Half a day later, when Ling Penxing opened his eyes, his face was full of joy. Foundation building, it's done. 1 year later, Lingxiao Mountain, in a quiet room in a courtyard halfway up the mountain. Ling Pengyun, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, gradually increased his aura, and finally reached a limit before stopping. He also opened his eyes, with a smile on his face. 3 years of hard training finally allowed me to purify the remaining 60% of the spiritual power in my dantian to the limit. Now that I have reached the perfection of key training, it is time to try to break through the foundation building. Having made up his mind, Ling Pengyun stood up, walked out of the courtyard, and went to find Ling Ruxin in the General Affairs Hall halfway up the mountain. The old Ling Ruxin saw Ling Pengyun coming and asked with a slightly happy look, "Pengyun, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you here to exchange for cultivation resources this time?" Ling Pengyun shook his head, a smile on his face, and replied, "11th great-grandfather, I have purified all the spiritual power in my dantian to the limit. Now that I have reached the perfection of key training, I came here to get the bailing water that my family and I jointly purchased. I plan to use this water to try to break through the bottleneck of foundation building." Hearing this reply, Ling Ruxin's smile became even brighter. However, in order to confirm whether the news was true, Ling Ru first mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned Ling Pengyun. When he found that the aura leaked by Ling Pengyun had indeed reached perfection, he was sure of it. He was immediately ecstatic and said happily, "Good news, if you can also enter the foundation building stage, my Ling family will have 4 foundation building people." Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, heard this and asked with a stir in his heart, "11th great-grandfather, 1 year ago, it was my 3rd brother who attracted the spiritual energy in the mountain." Ling Ru nodded first. "Yes, Pengxing entered the foundation building stage a year ago, and now he is in seclusion in his own courtyard to consolidate his cultivation. The news of Pengxing's foundation building has not been spread yet, so you must not spread this news. You can do whatever you want. Nowadays, Huaishu County is extremely peaceful, and my Ling family does not need to conceal its strength, nor can it show off its strength." "Understood, 11th great-grandfather." Ling Pengyun also knew the importance of this and nodded in agreement. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Your share of bailing water is kept in the clan library. Come with me to the clan library. After you get these 3 items, you will break through in the spiritual cave on the top of the mountain." Ling Ruxin said. "Okay." Ling Pengyun nodded in response. Then, Ling Pengyun followed Ling Ruxin to the clan library on the top of the mountain and got the bailing water. After doing this, the two knocked on the only cave door on the top of the mountain. After waiting for a while, the heavy door opened and Ling Yanhong walked out. Ling Pengyun briefly told Ling Yanhong that he had entered the perfect stage of key training and planned to try to build a foundation. It's a good thing to try to break through the foundation, and you don't need to feel pressured. You are only 29 years old now, and you still have 31 years to the best age of 60 to build a foundation. Even if you fail this time, you still have enough time to recover the meridian injuries caused by the failure of the foundation and try to break through the foundation again. Ling Yanhong said to avoid Ling Pengyun from being too stressed. "I understand, 3rd ancestor." Ling Pengyun nodded with a solemn expression. "I won't say much, Pengyun, come with me into the cave," Ling Yanhong said, and then took Ling Pengyun into the cave. This cultivation cave covers an area of 50 meters, which is not big, with only 3 rooms. One of them is the 100 Arts House for refining elixirs and magic tools. This house is equipped with a 2nd-level lower-grade auxiliary formation, the fire-gathering formation. When this formation is turned on, it can condense a very high-temperature flame, which can be used for refining elixirs and tools. One is a quiet room for cultivation, which is equipped with a 2nd-level lower-grade spirit-gathering formation, which can absorb the spiritual energy in the mountains and refine it into pure spiritual power. The last room is the place where various precious classics of the family are stored, such as various 100 arts secret inheritances, foundation building techniques, etc. As soon as Ling Yanhong entered the cave, he went into the study, took out 2 classics and handed them to Ling Pengyun. "Pengyun, these 2 books are the foundation building insights that Pengxing and I wrote after we broke through the foundation building stage. I hope these 2 insights will be helpful to you when you build your foundation. 3rd ancestor, thank you very much." Ling Pengyun took it and thanked him. "No problem, go into the cultivation cave and make a good breakthrough," Ling Yanhong said. Ling Pengyun nodded slightly and walked into the cultivation room alone. Ling Yanhong could only be a little aggrieved. During Ling Pengyun's breakthrough, he stayed in the Bai house to refine pills. As for Ling Ruxin, who went to the top of the mountain with Ling Pengyun, he left the top of the mountain on his own after Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun entered the cave and returned to the General Affairs Hall halfway up the mountain. The cave on the top of the mountain, in the cultivation room. After entering this quiet room, Ling Pengyun did not rush to swallow the bailing water to build his foundation. Instead, he took out the foundation building insights given by Ling Yanhong, Ling Pengxing, and his cousin Yang Xiling in his early years, and read them separately. There is not much content in these 3 books of foundation building insights, but the content is very different. Ling Yanhong broke through the foundation building alone, and the foundation building insights he wrote were mostly about the cleverness that could be used during the breakthrough. Ling Pengyun broke through the foundation building with the help of the foundation building pill and the Zhengjin sword seed, and adopted a hard-hitting method, forcibly breaking through the bottleneck in a short period of time. Yang Xiling broke through the foundation building with the foundation building pill, bailing water, and pulse protection pill, 3 kinds of foundation building spiritual objects, which worked together to break through the foundation building, which was quite standard. The 3 insights have their own characteristics. Ling Pengyun did understand a lot of useful things from them. After reading the 3 books of foundation building cultivators' insights, Ling Pengyun did not delay too much. He practiced the exercises for a while, and after restoring his body to the best state, he took out a bottle of bailing water purchased with the family and the second-grade superior pulse protection pill that he entrusted Ling Yanhong to buy from the Pengyun Yang family several years ago from the storage bag. Looking at the 2 items in his hand, Ling Pengyun's eyes showed some expectation, and he muttered to himself. With the help of these 2 items, plus the addition of the yin-yang Taichu power I refined in the early years to the toughness of the meridians and dantian, I should have a more than 30% chance of breaking through the foundation. Bailing water is the same as Changqing spirit water. It is made from the Changqing spirit fruit, which has the effect of breaking through the realm. However, when refining bailing water, a few precious second-level spiritual materials were added. The greatest effect of this spiritual water is that it can enhance the spiritual consciousness of the cultivator by one time in a short period of time. The effect of the meridian protection pill is to protect the meridians and enhance the toughness of the meridians. Ling Pengyun came back to his senses after his thoughts returned. He put the bottle of meridian protection pill aside, opened the bottle cap of bailing water first, poured all the bailing water in the bottle into his mouth, and swallowed it into his stomach. Bailing water is extremely pure, comparable to the spiritual water of heaven and earth. In just 2 days, Ling Pengyun refined this spiritual water. Once he refined the water, his spiritual sense was doubled. Originally, his spiritual sense could only cover 100 feet around him, but now it can cover more than 200 feet around him, which is comparable to the spiritual sense strength of the second level of foundation building. Ling Pengyun also quickly calmed down at this moment, relying on his powerful spiritual sense to force the spiritual power in dantian, which had been compressed to the extreme of the key training realm, to be compressed again. The process of compressing the spiritual power twice was not smooth, as the spiritual power had already been compressed to the limit of the key training period. After another compression, the spiritual power in dantian became a little violent, and it would impact dantian from time to time. Fortunately, he took bailing water to enhance his spiritual sense, and he could barely suppress those violent spiritual powers. Dantian was strong and resilient, and could withstand the impact of those violent spiritual powers. After dozens of rounds of secondary compression, Ling Pengyun finally compressed the first drop of liquid spiritual power. Once the liquid spiritual power was formed, a chain reaction naturally occurred. This liquid spiritual power was like a vortex, madly absorbing the spiritual power in Ling Pengyun's body to strengthen itself. After a while, the spiritual power in Ling Pengyun's dantian and meridians was absorbed and became empty. Ling Pengyun, in the next moment, opened the bottle of meridian protecting pill beside him, took out the meridian protecting pill and quickly swallowed it. Once it entered his stomach, he practiced a technique to refine it. The meridian protecting pill contained a lot of medicinal power, and it took Ling Pengyun half a day to refine it. Once the pill was refined, the medicinal power of the meridian protecting pill was also sent to the meridians in his body by Ling Pengyun, strengthening the meridians in his body. Ling Pengyun did not delay any more, and his spiritual consciousness touched the only drop of liquid spiritual power in the empty dantian, and he groaned. Spiritual energy fills the body. Then, the drop of liquid spiritual power in the dantian, which contained huge energy, flashed with spiritual light. Under Ling Pengyun's deliberate promotion, this drop of liquid spiritual power emitted a strong suction force, attracting the spiritual energy in the entire Lingxiao Mountain. A large amount of spiritual energy rushed into Ling Pengyun's body. The meridians in his body were bulging in an instant. Fortunately, his meridians were helped by the meridian protection pill, and his meridians themselves had been added with the power of yin and yang Taichu, so they could barely support the huge amount of spiritual energy filling his body. While enduring the pain in his meridians, Ling Pengyun also mobilized his spiritual consciousness to send the large amount of spiritual energy that filled his body into the drop of liquid spiritual power. With a continuous injection of spiritual energy, the glittering luster of the drop of liquid spiritual power became brighter and brighter. At the same time, Ling Pengyun also mobilized his spiritual consciousness to control the drop of liquid spiritual power with a constant infusion of spiritual power, and madly impacted the unexplainable bottleneck of foundation building. After hundreds of impacts for nearly a day, after the effect of the meridian protection pill expired, he finally used the drop of liquid spiritual power to shake the bottleneck of foundation building. The effect of the meridian protection pill was gone, and the pain in his meridians was aggravated. The arrow was on the string and could not be unshot. Once he stopped, the damage to his meridians would be destroyed by the huge spiritual energy, and there was no guarantee that his dantian would be damaged. Forced by this dangerous situation, he could only endure the burning pain in his meridians, mobilize his consciousness to control the drop of liquid spiritual power, and once again hit the bottleneck of foundation building. This had been going on for nearly half a day. When many of his meridians were about to be broken by the huge spiritual energy, he finally broke through the bottleneck of foundation building. The bottleneck was gone, and the huge spiritual energy caused by the spiritual energy filling his body, as well as the drop of liquid spiritual power, rushed into and spread to his meridians and flesh like a whale sucking water. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, the meridians that were damaged when the spiritual energy was poured into the body were also restored a little. When everything was over, Ling Pengyun also opened his eyes. He was very happy that his foundation was successfully built. Although the damaged meridians in the body have not been fully healed, it will take at least half a year to nurture them, but it is a blessing to be able to build a foundation. He sighed happily and began to feel the changes after breaking through the foundation. The bottleneck of spiritual consciousness has been broken, and the spiritual consciousness can be mobilized to cover the surrounding area of 150 meters. Although the spiritual power in the entire dantian is completely gone and only a drop of liquid spiritual power has been compressed, this drop of liquid spiritual power alone is enough to be equivalent to 1/10 of the spiritual power when I perfected my key training. In the future, with the strength of my spiritual consciousness, I can completely absorb spiritual energy again to compress liquid spiritual power. By then, I will only become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face became even happier. Just now, when he tested the strength of his spiritual consciousness, he discovered that Ling Yunhong, the great elder Ling Ruxin, and the fifth elder Ling Yangxi were anxiously waiting for him to come out of retreat outside his quiet room. In order to avoid them waiting for a long time, Ling Pengyun did not directly absorb spiritual energy to stabilize his cultivation, but stood up from the cushion, opened the door of the quiet room and walked out. Chapter 182 The Secret of the Blue Sea Scripture. Pengyun, have you succeeded? Ling Yunhong, as a foundation-building cultivator, had a very strong spiritual sense. He was the first to detect that Ling Pengyun's aura had entered the foundation-building level. He was delighted and said something. I succeeded by chance. This time, it was thanks to the bailing water purchased in a joint venture with the family, and the second-level top-grade pulse-protecting pill that you helped me buy. Thank you, third ancestor. Ling Pengyun was grateful and bowed to Ling Yunhong to thank him. The pulse-protecting pill he used when building his foundation was purchased from the Yang family of Pengyun by Ling Pengyun on his behalf while he was stationed in Lingxiao Mountain. Although the foundation building this time has been successfully concluded, the process of building the foundation is full of dangers. Without the bailing water and the pulse-protecting pill, he is very likely to fail. And if it weren't for the family, he wouldn't dare to buy these two things even if he had spirit stones. After all, this world of immortal cultivation has never been peaceful. Owning something far higher than one's own realm, and buying it openly, is tantamount to hanging a knife of death over one's head. Ling Yunhong heard this, waved his hands, and said, "It is the family's duty to give spiritual objects to a qualified clan member like you. It is also a piece of cake to help you buy the pulse protection pill. I cannot thank you enough. It is your own luck that you can enter the foundation building stage. With you in the family, there are 4 foundation builders now. In terms of the number of foundation builders alone, we are the largest among the 5 major families in Huaishu County. With you as a foundation builder, the family is more confident. In the future, whether the family faces the upcoming century-old monster riots, or faces friction with other families in Huaishu County in decades or even 100 years, we can relax a little." As soon as these words fell, Ling Ruxin, who was standing aside, looked at Ling Pengyun with red eyes and spoke excitedly. "Good boy, you entered the foundation building stage at the age of 29, earlier than Yunhuang and Pengxing. If you can maintain this speed of cultivation, you may have a chance to find the golden elixir." With this, even Ling Yunhong, who was in the middle stage of the foundation building stage, looked at Ling Pengyun with envy. "The earlier you enter the foundation building stage, the more life you have to cultivate. Maybe it's really possible. I heard that only a few core disciples of the Bailing sect, a major golden elixir sect, can break through to the foundation building stage before the age of 30. If Pengyun can really enter the golden elixir stage, although my Ling family cannot compare with the Bailing sect, which has been established for thousands of years, it will at least be the largest family in Yan state." Ling Yangxi said with longing. 11th great-grandfather, 15th great-grandmother, please stop making fun of me. I was able to break through to the foundation building stage at this age not because of my good cultivation aptitude, but entirely because of the many spiritual objects I have refined over the years. Over the years, I have spent at least 3,000 spiritual stones on cultivation, if not 5,000. In addition, as a spiritual plant husband, I have the spiritual power feedback from my natal spiritual plant after it breaks through the realm, so I can achieve the perfection of key training at the age of 29 and then try to build the foundation. If it weren't for the help of these two, it would be difficult for me to achieve the perfection of key training before the age of 60. Moreover, the third ancestor broke through the foundation building stage alone, but I relied on two inferior foundation building spiritual objects to break through successfully. Ling Pengyun blushed when he heard this and explained. Ling Yunhong felt quite comfortable when he heard these more or less flattering words. The smile on his face became even happier and he said it with a smile. "Pengyun, you don't need to be so self-deprecating. You are already far superior to ordinary cultivators if you can enter the foundation building stage. No more jokes. Now that you have entered the foundation building stage, it is time to give you the foundation building chapter of the Blue Sea Sutra." Ling Pengyun's face suddenly brightened when he heard this. Although he has entered the foundation building stage now, the practice he has practiced is the green water art of the key training chapter of the Blue Sea Sutra. If he does not switch to the foundation building practice in the future, his strength will be difficult to fully exert, and his strength will not even be 70% of that of the same level. What's more, the speed of his cultivation will become extremely slow. After all, the green water art of the key training chapter can only absorb spiritual energy and compress it into spiritual power, while converting the iconic liquid spiritual power of the foundation building cultivator requires one to mobilize his own consciousness for secondary compression. During the secondary compression of spiritual power, there may be dangers, and it is not as simple and safe as the foundation building period practice to gradually compress spiritual energy into liquid spiritual power. Of course, a Qigong practitioner cannot directly skip the Qigong training method and practice the foundation building method. This is the same as running before learning to walk, and it needs to be done step by step. As for Ling Ruxin and Ling Yangxi, after hearing that Ling Yunhong was going to give Ling Pengyun the foundation building method, they also bid farewell to Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun and left the cultivation cave. After the two left, Ling Yunhong took Ling Pengyun into the study in the 3 rooms of the cave. This study was extremely simple, with only a bookshelf, a chair, and a table. And there were not many books on the bookshelf, only dozens of books. However, Ling Pengyun did not look down on the dozens of books on the bookshelf. These dozens of books were the real treasures of the Ling family and the foundation of the Ling family. The 2 second-level inheritances of the Ling family's spiritual plants and alchemy, including the improvement methods of the 3 spiritual rises in the Jade series, which were the foundation of the family, were all placed on the bookshelf. Ling Yunhong took down a book with 4 big characters Bi Hai Zhen Jing on the cover from the top shelf, handed it to Ling Pengyun, and said something. "Pengyun, this is the Jade Sea Sutra of the initial stage of foundation building of the Jade Water Sutra that you practice during the key training period. It contains the spiritual energy circulation roots of the first 3 layers of the Jade Sea Sutra. As for the Jade Sea Sutra owned by the family, there are a total of 9 layers, which can support cultivation to the perfection of foundation building. Now only the first 3 layers are given to you because this technique is too precious and may be leaked. According to the information left by the ancestor who obtained this technique, Even if this technique can support cultivators to cultivate to the perfection of foundation building, it is still only a fragment. This technique has a great origin. Its complete Jade Sea Sutra can at least be cultivated to the golden core or above. It is precisely because of this that the entire chapter of this technique can at least be cultivated to the golden core or above. This technique is extremely sophisticated and is considered to be one of the superior ones among the foundation building techniques. Practicing this technique, your spiritual power is at least 30% stronger than that of cultivators of the same level, and it is extremely condensed. You have practiced a key training chapter of this technique, and I believe you also know a thing or two about this, which is of great benefit to cultivators like us. As for the other benefits of this technique, I will not introduce them in detail. You can read it by yourself. This book cannot be copied to avoid leakage. You can write down the initial foundation building chapter of the operation root of this technique in this study. After writing it down, you can return to your own courtyard to comprehend it. Don't be interested in letting you return to your own courtyard to practice. After all, there is only one quiet room for practice in this mountaintop cave, and I also need to practice during this period. After a while, when the family's financial situation is better, I will buy 2 second-level inferior spirit gathering arrays and assign them to you and Pengsing. For the time being, you and Pengsing, who have just entered the foundation building period, can only be wronged to return to your own courtyard to practice. As for the small house study in the cave, although it is also located on the top of the mountain with the richest spiritual energy in Lingxiao Mountain, it is close to the quiet room for practice. The second-level inferior spirit gathering array in the quiet room for practice absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy crazily, which makes the spiritual energy in this study a little thin, not as rich as the spiritual energy in your courtyard halfway up the mountain. Third grandfather, you've said too much. This place is where you originally lived. I'm very grateful that you can use it to help me break through the foundation. Ling Pengyun said, and after reaching out to take the Bihai Zhenjing that was handed to him, he said, although he has entered the foundation, he still understands the situation. Although this mountaintop training room belongs to the family, it is for family use. But Ling Yunhong, a mid-stage foundation cultivator, has been practicing in that training room, while Ling Pengyun has just entered the foundation, and Ling Yunhong has reached the mid-stage foundation. In terms of emotion and reason, the training room with the second-level lower-grade spirit gathering array belongs to Ling Yunhong, who has the highest cultivation in the family. Ling Yunhong was quite satisfied with this answer. He was really afraid that the training room equipped with a second-level lower-grade spirit gathering array would create a gap between him and Ling Pengyun, who had just entered the foundation. After being distracted for a moment, he waved his hand to take out 3 medicine bottles from the storage bag, handed them to Ling Pengyun, and spoke carefully. Pengyun, these 3 medicine bottles contain the second-grade inferior soul-gathering pills I refined. Each bottle contains 2 pills, for a total of 6 pills. With the help of these 6 soul-gathering pills, you can quickly stabilize your cultivation. Your annual salary in the future will be 6 second-grade inferior soul-gathering pills, and the same goes for Pengsing. As for second-grade magic weapons, the family does not have any extra now. I hope you can understand that the family has never had a foundation-building cultivator in the past. We belong to the first wave of foundation-building cultivators, so it is naturally difficult for us to have second-grade magic weapons. And the 5 second-grade inferior kindling bamboos that the family used to grow, because my foundation and refining is not strong, I have refined them more than 20 times, but only refined 3 second-grade inferior kindling swords. Those 3 second-grade inferior kindling swords, together with the other 15 first-grade superior kindling swords that I have refined, belong to a set of magical instruments. They were refined at the same time. If I give you one of them, the power of the entire set of kindling swords will be greatly reduced, and the power of the earthly evil sword formation that I condense with this set of kindling swords will also be weakened a lot. Therefore, it is difficult for me to give up a second-grade inferior kindling sword to you. But don't worry, in 10 days or so, Xi'an County, which has a large flow of people in the Balingman territory and borders Jiamang Lake, will hold the Xi'an small meeting held every 3 years. According to the spiritual objects that appeared in the previous Xi'an small meetings, there should be several second-grade magical instruments at this Xi'an small meeting. The family will then pay to buy a second-grade inferior magical instrument for you and Pengsing. This is the limit of what the family can do now. In the future, you will have to work hard on your own to get the magical instruments you need, so don't be interested. Third grandfather, I understand the difficulties of the family. Thank you for the gift of the elixir. Ling Pengyun thanked him after taking the elixir. It's okay. Now that the blue sea scripture and the elixir are in your hands, I won't bother you anymore. After saying this, Ling Yunhong left the study and left the space to Ling Pengyun. Thanks to Shi Guang, cannot accept the appointment, book friend 2022032611537340, Cheyenne Ayu Fixin, Jack Tark, book friend 111,105,125,211,031, book friend 202011272008248837, Chen Dagu's monthly ticket thanks to Eric WSC's 100-point reward. Thank you all for your support. Thanks again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Life Instrument and Life Spell. After Ling Yunhong left, Ling Pengyun looked at the Bihai Zhenjing in his hand, his eyes full of light, but also mixed with a trace of doubt. I didn't expect this technique to have such a background. I don't know how the ancestor who only had perfect key training more than 200 years ago obtained this technique. The techniques that can directly reach the golden core and above are all treasures of major sects and forces. Not to mention the entire Bailing sect. Even in the major markets in the entire Yan state, there has not been a golden core technique. Even if there is, it will definitely be intercepted by the major golden core sects of Yan state. Even if the Bihai Zhenjing owned by the Ling family is only a fragment of the technique, it can still support the cultivator to practice to the perfection of the foundation. This kind of technique, let alone the key training cultivator, even the old foundation building family may not be able to get such a superior foundation building technique. Thinking fruitlessly, Ling Pengyun could only attribute this matter to the good fortune of his ancestors. After coming to his senses, Ling Pengyun did not delay any longer and quickly flipped through the initial chapter of the foundation building chapter of the Jade Sea Sutra in his hand. Because of his powerful spiritual consciousness, his memory was also enhanced, far exceeding that of ordinary people. In just 1 hour, he remembered all the spiritual energy circulation routes recorded in this initial chapter of the foundation building chapter. However, in addition to recording the circulation routes of the initial foundation building, this Jade Sea Sutra also recorded the methods of refining 3 types of life instruments that came from the same source as the exercises, as well as a life spell. The 3 types of life instruments are the Jade Sea Ice Sword, the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl, and the Jade Sea Shield. The Jade Sea Ice Sword needs to be refined with 100-year-old ice as the main material. After refining, this sword is powerful and comes with ice sword energy. The better the refining materials, the stronger the power. The Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl needs to be refined with 100 Jinjuan Yuan Heavy Iron as the main material. After refining, this pearl can weigh at least 10,000 jin. The better the material and the higher the grade of the pearl, the heavier the pearl will be and the stronger its power will be. The Jade Sea Magic Shield is also refined with Zhuan Yuan Heavy Iron as the main material, but the Zhuan Yuan Heavy Iron required to refine this shield is less, only 50 Jin Zhuan Yuan Heavy Iron is needed. After this shield is refined, it can support a Jade Sea Light Curtain, which has extremely strong defense, and the magic shield itself is also extremely solid. Even if the light curtain is broken, you can temporarily use the magic shield itself to resist the attack. Of course, in addition to the main material, the refining of these 3 life magic tools also requires some first-level water spirit iron as auxiliary materials. Because these 3 magic tools are integrated with the skills, the power they exert is also 30% stronger than the magic tools of the same level. And these 3 magic tools can be stored in the dantian, relying on spiritual power to warm and nourish, and then achieve the effect of improving the grade. 100-year cold iron is a second-level spiritual material, and this iron contains a strong cold air. Zuanin Heavy Iron is also a second-level spiritual iron. It is named after its weight. A piece of Zuanin Heavy Iron the size of a fingernail weighs at least 100 pounds. As for the technique, the innate spell is called the Jade Sea Sky Sword. This spell is a pure attack spell. It is formed by the gathering of the Jade Sea True Essence, but the gathering of this spell consumes a lot of energy. Of course, the power of this spell is also very strong, far exceeding the power of spells of the same level. At the same time, because this spell is of the same origin as the technique practiced by the cultivator, it is easier to comprehend than spells of the same level. After seeing the introduction of the 3 innate magic tools and 1 innate spell attached to this technique, Ling Pengyun was overwhelmed. Those 3 life instruments are powerful, and the auxiliary materials for refining them are not bad, but the main materials needed for refining them are too precious, and I am afraid that they are rarely seen in major markets. I am afraid that I can hardly refine any of them in a short time. But the Jade Sea Sky Sword is easy to comprehend and powerful. I can start to comprehend it after I consolidate my cultivation. After closing the book, he did not stay here for too long. He returned the book to the only bookshelf in the study, and then left the study and walked to the door of the 100 Arts House, one of the 3 small houses in the cultivation cave, which was arranged with a second-level lower-grade fire-gathering formation. Because Ling Yunhong was refining pills in this small house, Ling Pengyun did not want to disturb him. But it would not be good to leave directly. He took out a piece of white paper from the storage bag, used spiritual power as a pen, and wrote dozens of small words on the note. Third Ancestor, I have memorized the initial foundation building exercises of the Jade Sea Sutra, and I will leave here to consolidate my cultivation. After writing these words, Ling Pengyun placed the note in his hand at the door of Bai Yi House, stepped out of the cultivation cave, and returned to his own courtyard halfway up the mountain. He fed 2 handfuls of yellow jade spiritual rice to the 2 Sunhua spirit chickens that had not eaten anything for nearly 10 days and had lost a lot of weight. After looking at Feng Yingpeng, who was sleeping and practicing, Ling Pengyun entered the quiet room in the courtyard. As soon as he entered the quiet room, he took out the futon from the storage bag, sat cross-legged on it, closed his eyes and comprehended the operation root of the initial foundation building chapter of the Bihai Zhenjing that he had just memorized in his mind. As for the news that he successfully broke through the foundation building, no one in the mountain knew about it except Ling Yunhong, Ling Ruxin, and Ling Yangxi. Even if someone speculated that it was related to Ling Pengyun, it could not be confirmed. In addition, the Ling family is now short of manpower, and all the clansmen who can reach the initial stage of key training have been sent out. The Ling family members who are reserved in the mountains are either the elderly, the weak, or women and children. These clansmen generally do not go out easily due to their own physical conditions, cultivation and other factors, and no outsiders come to the Ling clan mountain. Under such circumstances, no matter whether the Ling clan members in the clan mountain speculated that Ling Pengxing or Ling Pengyun had built their foundation, it had not been reported. Of course, even if the other 4 foundation building families in Huaishu County knew about it, it would not matter much. At most, it would just become a topic of conversation among others. After all, the Ling family is now a little reluctant to manage the spiritual veins in their own territory, facing the problem of shortage of manpower, and has no intention of seizing the spiritual veins in the territories of other surrounding families. Without such an idea, and in addition, Huaishu County is now extremely peaceful, and small frictions between the 5 major families are unlikely to occur. There is no point in deliberately concealing the breakthrough of Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengxing in the foundation building. In just 3 days, Ling Pengyun comprehended the spiritual energy circulation root of the first layer of the foundation building chapter of the Blue Sea Sutra, so he stopped continuing to comprehend the circulation root. The first layer of spiritual energy circulation root in the initial chapter of the foundation building of the Bihai Zhenjing is fully sufficient to support Ling Pengyun, who has just entered the foundation building, to stabilize his cultivation and break through to the second layer of the foundation building. Instead, he took out a bottle of second-level lower-level Julingdan given by Ling Yunhong from the storage bag, poured out a Julingdan from it and put it into his mouth, closed his eyes and practiced the exercises to refine the medicinal power contained in this pill. Once the medicinal power of this pill is refined, it will spread a huge amount of spiritual energy to fill Ling Pengyun's meridians. Through the exercises, these spiritual energies are refined into pure spiritual power in the meridians, and stably compressed into liquid spiritual power and sent to the dantian. 3 months later, with the help of 3 Julingdan, Ling Pengyun has stabilized his newly broken cultivation. But although his cultivation is stable, he is not happy. Because of the experience of consolidating his cultivation, he also knows the speed of his own cultivation with the help of Julingdan. According to my current situation, even if I have enough gathering spirit pills to help me, It will take at least 3 years to condense enough liquid spiritual power to fill the entire dantian and break through to the second level of foundation building. If there is no gathering spirit pill, it will take at least 10 years to simply absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. When I reached the foundation building stage, my disadvantage in cultivation aptitude was magnified a lot. If I want to make rapid progress in cultivation, I can only rely on the huge accumulation of resources like in the key training stage. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun suddenly felt a headache. He couldn't wait for more than 10 years to break through only one level of cultivation. Although the lifespan of foundation building is about 250 years, which is twice that of the key training stage, more than 10 years still accounts for a lot of the lifespan of foundation building. If you want to break through cultivation quickly, the resources required are indeed very large. A second-level inferior gathering spirit pail costs at least 200 spirit stones on the market, but a gathering spirit pail is only enough to sustain his cultivation for 1 month. In 3 years, at least 36 gathering spirit pails need to be prepared, which will cost at least 7,200 spirit stones. Even if the family's annual salary can earn 18 soul gathering pills in 3 years, it still costs 3,600 spirit stones to buy 18 soul gathering pills. This amount of spirit stones is not a small amount. 3,600 spirit stones are almost equal to all the spiritual power I consumed in cultivation during the key training period, but now it can only improve my cultivation by 1 level. This cultivation is really like walking on a golden mountain. No wonder, among the most important things for cultivators, money, companions, methods, and land, money is the most important. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun put aside these headaches, took out another soul-gathering pill from the storage bag, swallowed it, and then practiced a method to refine the medicinal power of this pill. Chapter 184 Chapter 177 Mixed Rock Shield. 3 months later. Halfway up the Lingxiao Mountain, in a quiet room in a courtyard, Ling Pengyun felt that he had no help from the gathering spirit pills for the past 3 days, and could only take the spiritual fruits he cultivated. He muttered to himself with a little helplessness on his face. First level, middle and upper grade spiritual fruits are only first level spiritual objects after all. The spiritual energy contained is far less than that of the second level lower grade gathering spirit pills. The spiritual energy gained from taking the spiritual fruits in the past 3 days is not as good as the spiritual energy gained from taking the spiritual fruits in 1 day. It's really a bit slow. The gathering spirit array in my hand is only a first level lower grade one. The spiritual energy condensed by opening this array is not as much as taking the spiritual fruits. I still have to invest on my own to buy a batch of gathering spirit pills in the future. Ling Pengyun, who has been in seclusion for 6 months since entering the foundation building stage, had used up the 6 gathering spirit pills given by Ling Yanhong 3 days ago. Without the second level gathering spirit pills, he could only take the first level middle and upper grade spiritual fruits left over from the key training stage to cultivate. As for setting up the first grade inferior spirit gathering array that he bought from his sister Ling Pengyun in the early years, it was the most inferior choice, and he would not use it easily. Directly absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation was not in Ling Pengyun's cultivation plan. After all, this method was too slow. Considering that he did not have the spirit gathering pill again, the speed of cultivation by taking the spirit fruit was a little slower, so he planned to put aside cultivation for the time being, and instead patted the storage bag on his waist, and took out a palm-sized earthy yellow small shield from it. As soon as the shield was taken out, he mobilized his spiritual consciousness and poured it into the magic shield, and arranged the spiritual consciousness imprint in it. This yellow small shield was called the Mixed Rock Shield, and its grade was as high as the second grade inferior. It was bought by Ling Yanhong from the Ziyang small meeting 6 months ago, at the beginning of this year, and given to Ling Pengyun. Because he had the spirit gathering pill again some time ago, and his cultivation was not stable, he had to postpone the matter of offering sacrifice to this magic shield for the time being. Now that he no longer has the spirit gathering pill, he will naturally put the matter of offering sacrifice to this shield on the agenda. This mixed rock shield was a brand new magical tool, and no one had placed a spiritual imprint on it. Within 3 days, Ling Pengyun successfully sacrificed and refined this shield. Once the sacrifice was successful, Ling Pengyun injected a spiritual power into the magic shield and started to play with it. As the spiritual power was injected, the palm-sized mixed rock shield flashed with yellow light and suddenly grew larger. In just a moment, The shield grew to 2 feet long and wide. Then, the shield also propped up a cocky light curtain to protect Ling Pengyun. In order to test the defensive power of the magic shield light curtain, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and took out the 12 first-grade high-quality kindling swords used in the key training period from the storage bag, and formed the 12 flying swords into the Earth Demon Sword formation. Once the sword formation was formed, he controlled it and bombarded the magic shield defense light curtain. Boom! The 12 flying swords that formed a sword formation bombarded the light curtain, making a roar. However, the earthly evil sword formation only shook the magic shield light curtain slightly, causing a small wave on the light curtain. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but sigh. Such a defensive power is worthy of being a defensive light curtain that can only be supported by magic weapons of the 2nd level or above. If I were still in the key training stage, I'm afraid that even if I use all my strength, it would be difficult to smash this light curtain in a short time. It seems that my 1st level kindling sword is indeed difficult to keep up with my cultivation. If there is a chance in the future, I have to find a 2nd level attack magic weapon. The 1st level defensive magic weapon is difficult to support the light curtain, and only the 2nd level magic weapon can support the defensive light curtain. There are many reasons for this. The main reason is that only the 2nd level spiritual iron has the ability to transform into a light curtain through the spiritual power injected by the cultivator. When Ling Pengyun had just established his foundation, he told Ling Pengyun about the family's financial difficulties. Because the Ling family had purchased shops in the newly established 5-county towns in Jiazhou in recent years, and bought a foundation building pill for Ling Penxing, the family had consumed most of the spiritual stones accumulated over 200 years. It was good to be able to equip Ling Pengyun, the family's new foundation building cultivator, with a 2nd level defensive magic weapon that was much more expensive than the attacking magic weapon. Now that the mixed rock shield has been refined, it's time to look for the gathering spirit pill. Ling Pengyun stood up and walked out of the quiet room, heading towards the General Affairs Hall, the only place in the family that sold spiritual objects. His courtyard and the General Affairs Hall were both on a large flat land halfway up Lingxiao Mountain, and the distance was also very close. After a while, Ling Pengyun entered the General Affairs Hall. There was no one else in the General Affairs Hall, except Ling Ruxin, who was in charge of the General Affairs Hall, who kept fiddling with a sandalwood abacus, looking through the account books, and checking them to avoid mistakes. Pengyun, have you consolidated your cultivation? Ling Ruxin, who was checking the account books, saw Ling Pengyun coming, raised a smile on his face, and asked, "The 3rd ancestor gave me 6 soul-gathering pills 6 months ago. With the help of those 6 soul-gathering pills, I consolidated my realm 3 months ago, and even practiced for 3 months, which improved my cultivation a lot." Ling Pengyun spoke truthfully, and then told the purpose of his visit. "As for why I came this time, I planned to buy soul-gathering pills." Ling Ruxin heard this, and his smile grew, and he said with a smile, "It's good that your cultivation has been consolidated. There are quite a few gathering spirit pills in the family. The success rate of your 3rd grandfather in refining gathering spirit pills is more than 30%. As long as you have contribution points or spirit stones, you can buy it in the family. If you buy gathering spirit pills with contribution points, it will be cheaper, 140 contribution points per pill. If you buy it with spirit stones, you need to pay 200 spirit stones per pill according to the market price. How many gathering spirit pills do you need? The General Affairs Hall sells spiritual objects. If the clan members buy them with contribution points, they have always been sold at 70% of the market price. This method is also to increase the enthusiasm of the clan members to work for the family. Contribution points are different from salaries. They are issued every month. Contribution points can only be obtained by working for the family. When Ling Pengyun heard Ling Ruxin ask how many gathering spirit pills he needed to buy, his expression moved slightly. He mobilized his consciousness and injected it into the storage bag to check the number of spirit stones in the storage bag. When he found that there were 1,853 spirit stones, he spoke. 9 soul-gathering pills. After saying that, he summoned 1,800 soul stones from his storage bag onto the ground. The 1,853 soul stones in his storage bag were the money the family had paid back to Ling Pengyun for refining the 1,000 green spirit swords in the past 3 years. He originally had 3,000 soul stones in 3 years, but more than 5 months ago, Ling Yunhong, who participated in the Ziyan County, which was held every 3 years near Jiamang Lake, helped him buy 3 bottles of 50-year-old evergreen spirit water, giving the family 300 soul stones for each bottle, leaving 900 soul stones. In addition, during his 3 years of seclusion, he spent some soul stones on Feng Yingpeng, the 2 Sunhua soul chickens, and the 3 earthworms, leaving only the 1,853 soul stones. As for the purchase of evergreen spirit water, it was given to Feng Yingpeng to take, to help it enter the late stage of key training as soon as possible. Only when Feng Yingpeng enters the late stage of key training and can travel more than 8,000 miles a day, will it be useful to Ling Pengyun, who is in the foundation building stage. Ling Ruxin was slightly surprised when he saw Ling Pengyun spend 1,800 spiritual stones at once. However, he was relieved when he thought about how Ling Pengyun had refined a large number of kindling swords for the family and received a lot of rewards. I don't have any Jiling pills on me. I need to go to the clan storehouse on the top of the mountain to get some. Wait for me for a moment. After Ling Ruxin put away the 1,800 spiritual stones, he said something and left the General Affairs Hall. After waiting for a moment, Ling Ruxin returned to the General Affairs Hall again. As soon as he entered the General Affairs Hall, he took out 7 medicine bottles from his storage bag and handed them to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun was a little surprised when he saw this. Generally, pills are packed in 2 per bottle. Logically, the 5 medicine bottles he bought would be enough to hold the 9 Jiling pills. He mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned the 7 medicine bottles in his hand, but found that there were as many as 14 Jiling pills in them. 11th great-grandfather, why are there 5 more Jiling pills? Ling Pengyun asked in surprise. You don't need to think too much. The extra 5 soul-gathering pills were purchased by me with my contribution points. Although these soul-gathering pills are not many, I hope you don't think it's too little. Although I have children, there is only one Grandpa Yunfu. You know the situation of your Grandpa Yunfu. Although he has many wives and concubines, he has many children, but they are all mortals, and none of them has spiritual roots. I don't have much life left. Your Grandpa Yunfu is now over 80 years old, and he has only 20 to 30 years left. It is still unknown whether he can give birth to a child with spiritual roots with his wives and concubines in his last life. Even if he really gives birth to a child with spiritual roots, your Grandpa Yunfu, who has not much life left, may not be able to take care of him too much. At this point, Ling Ruxin paused and pleaded. Under such circumstances, if there are really talented children in my lineage in the future, please help them more. Ling Ruxin has a son named Ling Yunfu, who is also a family elder like Ling Ruxin. Ling Yunfu served as the 4th elder of the family. He was deeply influenced by his father's talent in business and had a high talent for doing business. Therefore, Ling Yunfu was often sent out by the family to manage the family's store business in various major markets. Now, Ling Yunfu personally manages a treasure house opened by the family in Xianyang Market, which was established in recent years. When Ling Pengyun heard Ling Ruxin's words, he also understood the true intention of the 5 spirit-gathering pills. He was not interested in this. It is human nature to pave the way for future generations. Moreover, Ling Ruxin has been very good to him. If there is a person with spiritual roots in Ling Ruxin's lineage, it will not be a big deal to help the future generations. 11th great-grandfather, you are too kind. Even without these 5 gathering spirit pills, I will take good care of the people in your lineage who have spiritual roots. All my spiritual plant skills come from you. Even the thorn vine, my life spirit plant, was carefully selected by you. You bought the 2nd level thorn vine spirit seeds from other places at a high price. If it weren't for the thorn vine spirit seeds you gave me, I would never have reached my current level of cultivation so quickly. I will always remember this kindness in my heart. If there are people with spiritual roots in your lineage, regardless of their talents, I will do my best to support them. Ling Pengyun said with a serious look. Hearing this, Ling Ruxin was very satisfied and smiled with satisfaction. He sighed in his heart that he had not made a mistake in choosing a person and had not let down his early training on Ling Pengyun. Very good, very good. Ling Ruxin said with a smile. 11th great-grandfather, as for the 5 gathering spirit pills you gave me, I will not be polite. Ling Pengyun said. Of course, you can take it. With Ling Pengyun's assurance, Ling Ruxin said generously. The two chatted for a while, and finally, Ling Ruxin told Ling Pengyun that the family would hold a year-end summary meeting at the end of 6 months, and asked Ling Pengyun to come. After agreeing to this, Ling Pengyun left the General Affairs Hall and returned to his courtyard. In the quiet room, Ling Pengyun sat cross-legged on the futon, waved out the 14 spirit-gathering pills obtained from this trip to the General Affairs Hall from the storage bag, with a slightly happy look on his face, muttering to himself. The family now has 4 foundation-building cultivators. To supply 4 foundation-building cultivators, we need to take out some soul-gathering pills to put in the alchemy shops opened by the family in various markets to maintain their stores. However, there is still such a large number of soul-gathering pills. I believe that the success rate of the third ancestor in refining the soul-gathering pill is not low. This is a great thing for family cultivators like me. In the future, if I need soul-gathering pills, I can go to the family's General Affairs Hall. I don't need to look for spiritual objects like soul-gathering pills like ordinary foundation-building cultivators. At the beginning, it was wise for the family to exchange the share of the Zhuanshu mine from the Bailing sect for the second-level alchemy inheritance. But when I think about it this way, the third ancestor is really talented. He has only been in the field of alchemy for more than 10 years, but he has achieved such achievements in alchemy. I think he will not stop here in the field of alchemy. In the future, as for cultivation resources, as long as there are enough spirit stones, I don't have to worry about not being able to buy them. After any spiritual object enters the second stage, it is extremely rare. For example, the second stage low-grade gathering spirit pill is rarely available in the shops of the major markets. Only the gathering spirit pills that appear at the auctions of the various markets are more common. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun thought of Ling Yanhong's cultivation. The third ancestor should be only about 120 years old. He has not suffered any serious injuries. He still has at least 120 to 130 years of life left. As early as 8 or 9 years ago, the third ancestor had already entered the 4th level of foundation building. Now he may have entered the 5th level of foundation building. According to the third ancestor's cultivation speed, if nothing unexpected happens, there should be no problem in breaking through to the perfection of foundation building in the remaining 120 to 30 years of life. Perhaps, the third ancestor still has a chance to break through to the golden elixir. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he secretly looked forward to the future achievements of Ling Yanhong, the patriarch who changed the development of the Ling family. Thanks to Book Friend 202211252236543950, Wang Gaong, Book Friend 202206182248392122, and Quantitative Bull for their monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Chapter 185. Ling Pengyun has good qualifications. Ling Pengyun came back to his senses after his thoughts came back. My cultivation has already been consolidated, and it's time to get back on track. Muttering to himself, Ling Pengyun began to think about his future cultivation plan. Start from the early morning. First absorb a breath of the power of the early sun for half an hour. Comprehend the innate spell Blue Sea Sky Sword attached to the technique for 2 hours. Comprehend the earthly evil sword formation for 1 hour. Comprehend the Lingxiao ripening technique for 1 hour. Comprehend the Lingxiao fusion technique for half an hour. Comprehend the various spiritual patterns of the weapon refining for half an hour. Use spiritual power to warm the thorny vines of the innate spiritual plant for 1 hour. The rest of the time, except for absorbing a breath of moonlight at night, is used to refine the gathering spirit pill for cultivation. As for spending more time on comprehending the Blue Sea Sky Sword, it is also Ling Pengyun's way to make up for the shortcomings in his own combat power. After all, he only has that mixed rock shield, but no second-level attack magic weapon. After making a plan, Ling Pengyun did not delay any longer. He estimated the time and practiced according to the plan. 10 days later. In a quiet room in a courtyard halfway up Lingxiao Mountain. In the quiet room, a fair-looking young man was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, staring intently at the 2 first-grade medium-quality Huangaya pills that he had spent nearly 2 months' salary to buy from his clan. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. I have been stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of key training for nearly a year. I don't know if the huge amount of pure spiritual energy contained in these 2 first-grade medium-quality Huangaya pills can help me break through that bottleneck. If not, these 2 Huangaya pills will be wasted. The 2 Huangaya pills were the only 2 spiritual objects he had for cultivation. Apart from these 2 Huangaya pills, he couldn't even take out a spiritual stone. That was why he was so hesitant. If he failed to break through this time, his 2-month salary would be wasted. After a long while, he finally made up his mind, and his expression gradually became firm. He raised his hand and stuffed the 2 huogaya pills into his mouth one after another. Then, he quickly practiced a cultivation method he had cultivated to refine the pure spiritual energy contained in the 2 huogaya pills in his stomach. Once refined, a large amount of pure spiritual energy filled the meridians in his body. Fortunately, his meridians were naturally resilient and strong enough to withstand the impact of those pure spiritual energy. At the same time, with the spiritual energy provided by the 2 huogaya pills as support, he also formally mobilized his own dantian spiritual power and began to impact the bottleneck that had trapped him for half a year. Once the spiritual power in his dantian was consumed, the spiritual energy from refining the 2 huogaya pills would be filled into the dantian. This was a protracted battle. Without sufficient spiritual energy support, it was unlikely to break through the bottleneck. After this protracted battle lasted for a day, a sound of breaking came from the dantian of this fair-skinned young man. Then, his cultivation level increased rapidly, and his aura also increased. After a while, his aura rose to the 4th level of key training. After mobilizing the spiritual power left over from refining the 2 yellow bud pills and consolidating his cultivation, the young man opened his eyes and a bright smile appeared on his face. I finally broke through to the 4th level of key training. According to the rules of the clan, I broke through to the 4th level of key training and entered the middle stage of key training. Even if I am only 16 years old, I can receive those tasks that can earn more spiritual stones to go out and guard the low-level spiritual veins in the territory in advance. By then, with more spiritual stones, my cultivation speed can be a little faster. I can also have a chance to find Brother Shan, who I haven't seen for 2 years, to catch up. Earning spiritual stones and finding Brother Shan are both good. How wonderful. The young man's expression flashed with some longing, and he said to himself happily, "This young man is Ling Pengyun, who comes from Qingshi village and has dual spiritual roots. He was born in the mortal world and has no support from his elders. Although the family gives him a lot of salary and the family will also give him a little more resources, the total amount of these resources is not much. As a cultivator, he naturally longs for more resources to help him practice, so that his cultivation can progress faster. As for the Shanjia mentioned by Ling Pengyun, it is naturally Ling Pengyun, who is also from Qingshi village. The two have a very good relationship, as close as brothers. Since they can live alone and handle their daily lives, they have lived in the same courtyard. If it weren't for 2 years ago, Ling Pengyun was already 18 years old, and his cultivation broke through to the 4th level of key training at the age of 18, and he was sent by the family to guard a low-level spiritual vein in the territory. Otherwise, Ling Pengyun would definitely prepare a table of delicious food to celebrate Ling Pengyun's breakthrough in cultivation this time. Because he could get more salary by guarding low-level spiritual veins, and he had the opportunity to go out of the clan mountain to find Ling Pengyun couldn't bear it, and immediately stood up from the futon and walked towards the General Affairs Hall. As soon as he entered the General Affairs Hall, Ling Pengyun told Ling Ruxin, the General Affairs Hall manager, the good news that he had broken through to the 4th level of key training and that he wanted to go out and work for the family. Ling Ruxin was extremely happy to hear the news of Ling Pengyun's breakthrough. He praised Ling Pengyun and told him not to be arrogant and to be cautious. After warning him, Ling Ruxin began to think about what Ling Pengyun had just said about going out to guard. He first took out the distribution map of the spiritual veins in the Ling family and looked at it carefully. This distribution map not only recorded the spiritual veins in the Ling family, but also the Ling family members stationed on these spiritual veins. After reading it, Ling Ruxin replied, "Pengyun, it's a good thing that you took the initiative to apply to go out and guard the spiritual vein. However, in recent years, many of the Peng generation in the family have reached adulthood and have begun to work for the family, alleviating the family's shortage of manpower. At present, there are no vacancies for guarding the low-level spiritual veins in the country. But next year, an ancestor of your Yun generation will complete the 5-year task of guarding a first-level inferior spiritual vein. At that time, this first-level inferior spiritual vein can be handed over to you to guard for the next 5 years. In addition to this garrison mission, the family also has a task to serve as a clerk in the family's shops in various markets. These shops opened by the family are very short of staff, but I don't agree with you choosing this task. Serving as a clerk takes a lot of time. Although the spirit stones earned are higher than those for guarding low-level spiritual veins, and there are commissions, the time for cultivation is too little, which will definitely delay your progress in cultivation. Generally, most of those who choose this task are some clansmen with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. With your double spiritual root qualifications, choosing this task is really a waste. Of course the choice is yours, I'm just suggesting. I choose to listen to what you said, great-grandfather, and do the task of guarding the low-level spiritual veins. Ling Pengyun heard this. He was 16 years old now, and he was also sensible. Naturally, he would not refuse Ling Ruxin's face. In addition, he had already determined that he would only do the task of guarding the low-level spiritual veins, so he spoke. Ling Ruxin was very satisfied with this answer, nodded slightly, and then spoke. Pengyun, you have entered the middle stage of key training. You have received this month's offering at the beginning of the month. According to the family rules, starting from next month, your salary will be increased to the amount of the middle stage of key training. You can get 5 spiritual stones and 10 kilograms of green jade spiritual rice every month. As for the family's support for you, it will also be changed from giving you 1 first-level low-grade key training pill every month to giving you 1 more first-level middle-grade Huogaya pill every month. This extra Huogaya pill given to you is made by the clan leader's alchemist himself. The ones that can be kept are the ones with better grades and less impurities. You don't need to worry about taking too much, which will accumulate impurities in your body, or refining this pill for too long, slowing down your progress in cultivation, and other troublesome things. Thank you, 11th great-grandfather. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he heard that the family would give him an extra Huogaya pill, and he hurriedly thanked him. No need to thank me, this is the family's support for you. Ling Ruxin smiled. The two chatted for a few more words, and Ling Pengyun left. Ling Ruxin, who was still in the General Affairs Hall, looked at Ling Pengyun's departing back, his eyes full of anticipation. Breaking through the 4th level of key training at the age of 16, this speed of cultivation is comparable to Pengxing and Pengyun. I wonder if Pengyun can enter the foundation building stage like the previous two. Chapter 186 Feng Yingpeng enters the 7th level of key training. Another month passed. On this day, Ling Pengyun, who was practicing in seclusion in a courtyard halfway up Lingxiao Mountain, was startled by the spirit beast Feng Yingpeng's master recognition restriction. He opened his eyes, slightly puzzled. Why did Feng Yingpeng look for me? With doubt, Ling Pengyun stood up, opened the door of the quiet room, walked to the outside, and came to the courtyard. Feng Yingpeng had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as Ling Pengyun arrived, Feng Yingpeng looked eager and called to Ling Pengyun a few times. Relying on the master recognition restriction, Ling Pengyun probably understood what Feng Yingpeng meant. The meaning of Feng Yingpeng's call was probably to tell that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of key training, and he planned to impact the 7th level of key training, but he was not sure. So he wanted Ling Pengyun to give it a few spiritual fruits, let it take them, and rely on the pure spiritual power contained in the spiritual fruits to break through. There are 2 common ways to break through cultivation. One is to rely on pills, spiritual fruits and other things that contain a lot of spiritual energy. For this method, taking spiritual fruits with pure spiritual energy is the safest. The second is to rely on one's own spiritual power to slowly grind the bottleneck. The disadvantage of this method is that it is too slow. Hearing this news, Ling Pengyun was overjoyed. In 3 years, Feng Yingpeng has stepped from the 4th level of key training to the peak of the 6th level of key training. This speed of cultivation is worthy of the many spiritual fruits, 3 bottles of Changqing spiritual water, and the yin-yang Taichu power that I gave it 2 years ago. This year, Ling Pengyun is 29 years old. 2 years ago, he was still in seclusion to purify his spiritual power and impact the perfection of key training. He relied on the power of the early sun and moon that he absorbed every day to accumulate a mouthful of yin-yang Taichu power again after 9 years. Once this mouthful of yin-yang Taichu power was accumulated, it was passed on to Feng Yingpeng by Ling Pengyun to improve the qualifications of this Peng in all aspects. After all, this Peng is the descendant of Feng Yingpeng, who has established his foundation, and his aptitude is already good, and his speed is amazing. Ling Pengyun, who currently has no second-level flying instruments such as flying boats, still values Feng Yingpeng, this spiritual beast for transportation. As for the 2 earthworms that he had also set up to recognize their master, but have not yet entered the power of yin and yang Taichu, and the fruit flower queen bee in the middle stage of key training, The reason why they did not obtain this mouthful of yin and yang Taichu power is also very simple. He has tamed the 2 earthworms that have just entered the key training for nearly 13 years. For as long as 13 years, he relied on the accumulation of many spiritual fruits during his retreat in the clan for nearly 3 years. This is how he accumulated from the innate perfection to the early stage of key training, and his potential is also clear. Although the earthworm is equivalent to an additional spiritual plant secret method that can increase the growth of spiritual plants for a spiritual plant husband, Ling Pengyun will not cultivate the earthworms without potential at will, and at most he will give them more spiritual fruits. As for the fruit flower queen bee, due to the restrictions of the colony, even if its potential is improved by the power of yin and yang, it will take many years for its colony to grow and develop. Moreover, he has entered the foundation building stage, and this low-level and medium-quality fruit flower honey is of no use to him. However, Ling Pengyun does not intend to give up the fruit flower queen bee directly, but only puts it after Feng Yingpeng in taking the power of yin and yang. After 7 years, he will condense a mouthful of yin and yang power again. If he does not obtain other spirit beasts, he will pass that mouthful of yin and yang power to the fruit flower queen bee to improve its potential and indirectly promote the development of the fruit flower bee colony. After all, the fruit flower honey brewed by the fruit bee colony is also rare on the market. Even if he does not need it, he can sell it and exchange it for spirit stones. Spirit stones are good things. If you want to go far in cultivation, you can't do without spirit stones. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun looked at Feng Yingpeng's eager eyes and said with a smile, "Of course I can give you spiritual fruits to help you break through, but the power of spiritual fruits alone may not be enough to help you break through the bottleneck of the 7th level of key training. I will also place the 1st level lower grade spiritual gathering array next to you. Although this array cannot purify the spiritual energy gathered in the array, it can at least make the spiritual energy in the array richer. With the help of this array, your spiritual energy support when you break through your cultivation will be stronger. Correspondingly, the possibility of you breaking through the late stage of key training will be greater." While speaking, Ling Pengyun took out 3 first-level upper-grade spiritual fruits containing huge amounts of pure spiritual energy from his storage bag and threw them to Feng Yingpeng. Feng Yingpeng saw that the 3 spiritual fruits thrown to him contained extremely huge amounts of spiritual energy, which was nearly twice as much as the spiritual energy of the first-level middle-grade spiritual fruits he had taken before. His eyes lit up and he quickly mobilized his spiritual power to take the 3 spiritual fruits. He did not take the 3 spiritual fruits, but mobilized his spiritual power to take the 3 spiritual fruits and put them on the ground in front of him. It did so because its spiritual power had reached its limit. Once it took the spiritual fruit, it would officially break through. Now, it was not ready. It looked grateful and chirped at Ling Pengyun to express its gratitude. Ling Pengyun used the master recognition restriction to know what Feng Yingpeng meant by chirping, but he did not care. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. You are my spiritual beast and my helper. You deserve to help you go further. I will set up a formation within 5 feet of you. Don't move around. You will break through in the formation next." Feng Yingpeng felt warm in his heart when he heard this. At the same time, he was more determined to protect Ling Pengyun for his whole life. At this moment, Ling Pengyun summoned the spirit gathering array plate and 6 array flags from his storage bag. As soon as he took out the array plate and array flags, he began to set them up and inserted the 6 array flags on the ground around Feng Yingpeng. When using the array plate, he controlled the 6 array flags to absorb the surrounding rich spiritual energy to form a magic array. As soon as the formation was completed, a transparent light curtain was formed, covering Feng Yingpeng in the formation. Then, the gathering spirit formation was like a vortex, madly absorbing the rich spiritual energy within a few feet around, purifying it slightly, and sending it into the formation. In a short while, the spiritual energy in the gathering spirit formation was at least twice as strong as that in the outside world. The spiritual energy in the formation reached this level, and it also reached the limit of this level of low-grade gathering spirit formation, so the formation stopped absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world. Only when the spiritual energy in the formation is consumed, the formation will absorb spiritual energy again to fill it. The spiritual energy in the gathering spirit formation has reached the limit of this formation. You can take the 3 spiritual fruits and try to break through. Ling Pengyun also spoke at this time to signal Feng Yingpeng in the formation. Feng Yingpeng in the formation heard this and nodded slightly. His eyes were firm, He mobilized his spiritual power, and put the 3 first-grade high-grade spiritual fruits on the ground into his mouth. After the spiritual fruit entered its stomach, it also closed its eyes, crawled on the ground, and fell into deep sleep. As the owner, Ling Pengyun, was worried that this bird would encounter an accident when breaking through the most difficult bottleneck of the key training period, so he stayed by Feng Yingpeng's side and never left. Before 100 breaths had passed, the sleeping Feng Yingpeng frantically absorbed the rich spiritual energy in the spirit-gathering array and the pure spiritual energy obtained from refining the 3 spiritual fruits in his stomach, and combined his own spiritual power with the power of the 3 to break through the bottleneck of the 7th level of key training. Because of absorbing too much spiritual energy into the body, the meridians in Feng Yingpeng's body were bulging, and faint painful roars came from his mouth from time to time. Ling Pengyun, who had been paying attention to the breakthrough of this bird, saw this scene and understood very well that Feng Yingpeng was facing a dilemma at this time. If it did not absorb a large amount of spiritual energy into the body like it did now, it would have little chance of breaking through the bottleneck of the 7th level of key training. But if he continued to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy, there would be a danger that his meridians would be burst by the large amount of spiritual energy. This bird is a demon beast, and its meridians and physique are stronger than those of cultivators. In addition, it has the power of yin and yang. The toughness of its meridians should be enough to withstand the large amount of spiritual energy entering its body and impacting the bottleneck. To be on the safe side, Ling Pengyun mobilized his spiritual consciousness to leave his body and cover Feng Yingpeng in the spirit-gathering array. Once Feng Yingpeng failed to break through his cultivation, the large amount of spiritual energy in his meridians would definitely be out of control. Ling Pengyun could also quickly use the powerful spiritual consciousness of the foundation building period to forcibly suppress the large amount of spiritual energy that was out of control in Feng Yingpeng's body. As for why he didn't use this method directly to help Feng Yingpeng break through the bottleneck, it was also very simple. In the process of suppressing the out-of-control spiritual energy in Feng Yingpeng's meridians, it would inevitably affect Feng Yingpeng in the process of breaking through. Only those with a spiritual consciousness as strong as the Golden Core realm can rely on their spiritual consciousness to subtly assist the key training cultivators in breaking through their cultivation without affecting the cultivators who are breaking through their cultivation. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this half a day, Feng Yingpeng had been living in the pain of swollen meridians. However, the pain endured during this half a day also brought several great rewards. The bottleneck in its body, under the impact of absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, the power of 3 spiritual fruits, and its own spiritual power, had already appeared cracks. Victory was just around the corner, and Feng Yingpeng could not suppress his joy, and he made a sound of peng in his mouth. Then, he tried his best to mobilize his own spiritual power, and in one breath, he broke through the bottleneck full of cracks. Once the bottleneck was broken, its cultivation, breath, and body size all grew rapidly. Within 100 breaths, its cultivation and breath had entered the 7th level of key training, and its body, which was only the size of a small table, had also increased to the size of the original table. This was the size of its body before it spread its wings and crawled on the ground. Ling Pengyun, who had been guarding the surroundings of Feng Yingpeng, saw this scene, and his heart was relieved. There was a hint of joy on his face, and he exclaimed softly, "This Peng has finally succeeded in breaking through. Looking at its size, its wings have grown a lot, and its flying speed must have doubled." At this time, Feng Yingpeng also opened his eyes, and with gratitude, he called to Ling Pengyun a few times. Ling Pengyun was quite satisfied with Feng Yingpeng's gratitude. Then, he opened his mouth and gave an order. "No need to thank you, you can break through. It is your own opportunity, you don't have to rush to stabilize your cultivation, take me flying first, and see how fast you can fly now." Feng Yingpeng heard it and immediately did it, standing up from the ground, spreading his long wings, and his body became several times larger. At this moment, Ling Pengyun lightly tapped the ground, and his body lightly landed on the back of Feng Yingpeng. "Get up!" Feng Yingpeng got the signal, and his wings flapped quickly, and the huge airflow drove his body to climb rapidly into the sky. After it was lifted to several dozen feet, Feng Yingpeng's body flashed with green light, and its body became several times lighter. There was even a breeze around it to help. With the help of these two, it also flapped its wings with all its strength to fly forward. Ling Pengyun, who was riding on its back, closed his eyes and relied on the power of his spiritual consciousness to calculate the approximate flying speed of this bird. Feng Yingpeng had been flying for nearly an incense stick. Ling Pengyun opened his eyes and smiled brightly. According to the flying speed of Feng Yingpeng in this incense stick, even if this bird's cultivation is not yet stable, it can at least travel more than 6,000 miles a day. Once its cultivation is stable, it may be able to travel 7,000 miles a day. This speed can keep up with my current cultivation. In the future, as long as this bird's cultivation is stable and improved, even if it fails to break through the foundation building, at least before my cultivation is improved to the middle stage of the foundation building, this bird is completely enough to be my means of transportation. He already knew the flying speed of Feng Yingpeng, so he didn't delay Feng Yingpeng's time and called Feng Yingpeng back to Lingxiao Mountain. It has just broken through the cultivation level, and its cultivation level has not been consolidated yet. If time is delayed, it may fall back to the 6th level of key training. Back to the clan mountain, Ling Pengyun put away the first-grade lower-grade spirit-gathering array. He took out a first-grade upper-grade spirit fruit and threw it to Feng Yingpeng, allowing him to rely on this spirit fruit to consolidate his cultivation. As for the reason for putting away the spirit-gathering array, it is also very simple. After all, the grade of the spirit-gathering array is only the first-grade lower grade, and the effect is far less than that of the first-grade spirit fruit. Previously, if it was not to help Feng Yingpeng to gather more spiritual energy in his body when he broke through, Ling Pengyun would not have used this array. After handling this matter, Ling Pengyun also returned to the courtyard quiet room. As soon as he entered the quiet room, his eyes were on the 3 earthworms crawling on the ground and falling asleep in the corner of the quiet room. Thanks to Xian Iunian, Zinshuangzia Elangjian, and Anjizaya Oren for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Eric WSC for his 100-point reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 187: The Yang Family's 3 Foundation Building Conspiracies. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the one with the highest cultivation level among the 3 earthworms, which had reached the middle stage of key training. Ling Pengyun had no hope for the other 2 earthworms that had advanced to the key training stage by relying on the power of the spiritual fruit. But Ling Pengyun valued this earthworm, which had extraordinary aptitude. It had broken through to the key training stage by relying on its own strength 10 years ago, and had been fed with a mouthful of the power of the primordial yin and yang to change its aptitude 11 years ago. It was a pity that even if this earthworm had good aptitude, it had reached the peak of the 6th level of key training 2 years ago by relying on the daily consumption of spiritual fruits. But it was still limited by the weak physique of the earthworm clan, and it dared not try to break through the 7th level of key training, fearing that the huge spiritual energy at the time of the breakthrough would break through its body. As a result, the realm was not broken through, and the life was gone. This kind of situation is also what most earthworms will experience. However, this situation did not wipe out the desire of the earthworm with extraordinary aptitude to break through. Since it reached the peak of the 6th level of key training 2 years ago, it has relied on the blood inheritance of the earthworm to nourish its body with spiritual power, which has achieved the effect of strengthening its body. This move is indeed effective. With the help of spiritual fruits containing pure spiritual energy every day and its extraordinary qualifications, the earthworm has been very smooth in the path of tempering its body. 2 years ago, when it had just reached the peak of the 6th level of key training, its physique was at most comparable to that of an ordinary 3rd level key training monster. But now, after 2 years of spiritual power tempering its body, its physique is strong enough to be comparable to that of an ordinary 5th level key training monster. According to the speed at which this earthworm is nourishing its body with spiritual power, within a year it should be able to temper its body to a level comparable to that of a 6th level key training demon beast. By then, this earthworm will be almost certain to break through. Once this earthworm breaks through to the late key training stage, it can be placed in the spiritual field area on the top of the mountain of the family, and work with the family's late key training earthworms to devour the spiritual soil in the acres of first-grade high-quality spiritual fields on the top of the mountain, and rely on the special method of the earthworm clan to improve the quality of the spiritual soil. This move can also be regarded as a return to the family for giving this earthworm. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face suddenly showed a touch of joy. The late key training earthworms are rare, even among the nearly 100 earthworms domesticated by the Ling family. It is also because there are few late key training earthworms in the Ling family, and the few acres of first-grade high-quality spiritual fields in the spiritual field area on the top of Lingxiao Mountain have only been developed for more than 16 years. In such a short time, the family's few earthworms in the late stage of key training were not able to improve the quality of the spiritual soil in the several acres of first-grade spiritual fields on the top of the family mountain to the highest grade A quality among A, B, C, and D. The quality of the spiritual fields did not reach the highest grade A, which greatly delayed the growth rate of the first-grade spiritual plants planted in the family's few acres of first-grade spiritual fields. Although the Ling family has nearly 100 earthworms, the innate earthworms can only improve the spiritual soil in the first-grade lower-grade spiritual fields at most, and the earthworms of other cultivation levels can only improve the quality of the spiritual soil in the spiritual fields of the same grade. As for the spiritual fruits that Ling Pengyun invested in the 3 earthworms, he would not lose money. These 3 earthworms will improve the quality of the spiritual soil for the family in the future, and the family will naturally pay for it. Ling Pengyun watched the earthworms in the middle stage of key training who were tempering their spiritual power for a while, then turned his eyes away, sat cross-legged on the futon in this quiet room, and entered into hard training. 2 months later, at the end of September. 5 years ago, the only cave on the top of Hongai Mountain was conquered by the Pengyun Yang family, together with the owner of Yunshu Market, Lin Lan, and the head of the Ling family, Ling Yunhong. Yang Changxing, the strongest man of the Pengyun Yang family, who had been in seclusion for 5 years, suddenly opened his eyes and said inwardly, "The time for a breakthrough is ripe." Then, he patted the storage bag on his waist and took out a soul-locking jade box from it. In this soul-locking jade box, there was a green spiritual fruit. This fruit was a 100-year-old evergreen spiritual fruit that Yang Xiling, who married Wu Yan, the only son of Ling Fu's Henrin of Bailingmen, helped Yang Changxing exchange from Bailingmen at a great price a few years ago. As soon as the fruit was taken out of the box, Yang Changxing swallowed it into his stomach. Then, he closed his eyes again. Not long after Yang Changxing took the 100-year-old evergreen spiritual fruit, a strong suction force rose from his body, madly absorbing all the spiritual energy in the entire Hongai Mountain into his body. When the strange phenomena stopped, a sound of breaking was heard in his dantian. As his breath gradually rose, he entered the realm of the 9th level of foundation building. After another month of seclusion, Yang Changxing told the Yang clan members who were in charge of the mountain to be careful. He wanted to go back to the clan mountain, so he summoned a flying boat, flew away from Hongai Mountain, and flew towards the Yang clan mountain Pengyun Mountain. In less than half a day, Yang Changxing returned to the clan mountain. As soon as he entered the clan mountain, he called on the other 2 foundation building cultivators in the clan mountain, Yang Mingquan and the Supreme Elder Yang Mingxian, to enter the Pengyun Mountain meeting hall to discuss important matters. As soon as Yang Mingquan, the patriarch of the Yang clan, entered the meeting hall, he looked at Yang Changxing, who had been waiting in the meeting hall for a long time, and asked excitedly, "Fifth uncle, did you successfully break through to the 9th level of foundation building this time?" "Yes," Yang Changxing said with a smile. Hearing this news, Yang Mingquan's face was suddenly overjoyed. As the number 1 of the Yang family, Yang Changxing's strength will improve, and the Yang family will be more confident. Later, Yang Mingxian, the supreme elder of the Yang family in the first meeting room, asked Yang Changxing about the results of his 5 years of retreat with excitement, just like Yang Mingxian before. After Yang Changxing answered about his cultivation, he began to speak to Yang Mingquan and Yang Mingxian. "Mingxian, Mingquan, do you remember that when Si Ling married Wu Yan, the only son of Ling Fu's Henrin of Bailingmen, we spent a lot of spirit stones to buy the method of refining Xiao Bailingshu from her? Xiao Bailingshu and Bailingshu, which are unique to Bailingmen, can both assist cultivators in breaking through the foundation building, but the effect of Xiao Bailingshu is weaker, and it can only increase the probability of key training cultivators breaking through the foundation building by half. Bailingshu can increase the probability of cultivators breaking through the foundation building by 10%. The two have the same name because Xiao Bailingshu is created by the Bailingman alchemist based on the method of refining Bailingshu. Bailingman's bailing water is made from the 200-year-old evergreen spiritual fruit that was nurtured by the 3rd-level spiritual tree that guards the sect. This little bailing water is made from the inner elixir of a demon beast that has completed its foundation. At the beginning, the alchemist who created the method of refining little bailing water thought that the 200-year-old evergreen spiritual fruit needed to refine bailing water was too precious and rare, So he created the method of refining little bailing water. It's just a pity that this little bailing water can increase the probability of foundation building too little, so it is overwhelmed by the various second-class foundation building spiritual objects refined by bailingmen. After all, the 0.5% probability is not necessary for bailingmen. Bailingman already has many methods to refine spiritual objects that can increase the probability of 0.5% foundation building. One more is not much, and one less is not much. It is precisely for these reasons that Yang can use the channel of Wu Yan, the descendant of Jinden, to spend spirit stones to buy this thing. Of course I remember the little bailing water. If it weren't for the difficulty in buying the perfect foundation inner pill on the market, we would have tried to refine the little bailing water long ago. Fifth uncle, why are you asking about this? Yang Mingquan, the patriarch of the Yang family, who is a second-level alchemist, replied with a little regret, and then spoke. As an alchemy family, the Yang family naturally has something to rely on. As the patriarch, Yang Mingquan is a second-level lower-grade alchemist. Yang Changxing is also a second-level alchemist, and his grade is as high as the second-level upper grade. The success rate of refining many second-level upper-grade pills is extremely high. Only Yang Mingxian is not a 100 artist, but just an ordinary cultivator. This time when I return to my clan, I plan to enter the territory of Jiayamang Lake, kill the monsters in the perfect foundation building realm, obtain the inner elixir of the perfect foundation building monsters, and refine this small lark water. If I can refine this small lark water, combined with the first-class foundation building spiritual object meridian protection pill that we can also refine, I can increase the probability of a cultivator breaking through the foundation building by 10%. It takes 30 years for sealing to get one portion of lark water for the family, and only 3 portions in 100 years. Even if my Yang family has enough spiritual stones, I can use extra spiritual stones to buy second-class foundation building spiritual objects or foundation building pills at auctions and major markets. But this lark water only increases the probability of a cultivator breaking through the foundation building by 10%, and there is a possibility of failure in foundation building after taking it. And my Yang family has 300 or 400 members. The 3 portions of lark water obtained from the Bailing sect in 100 years, and the foundation building spiritual objects we bought from the major markets are totally not enough. If I can kill a perfect foundation building monster, I can refine at least 3 portions of small lark water from one perfect foundation building inner pill. Combined with a pulse protecting pill, this is a first best opportunity for many of my Yang family members who are stuck in the perfect stage of key training but have difficulty purchasing them due to the scarcity of foundation building pills and lark water on the market. By then, there will be more foundation building cultivators in my Yang family, and the family will be even stronger. Yang Changxing said excitedly. The pulse protecting pill has the effect of protecting the meridians, and can also be regarded as a second-class foundation building spiritual object, but its increase is not much, only half. Yang Mingxian and Yang Mingquan, who were in the meeting room, were shocked when they heard this. Although they all understood that the small lark water was extremely important to the Yang family, which was a foundation building family, it was too difficult to hunt a perfect foundation building monster. Fifth uncle, this is not possible. The perfect foundation building monsters are strong in nature. Under normal circumstances, only 2 people of the same level can be sure to kill them. You have just entered the 9th level of key training, and Mingyan and I are only in the middle stage of foundation building. Once we fight, there may be casualties. Yang Mingquan frowned and quickly refused. Yes, the perfect foundation building monsters are too powerful. If casualties occur due to hunting perfect foundation building monsters, it will be a huge blow to the family. Then, the other 3 major families in Yunshu County who have been eyeing our Yang family will not easily let go of such an opportunity. They will definitely attack the piece of Yi family territory that we occupied after destroying the Red Leaf Ridge Yi family 5 years ago. Yang Mingyan also spoke to persuade. What are you thinking? I know the danger of hunting a perfect foundation building monster. I will go alone and call Ling Yunhong, the head of the Ling clan of my Yang clan. After the mission is accomplished, I will give him a share of the profits. You 2 can stay in the Clan Mountain and the Red Leaf Mountain respectively. Yang Changxing said with a smile when he saw Yang Mingquan and Yang Mingxian talking. Uncle Wu, this is not appropriate. Even if Ling Yunhong is stronger than me and Mingxian, he is still in the middle stage of foundation building. According to the strength of the 2 of you, hunting a perfect foundation building monster may be extremely dangerous. Yang Mingquan frowned and said. Yang Changxing is not only the strongest of the Yang clan, but also a second-level top-grade alchemist. If he gets into trouble, it will be a great blow to the Yang clan. I have been in seclusion for the past 5 years, but I am not ignoring worldly affairs. I recently heard that the Ling family is suspected of having a foundation-building cultivator. This news has something to do with the foundation-building pill that Ling Yunhong bought from the Ziyang fair 3 years ago. Ling Yunhong, the new foundation-building cultivator of the Ling family, and Ling Yunhong's foundation-building spirit crane will work together to help me hunt down the perfect foundation-building monster. It should not be a problem. Furthermore, during the 5 years of seclusion, I have comprehended the flame and fire return to the ruins, the life-giving magic spell that comes with the flame and fire return to the ruins that I practiced, to perfection. As long as Ling Yunhong and the other two can help me entangle the perfect foundation-building monster, I can rely on this method to cross levels and kill the enemy. Yang Changxing said confidently. Yang Mingxin and Yang Mingquan, who heard this, were both delighted. The flame and fire return to the ruins is the most complete practice of the Yang family, which can be practiced to the perfect foundation-building realm. The fire returning to the abyss technique that came with this technique was also extremely powerful. Yang Changxing had already comprehended this technique to perfection. Relying on this technique, it was not impossible to kill enemies of higher levels. Yang Mingxin and Yang Mingquan did not try to persuade him. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 188 discussing the candidates for the expedition. At the end of December. On this day, a bronze bell sounded on the top of Lingxiao Mountain. Ling Pengyun, who was originally practicing in a quiet room in a courtyard halfway up Lingxiao Mountain, opened his eyes immediately after hearing this sound. Now it is the end of the year, and the bronze bell on the top of the mountain, which symbolizes the discussion, is ringing. It should be a call for the senior members of the clan to attend the year-end summary meeting. Half a year ago, when Ling Pengyun went to the General Affairs Hall to buy the Juling pill, Ling Ruxin, the manager of the General Affairs Hall and the great elder of the Ling family, had told Ling Pengyun, the new foundation-building member of the family, that he must go to the meeting hall at the end of the year to attend the year-end summary meeting. In addition, Ling Pengyun also agreed to this matter, so he did not delay too much. He immediately stood up and walked out of the quiet room, and walked towards the top of the mountain along a cobblestone path. Before reaching the top of the mountain, Ling Pengyun saw from afar that the great elder of the Ling family, Ling Ruxin, was standing outside the light curtain protecting the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun had some guesses in his mind and quickened his pace. After a while, he walked in front of Ling Ruxin, 11th great-grandfather. Ling Pengyun greeted first, then asked, "What are you doing? I'm waiting for you here. You just entered the foundation building period, and you are in seclusion most of the time. The family has not yet called on the other elders in the clan to appoint you to a position, and there is no elder token. In order to avoid you from having difficulty entering the top of the mountain, I waited here for you to enter together as soon as the meeting bell on the top of the mountain rang." Ling Ruxin smiled and explained. After saying this, Ling Ruxin relied on the elder token hanging on his waist to form a secret method, and opened a small hole on the huge light curtain protecting the top of the mountain that was just big enough for a person to pass through. Ling Pengyun and Ling Ruxin also followed this small hole and opened a small path on the top of the mountain filled with clouds and mist along the elder token, and entered the meeting room. As soon as the two entered the meeting room, Ling Yunhong, who had been waiting in the meeting room and sitting at the main seat of the long table in the meeting room, pointed to the position on his left-hand side and greeted them. "Pengyun, you take the chief seat on the left, and the chief seat on the right belongs to Pengxing." Ling Pengyun heard this and looked in the direction Ling Yunhong pointed, his expression slightly changed. The position of this meeting table is very particular. The closer the position is, the higher the status it represents. Third ancestor. Ling Pengyun has entered the foundation building stage, but he has not decided that there is anything wrong with him taking that position. He first bowed to Ling Yunhong, who was sitting at the main seat of the meeting table, and called out, and then walked to the chief seat on the left pointed by Ling Yunhong. After sitting in this position, he waited for a while. When Ling Pengxing, who is also a new foundation building in the mountain, the fifth elder Ling Yangxi, and the sixth elder Ling Yunqian, who had just returned to the mountain from the major markets and bazaars to deliver spiritual objects to the family's shops, arrived, Ling Yunhong, who was sitting at the main seat in the meeting hall, also spoke. "Now that everyone is here, the year-end meeting will officially begin. The Ling family originally had 6 elders, and the other 3 elders had their own affairs and were not on the family all year round. At this year-end meeting, the first thing to do is to appoint Pengyun, who has just entered the foundation building stage, as the second supreme elder of the family. This position does not involve the management of family affairs on weekdays, but he has the power of the clan leader just like me and Pengsing. The 3 of us are equal, and there is no need to distinguish between the high and low. As for Pengyun's offering, it will be the same as Pengsing, 6 second-level low-grade gathering spirit pills every year. I don't know, do you agree to this? As a foundation-building cultivator, Ling Pengyun is fully qualified to serve as the supreme elder of the family. As for the annual offering of 6 gathering spirit pills, it goes without saying. Although 6 gathering spirit pills are worth 1,200 spirit stones in the outside world, with Ling Yanhong, a second-level alchemist, here, it only takes the spirit stones needed to refine the spirit materials of this pill. As soon as Ling Yanhong asked this question, the supreme elder Ling Pengsing, the great elder Ling Ruxin, the 5th elder Ling Yangxi, and the 6th elder Ling Yanqian in the meeting hall all spoke up in agreement. Ling Pengsing was appointed as the family's supreme elder at the end of the year when he entered the foundation building period a year ago. As for Ling Yanqian, who had just returned to the clan, as the 6th elder of the clan, Ling Ruxin informed him of Ling Pengyun's successful foundation building not long after he returned to the clan. Therefore, at this time, he was not surprised. Seeing that everyone agreed, Ling Yanhong, who was sitting in the main seat, was quite satisfied. He also took out a token with the word Taishang engraved on the front and the word Ling engraved on the back from the storage bag, as well as a token full of small characters, and handed them to Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on his left-hand side, and introduced them. Pengyun, this Supreme Elder token is a symbol of your identity. The content written on the white paper is the method to activate the Supreme Elder token to open the light curtain protecting the formation. With these 2 items, you can enter and exit the mountaintop at will. And you can also rely on the Supreme Elder token to command the family monks when necessary. Ling Pengyun reached out and took the Supreme Elder token. A bit of joy flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, I wonder how happy my parents and 15th great-grandfather will be when they know that I have broken through to the foundation building and become a Supreme Elder. After he broke through the foundation building, he fell into seclusion, and did not have the time to tell his parents and Ling Rushu, who was the 15th in the generation of the same generation as Ling Pengyun, the good news. When he thought of Ling Rushu, Ling Pengyun's joy was a little depressed. Calculating the age of the 15th great-grandfather, he should be around 110 years old, and 8 years ago, when I was stationed in Qingshi Mountain, the 15th great-grandfather's cultivation had already begun to fade. He should not have much time left. After this meeting, we have to look for the 11th great-grandfather and see if the clan can transfer another member to replace the 15th great-grandfather and take charge of the family shop in Yunwu Market, so that the 15th great-grandfather can escape and return to the clan. Just as Ling Pengyun was distracted, the clan leader Ling Yanhong, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke again. The first thing is done, it's time to talk about the second thing. More than 2 months ago, Yang Changxing, the supreme elder of the Yang family in Qingshi Mountain, came to find me. His main purpose this time was to bring me, the Fairy Crane King in the early stage of foundation building in the family, and a new foundation building in the clan, a total of 3 foundation building masters, to enter the Jiamang Lake area to hunt down monsters in the perfect foundation building realm, so as to obtain the inner pills of the monsters with perfect foundation building and refine the Bailingman's unique Xiao Bailing water. After the matter is accomplished, in addition to giving my Ling family a portion of Xiao Bailing water for free, the Yang family will also sell 3 meridian protection pills that also have the effect of assisting foundation building to our Ling family at the low price of 3,000 spirit stones per meridian protection pill. As for hunting down the perfect foundation building monster, Yang Changxing is also somewhat confident. He has comprehended the flame and fire returning to the abyss technique recorded in the Yang family's flame and fire returning to the abyss technique to perfection. There is a chance to cross the level and kill the enemy. The 3 foundation building people from my Ling family can assist on the side. But this matter is too big, and it does not involve me alone. It is extremely dangerous, so I did not agree immediately at that time. This time I told you what you think about it. After all, the little Bailing water and the pulse protection pill are rare treasures from my Ling family. On the market, The value of a second-level top-grade pulse protection pill is about 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones, and there will be some fluctuations. The great elder Ling Ruxin frowned, thought about it carefully, and spoke. Yang's flame return to the abyss technique is not weaker than the Jade Sea Sky Sword recorded in our Ling family's Jade Sea Sutra. It is probably possible that it can kill enemies of higher levels, but the 3 foundation builders that my Ling family needs to contribute this time, except for you who has reached the middle stage of foundation build and has some self-protection ability against a perfect foundation build monster, the other 2 are not strong. Although the immortal Crane King has been in the foundation build stage for some time, it can only fight with 1 or 2 middle stage foundation build monsters at most. Pengyun and Pengxing, who still need to join the battle, have just entered the foundation build stage not long ago, and their strength is not strong. No matter which of them participates in the battle to kill the perfect foundation build monster, it is bound to be extremely dangerous, Ling Yunhong said helplessly after hearing this. Of course I know the dangers, but the reward offered by the Yang family is not low. Although the little white spirit water and the 3 meridian protection pills sold to us at a low price can only increase the probability of a half cultivator breaking through the foundation building stage, they are also good foundation building spiritual objects from my Ling family. In addition, there are many talents in the Peng generation, such as Peng Chang, the 9th, Peng Lin, the 10th, Peng Lang, the 16th, Peng Shan, the 23rd, and Peng Chu, the 27th. These 5 people are talented and have at least 3 spiritual roots. The family is now popular with alchemy. The family has sufficient resources for elixirs. With the help of this batch of elixirs supported by the family's elixir, the cultivation of these 5 qualified Peng generation members will surely advance by leaps and bounds. If nothing unexpected happens, these 5 people can improve their cultivation to the perfection of key training before the age of 60, which is the best time for foundation building. The ages of these 5 children are not much different. By then, with the financial resources of the family, it may be difficult to supply these 5 children with foundation building spiritual objects at the same time. 11th uncle, do you want to see these 5 children, like you and 18th brother, enter the key training perfection before the age of 60, but because they have no spiritual objects to assist them, they dare not build the foundation, and finally regret it for the rest of their lives? Ling Yunhong killed dozens of foundation building monsters, so he naturally understood the difficulty of killing the perfect foundation building monsters, but the family's predicament in the next 10 or even dozens of years is very clear. As the patriarch, he must stand up. Otherwise, the family will be like a small key training family, bearing talents. As soon as Ling Yunhong's words came out, the faces of the 11th elder Ling Ruxin and the 18th elder Ling Yunqian, who were ranked in the Yun generation, suddenly showed a trace of regret. The 2 of them were originally the most talented among their peers in the family. They had raised their cultivation to the perfection of key training early on. However, because the family was still a small key training family decades ago, even if they had enough spiritual stones, they still did not dare to buy foundation building spiritual objects. Without the help of foundation building spiritual objects, breaking through the foundation alone would be a sure death. The reason why they did not dare to buy foundation building spiritual objects was very simple. Even the cheapest second-class foundation building spiritual object, the vein protection pill, was worth at least 4,000 or 5,000 spiritual stones, while the market price of a second-level inferior magic weapon was around 1,500 to 2,000 spiritual stones. With such temptation, how could the Ling family dare to show off their wealth when the demons were rampant at the time when the Ling family was still a small key training family? Ling Ruxin and Ling Yunqian could only watch themselves getting older and older. Until today, even if they had foundation building spiritual objects, they had little chance of building a foundation. There was not a day that they did not regret that they were not as decisive as Ling Yunhong when they were young and tried to break through the foundation alone. Success means building a foundation, failure means death. As for the 5th elder Ling Yunxi, who was also here, she was different from Ling Ruxin and Ling Yunqian. She relied on the formation to reach the 1st level middle grade. She was very important in the family and was appointed as an elder. Her cultivation aptitude was not strong. She only broke through to the perfection of key training a few years ago. At that time, she was already over 60 years old, even over 70 years old, so she didn't have such a big regret in building the foundation. Seeing that the 3 elders Ling Ruxin, Ling Yunqian and Ling Yunxi did not speak to dissuade him, Ling Yunhong looked at Ling Pengyun and asked, Pengyun, have you finished refining the mixed rock shield that I gave you at the beginning of the year? It has been refined. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly. That's good. This time, I will follow Yang Changxing of the Yang family to enter the Jiamang Lake to hunt the perfect foundation monsters. In addition to me and the Immortal Crane King, we must participate in it. There is also a foundation cultivator who needs to be dispatched. I plan to let you go with me. I wonder if you are willing. Ling Yanhong asked. Before Ling Pengyun could reply, Ling Pengxing, who was standing beside him, said with a worried look on his face. Uncle, my 8th brother has only been in the foundation building stage for a year, so his strength is not that great. I have not only been in the foundation building stage for a year earlier than my 8th brother, but I have also sacrificed the gold attributed 2nd grade inferior flying sword that you, the 3rd ancestor, gave me a year ago. My strength has greatly increased. When combined with my skills, my combat power is enough to defeat ordinary 3rd level foundation building cultivators. Let me go. Letting my 8th brother go will only increase his danger. Ling Yanhong, who was sitting at the head of the long table in the meeting hall, was relieved when he saw this. It was a good thing that Ling Pengxing could stand up and replace Ling Pengyun in such a dangerous situation. Ling Yanhong explained. Pengxing, Pengyun is different from you. The 2nd level inferior mixed rock shield he controls is a defensive magic weapon, and the skills that Pengyun has practiced are long-lasting. Although he has not been in the foundation building stage for long, the spiritual power in his dantian is probably enough to be comparable to the strength of the 2nd and 3rd level cultivators in the foundation building stage. With such strong spiritual power, Pengyun can support the mixed rock shield to transform into a light curtain during the battle to help me resist the attack. I can also get away from it without defense and attack with all my strength. As for you, Pengxing, you will stay in the family. The family seems safe, but the world of immortal cultivation has never been peaceful. If Pengyun, who does not control the 2nd level attack magic weapon, is allowed to stay in the family, we are tens of thousands of miles away in the Jiamang Lake. We are not sure if the bad guys will know about it, and the family will suffer a disaster. It is safer for you to stay in the family. Ling Pengxing heard this and said nothing more. Thanks, Seoul Tiom's monthly ticket. Thanks, Eric WSC's 100-point reward. Chapter 189 Obtaining 3 2nd level spells. At the next moment, Ling Yanhong turned his head and looked at Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on the left side of the long table in the meeting hall and had a worried look on his face, and said to comfort him. Pengyun, you don't need to worry too much about the battle to kill the perfect foundation building monster. As long as there is a change during the battle, I will let the Fairy Crane King take us away together. I'll go for it. Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on the left-hand side of Ling Yanhong, heard this, hesitated for a breath, nodded and replied. This monster hunting trip is for the future development of the family. As a cultivator of the family, he naturally has to do his part. Besides, he only used his spiritual power to drive the mixed rock shield to support the defensive light curtain. For escape, he has the Fairy Crane King. The flying speed of the Fairy Crane King is the top among the flying monsters. With the Fairy Crane King, as long as they are not killed in an instant, they can escape. It's good if you agree. Although we are all members of the Ling family, you are taking risks for the family, and the family will not treat you unfairly. For your participation in the battle this time, the family will give you 5 soul-gathering pills as a reward. After this meeting, you can go to the General Affairs Hall of 11th Uncle to collect them. Ling Yanhong saw Ling Pengyun's response, and his face was happy, and he said. As for the time to go to Jiamang Lake to hunt the perfect foundation building monsters, it will be set in the spring of next year. After all, it is winter now. In the cold winter, most monsters are in the caves through hibernation to practice hard, and rarely go out, which is not conducive to finding perfect foundation building monsters to kill. Wait until spring. Yang Changxing will come outside the clan mountain, and then we can go to Jiamang Lake with him. Okay. Ling Pengyun naturally would not refuse the reward, and nodded in response. The 2 most important things for this year-end meeting have been discussed. 11th Uncle, you will make the year-end summary of the family in all aspects this year. Ling Yanhong said. Ling Ruxin heard the call and came back to his senses from his regret. He carefully explained the growth of the number of family cultivators this year, the harvest of spiritual plants, various expenditures and income, etc. In the end, it was concluded that at the beginning of the year, The family did not make any profit in order to help Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing buy a second-level low-grade magic weapon respectively, but overdrew more than 1,000 spiritual stones from the family treasury. In this regard, the family leaders in the meeting room were meaningless. After all, Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing both had a high level of foundation building, and it was reasonable for the family to be equipped with a second-level magic weapon. Ling Ruxin, who is in charge of all family affairs, summarized all aspects of the family this year, and the year-end meeting ended. Just when Ling Pengyun was about to leave the meeting room, he was stopped by Ling Yunhong. "Pengyun, come with me to the study in the cultivation cave on the top of the mountain." Ling Pengyun was puzzled when he heard this, but he did not ask too much. He honestly followed Ling Yunhong and entered the study in the cultivation cave on the top of the mountain. As soon as he entered the study, Ling Yunhong took down 2 yellow books from the only bookshelf in the study, and summoned out 18 first-grade top-grade kindling swords with the same aura from his storage bag, as well as a talisman that was shining with aqua blue light, and handed them to Ling Pengyun, introducing them. "Pengyun, one of these 2 books records the method of operating the wrong sword art of the earthly evil sword formation. The other book records 3 second-level low-grade spells, namely the wind control spell, the Yuan water spell, and the water snake spell. These 3 spells are all the second-level spells in the clan. The reason why there are so few second-level spells in the clan is that the family was only a key training family more than 10 years ago, and there were no foundation-building cultivators in the clan who could cast second-level spells, so there was no search for these second-level spells. These 3 spells were brought back to the family after I entered the foundation-building stage. I also know that you are good at spells and are a magic cultivator. Not long ago, I entrusted your 18th ancestor to lead a convoy to go out of the clan mountain to various markets and bazaars to transport supplies to the family's shops. He must inform the clan members who manage the shops to pay attention to the second-level spells. These 18 first-grade high-quality kindling swords belong to the same set. I refined them a few days ago. Now that you have entered the foundation-building stage, your spiritual awareness has greatly increased, enough to control more kindling swords and form the earthly evil sword formation. Although the grade of this set of flying swords is not high, it is stronger than your original set of flying swords. Use it for now. After a few years, when the family has accumulated some spiritual stones, I will find a second-grade attack magic weapon for you. As for this talisman, it is the Yuanshu talisman. Like the Yuanshu technique, it can be transformed into a Yuanshu light curtain to defend against enemies. This item is given to you in the beginning of spring, when you kill the foundation-building perfect monster in Jiamang Lake for self-defense. The 2 books, just like when I gave you the Behe's Hanjing, you need to write down the contents recorded in these 2 books here, and you cannot take them out to avoid leaking them. Ling Pengyun's face lit up when he heard this. He still remembered the power of the Rongzi sword art of the earthly evil sword formation. Back then, when he followed Ling Yunhong to hunt monsters in Jiamang Lake, he often saw Ling Yunhong use this sword technique to kill foundation-building monsters. The second-level spell is a powerful spell that only foundation-building cultivators can cast. It is several times more powerful than the first-level spell and is extremely powerful. Ling Pengyun originally took the path of magic cultivation. He was able to obtain the second-level spell, as if he had divine help. Among the 3 second-level spells, there are 2 water-based spells that he is best at. Of course, he also understood that this was not a coincidence. Ling Yunhong and he practiced the same cultivation method, the Bihai Zhenjing, which belongs to water. And those 3 spells were originally the ones Ling Yunhong searched for the Wei people. When he searched, he must have prioritized the spells that were suitable for his own cultivation method. The Yufang technique is a must-have rushing spell for foundation-building cultivators. As for the Yuanshu talisman, it is the most precious defensive talisman among the talismans. It is rare on the market and can be called a life-saving spiritual object. Thank you, third ancestor. Ling Pengyun thanked Ling Yunhong after taking the 2 books, 18 flying swords, and magic talismans that Ling Yunhong handed over. Ling Yunhong waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. There are still nearly 2 months before we follow Yang Changxing of the Yang family into Jiamang Lake to hunt down the perfect foundation-building monsters at the beginning of spring. You should prepare well in these 2 months. Spend more time on comprehending the 2 spells of wind control and Yuanshu. You can put aside the wrong sword art and the attack spell water snake. I will protect you during the battle. If there is any change, I will take you away immediately." You don't need to worry about not having any powerful attack methods to protect yourself. Third ancestor, I understand. Ling Pengyun replied. Take note of the operation of the wrong sword technique and the 3 spells. Once you have memorized them all and put the 2 books on the bookshelf, you can leave directly. I will not accompany you. After saying this, Ling Yunhong turned around and left the study room. He entered the cultivation room in the cave, which was also a cultivation cave and was equipped with a 2nd-level lower-grade spirit gathering array, and went to meditate and practice. After Ling Yunhong left, Ling Pengyun sat at the only desk in the study room and flipped through the book that recorded the 3 2nd-level spells. Looking at the descriptions of the 3 spells of the wind-controlling spell, the water element spell, and the water snake spell in this book, his eyes were full of light, and he muttered in anticipation. If I can comprehend the defensive Yuan Shu technique and the offensive water snake technique to the perfect state and reach the level of instantaneous release in the future, even if I don't have a 2nd-level low-grade attack magic weapon, I will not be weaker than the cultivators of the same level in terms of combat power, and I can even be a little stronger. As for the future, Ling Pengyun is fully confident that he can practice these 2 2nd-level spells that are extremely difficult to comprehend to the perfect state. He has the highest talent in water-attributed spells. During the key training period, he comprehended the 5 spells of Water Thorn, Water Shield, Water Arrow, Water Cover, and Water Blade to the perfect state, which is the best proof. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun's attention returned to the classics again. After memorizing the method of running the Rongzi sword art and the method of casting the 3 2nd-level spells, he returned the 2 classics to the bookshelf according to Ling Yunhong's instructions. Afterwards, he left this place directly without staying for too long. As soon as he left this cave, Ling Pengyun walked quickly down the mountain. As for the strong mist on the top of the mountain that could obscure spiritual consciousness, it was like nothing in front of Ling Pengyun, whose spiritual consciousness had greatly increased after entering the foundation building stage. Not long after, Ling Pengyun went down to the halfway point of the mountain. However, he did not return to his courtyard immediately, but went straight to the General Affairs Hall to find Ling Ruxin, the elder of the Ling family who was in charge of the family personnel transfer. Pengyun, are you here to collect the salary for the next year and the reward for the trip to Jiamang Lake? Ling Ruxin saw Ling Pengyun, who had just parted from the meeting hall not long ago, coming at this moment, and was puzzled. Ling Pengyun looked around, and when he saw that there was no one around, he explained. It can be said that, but the matter of taking the salary and reward is only afterwards. The main thing is to find you, the 11th great-grandfather, to talk about the 15th great-grandfather who is stationed in Lingxiao Rice Hall in the Yunwu market. Do you want the 15th brother to be transferred back to the family? Ling Ruxin heard the words and immediately understood. Just as the 11th great-grandfather said, I do think so. The 15th great-grandfather is old and has not much time left. In addition, the 15th great-grandfather has taken great care of me when I was young and my parents. 11th great-grandfather, has the family recently found someone to take over the management of the Lingxiao Rice Hall in the Yunwu market, so that the 15th great-grandfather can get away and return to the clan to enjoy his old age? Ling Pengyun did not hide his thoughts and spoke out. Ling Ruxin heard this and admired Ling Pengyun's move. He thought of the fact that Ling Pengyun, who had just entered the middle stage of key training, came to the General Affairs Hall to look for a task not long ago. He happened to replace a member of the Yun generation to take charge of a low-level spiritual vein. His brows were happy and he began to speak. In recent years, because many people with spiritual roots have been detected, the manpower in the clan has been relieved. At the beginning of next year, one of your ancestors of the Yun generation will be freed from the task of guarding the low-level spiritual veins. I will talk to your Yun generation ancestor then. In addition, managing the Lingxiao Rice Hall in Yunwu Market is also an easy job. 9 out of 10, this can be accomplished. In this case, I would like to thank the 11th great-grandfather. Ling Pengyun bowed his hands and thanked him. It's a small matter. Ling Ruxin didn't care about it. He waved his hand and said, Ling Rushu has been managing the Lingxiao Rice Hall in Yunwu Market for a long time, and Ling Rushu is indeed old. It is indeed time for him to be transferred back to the clan mountain. Even if Ling Pengyun didn't say it this time, within 3 years, he would transfer Ling Rushu back to the clan and let him enjoy his old age in the clan. This time, this approach can be regarded as a favor. After resolving the issue of Ling Rushu's transfer back to the Zushan Mountain, Ling Pengyun chatted with Ling Ruxin for a while, received the salary for the next year, and followed Ling Yanhong into Jiamang Lake to hunt for a total of 11 second-level lower-grade Jiling pills for the perfect foundation-building monsters. He then left a general affairs hall and returned to his courtyard's quiet room. Once in the quiet room, Ling Pengyun took out the set of Qingling swords he had used before and the set of Qingling swords Ling Yanhong had just given him. After removing the spiritual imprints that had been placed in the original set of 12 Qingling swords, he put them back into the storage bag. He mobilized his spiritual consciousness and poured it into the sword bodies of the complete set of 18 Qingling swords he had just obtained to sacrifice and refine them. After all, the 18 Qingling swords were only first-level upper-grade flying swords, and the grade was not high. However, Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness had reached the foundation-building stage. In the past, it took him several months to sacrifice and refine a set of Qingling swords, but now it only took less than 3 days. After refining the sword set, Ling Pengyun put it into the storage bag, then closed his eyes again and comprehended the method of performing the water element technique that he had just memorized in the study room of the cave on the top of the mountain. After comprehending this technique for 6 hours, he stopped and turned to comprehend the other spell of the 2 spells entrusted by Ling Yanhong, the wind control technique. In the days that followed, Ling Pengyun, apart from absorbing the power of the early sun and the moonlight in the early morning and at night, was practicing the 2 second-level spells of the water element technique and the wind control technique. As for improving his cultivation, comprehending the earthly evil sword formation, etc., they were postponed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, The Wen Clan's Dilemma. A few days later, it was January 1st of the following year. At noon on this day, after Ling Ruxin, the manager of the General Affairs Hall, had dealt with the affairs of the General Affairs Hall, he left the General Affairs Hall and walked to the gate of a courtyard halfway up Lingxiao Mountain and knocked on the gate. After a while, a fair-skinned young man opened the door from inside the house. When he saw Ling Ruxin coming, he had a hint of doubt in his expression, bowed his hands and greeted respectfully, and asked, 11th great-grandfather, why are you here? This fair-skinned young man was Ling Pengyun, the 27th of the Peng generation. Pengyun, do you still remember that you talked to me about going out to guard the low-level spiritual veins a few months ago? Ling Ruxin said with a smile. Of course I remember. Ling Pengyun said. Now it's the new year, and your 20th great-grandfather Ling Yunlang has been stationed at the chaotic stone hill with a first-level low-grade spiritual vein for 5 years. His mission can be completed, and you can go directly to take over now. Ling Ruxin said. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he heard this. He had long been thinking about the idea of earning double the tribute by guarding low-level spiritual veins. Thank you for your trouble, 11th great-grandfather. Ling Ruxin waved his hand, patted the storage bag on his waist, and summoned many spiritual objects, a map, and a letter from it to the ground, saying, It's just a small matter. I have prepared the personnel turnover list of the General Affairs Hall for you, and you can set off immediately. As for the tribute you will receive when you guard the chaotic rock hill, it will be doubled. You will get 10 spiritual stones and 20 caddies of green jade spiritual rice every month, and the extra yellow bud pill given to you by the family every month will also increase to 2. This batch of spiritual objects is your tribute for the next 6 months, a total of 60 spiritual stones, 120 caddies of green jade spiritual rice, and 12 yellow bud pills. Seeing so many spiritual objects appearing in front of him, Ling Pengyun's expression gradually became more enthusiastic, and he said in secret joy, The 2 yellow bud pills from my monthly salary alone are enough for me to practice for 20 days. With the help of the 10 spiritual stones and spiritual rice from the monthly offering, I can completely buy spiritual fruits that are better for my cultivation. With the accumulation of these spiritual objects, my cultivation progress will definitely be a few points faster than it is now. That map depicts the detailed locations of the spiritual veins in the family. As for the letter, it is given to your 20-year-old grandfather, so you must keep it well. After that, Ling Ruxin warned Ling Pengyun about the dangers of the immortal world before leaving. Ling Pengyun put all the things given by Ling Rushu into the storage bag, and returned to his own courtyard to sort out the sundries in the house. After finishing these chores, Ling Pengyun took out the map that Ling Ruxin had just given him, which depicted the detailed locations of the spiritual veins in the family, and looked at it carefully, looking for the location of the chaotic stone hill that he needed to guard this time. After finding the location, he did not delay any longer, and cast a light body technique, and left the Lingxiao Mountain. A few days later, Ling Pengyun, under the light body technique, rushed thousands of miles and arrived outside the stone hill. 20-year-old grandfather, I am Pengyun. This time, the family asked me to come and take over your garrison here. In order to avoid rashly entering the stone hill and triggering the formation arranged inside, Ling Pengyun shouted loudly into the stone hill. But a moment later, an old man with a scholarly temperament rushed out of the stone hill and came to Ling Pengyun. This old man was Ling Yanlang, who was stationed in the stone hill. Ling Yanlang saw Ling Pengyun coming and was a little confused. When he mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned Ling Pengyun's body, he found that the breath emitted by Ling Pengyun had reached the 4th level of key training. 4th level of key training. Ling Yanlang said in surprise. There weren't many members in the Ling clan, and they basically knew each other. Ling Yanlang had also met Ling Pengyun a few times, and he roughly knew Ling Pengyun's age and qualifications. It was very strange for someone so young and with 4 spiritual roots to have such a cultivation level. In order to protect Ling Pengyun, who had 2 spiritual roots, the family claimed that Ling Pengyun only had 4 spiritual roots. However, when he thought of Ling Pengyun, the 8th of the Peng generation with 5 spiritual roots, who had 5 spiritual roots and had now entered the 9th level of key training, he felt relieved. Pengyun, I didn't expect that you would replace me to guard this rocky hill. Ling Yanlang said with a smile. 20-year-old grandfather. After Ling Pengyun bowed and greeted him as a junior, he took out the letter given by Ling Ruxin from his storage bag and handed it to Ling Yanlang. This letter was given to you by my 11th great-grandfather, who is in charge of the family's general affairs hall. Ling Yanlang took it and opened it with doubts, carefully examining the contents of the letter. The general content of the letter was that the family was short of manpower, and Ling Rushu, who managed the Lingxiao rice hall opened by the family in Yunwu Market, was not going to live long, and there was no one in the family to take over. Only Ling Yanlang, a member of the family who had just completed a garrison mission, was free, so the family planned to send him to take over Ling Rushu and manage Lingxiao rice hall. If he agreed to this, the Lingxiao rice hall could be handed over to him for the rest of his life. As for letting Ling Rushu return to the mountains to retire, it was Ling Pengyun, the family's new foundation building master, who proposed it, but there was no mention of it in the letter. After reading the contents of the letter, Ling Yanlang looked overjoyed. Although managing a store is extremely time-consuming, it will have some impact on the progress of cultivation. But Ling Yanlang is now over 70 years old, and he no longer has much expectation for cultivation. Moreover, managing a store, in addition to double the offerings, also has commissions. This is a good job for an old cultivator with no potential like Ling Yanlang. Although he is old and does not need spirit stones anymore, a few years ago, one of his grandsons had his spirit roots tested. If he could earn more spirit stones, his grandson's path would be smoother in the future. Immediately, he agreed to the family's proposal to take over Ling Rushu's management of the Lingxiao rice hall in Yunwu Market. As for why the family would let him take over such a good job, the letter had already explained the situation, and Ling Yanlang did not doubt it. After all, everyone in the family knew that the family was short of manpower. After thinking back, Ling Yanlang put the letter away, and then greeted Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, follow me into the hills. I will introduce to you the spiritual plants planted in the 3 mu of first-grade lower-grade spiritual fields in the chaotic rock hills. Ling Pengyun nodded, and followed Ling Yanlang into the chaotic rock hills. After Ling Yanlang handed over everything in the chaotic rock hills to Ling Pengyun, and according to the tradition of the clan, he prepared a welcoming banquet for Ling Pengyun, the junior. To welcome him, he left the chaotic rock hills and rushed to the Yunwu market opened by the Yunwuan clan. A few days later, Ling Yanlang, who left the chaotic rock hills, rushed thousands of miles and finally arrived at the Yunwu market. As soon as he entered the Yunwu market, he rushed to Lingxiao rice hall and found Ling Rushu, who was in charge of this shop, and told Ling Rushu that the clan had called him back to the family to retire in advance. Ling Rushu was very happy about this. He should have ended the management of Lingxiao rice hall 8 years ago and returned to the family to retire. However, the family was short of manpower and there was no spare person to take charge of the shop. His return to the family to retire had to be delayed. Ling Rushu handed over the affairs of Lingxiao Rice Hall to Ling Yunlang, and took Ling Yunlang to the shops opened by the 4 major families in Yunwu Market to meet the managers. After everything was settled, Ling Yunlang did not let Ling Rushu, whose lifespan was short and whose cultivation had fallen back to the 4th level of key training, leave directly, but asked him to wait for someone from the family to take him back to the family mountain. This arrangement was written in the letter given by Ling Pengyun. As for why, it was also very simple. Ling Pengyun, who transferred Ling Rushu back to the family to retire in advance, was worried that Ling Rushu, whose cultivation had begun to decline for many years, would travel thousands of miles alone to return home. Back then, when Ling Pengyun was stationed at Qingshi Mountain, Ling Rugu, who had sent him salary and was as good as Ling Rushu, was on his way back to his family when he was attacked by a monster and injured his vitality. Although he killed the monster, the speed at which Ling Ruguo's spiritual power was lost was also accelerated. A few years later, Ling Ruguo died because his lifespan was exhausted. A few days later, at noon on January 10th, outside the Yunwu market, a huge green-haired pengbird suddenly fell from the sky to the ground. Then, a young man jumped off the back of the pengbird. Counting the time, I haven't been here for nearly 8 years. The young man looked at the market in front of him, and a bit of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. This young man was Ling Pengyun, and the green-haired pengbird was Feng Yingpeng. After being distracted for a moment, Ling Pengyun came back to his senses. Wait here. I will be out in a few hours. Don't walk around during this time to avoid danger. Ling Pengyun instructed Feng Yingpeng beside him, and then stepped towards the entrance of the market. At this time, Wen Ruli, a late key training cultivator of the Yunwuan clan who had been stationed in the Yunwu market for nearly 10 years, was startled by the arrival of the late key training Feng Yingpeng and appeared at the entrance of the market. When he saw that the face of the person riding the late key training Feng Yingpeng was somewhat familiar, he frowned and thought about it carefully. After thinking about it carefully, he immediately remembered the identity of the person. This young man should be Ling Pengyun, the Ling family member of the Lingxiao Ling family who has become famous in recent years for improving a new type of spiritual rice. It is said that this person has 5 spiritual roots, but with his strong understanding and spiritual awareness, he has raised his cultivation to the 9th level of key training at the age of only 20. I wonder if it is true. Curious about Ling Pengyun's cultivation, Wen Ruli used his spiritual awareness to scan Ling Pengyun's body as he walked towards the market, but he did not detect any breath leaking from Ling Pengyun. The method of holding back the breath. Wen Ruli wondered secretly. Before Ling Pengyun came this time, he tried his best to gather his breath into his body. Although there was still some breath leaking out because he had not comprehended the method of holding back the breath leaking out was not something that Wen Ruli, who was in the late stage of key training, could detect. He did this because he did not want to be too high profile. Now he was in the territory of Yunwuan clan, and he had just entered the foundation building stage. If the foundation building master of Yunwuan clan knew about this, he might attack him. After all, the Ling clan and the Wen clan were bordering each other. Once the Ling clan became powerful, how could the Wen clan live comfortably in the future? Just when Wen Ruli was confused, Ling Pengyun had walked in front of him and handed him the pass token of Yunwu market. This is my pass token. May I enter the market? Of course. Wen Ruli heard the call, came back to his senses, looked at the authenticity of the pass, and handed the pass token back, saying something. After Ling Pengyun put away the pass token, he stepped into the Yunwu market. Wen Ruli looked at Ling Pengyun's figure, but was a little absent-minded. The younger generation of the Ling family is really talented. In the past, there was Ling Penxing, a rare sword cultivator with extraordinary cultivation aptitude, and in the back, there was Ling Pengyun, who improved the high-quality spiritual rice. On the other hand, my Yunwuan family is in a period of transition. Among the younger generation, only Nian Ling is worth mentioning. 4 years ago, the foundation building pill that the Ling family bought from the Ziyang small meeting was most likely given to Ling Penxing, the most talented of the Peng generation. I don't know if Ling Penxing has successfully built a foundation now. Once this person builds a foundation, the Ling family will have 3 foundation building people. After a few decades, when the Ling family's shortage of manpower is solved and the spiritual veins in their own territory are digested and they need to develop externally, they will inevitably target my Yun Wu Wen family. There is only one foundation building person in the family. Once the Ling family takes action in the future, they will be defenseless. I don't know how the family will deal with such things in the future. Thanks to Book Friend 20180723014743046, Book Friend 202209100106544127, Chuan's intestines, quantitative beef, new strong young man, Book Friend 20170904142852946, Heart-Locked Cheyenne, God's Poems, lemon-flavored salted fish for their monthly tickets. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 191, Entering Jiamang Lake. On the other side. As soon as Ling Pengyun entered the market, he went straight to Lingxiao Rice Hall deep in the market, and found Ling Rushu, who was in the shop, and Ling Yunlang, the new manager of the shop. The three chatted together, and Ling Pengyun took Ling Rushu out of the market and rode Fenggyun Peng back to the clan mountain. On the way, Ling Pengyun also told Ling Rushu about his breakthrough in foundation building. When Ling Rushu learned the news, he was very happy and his complexion improved a lot. After the two rode Fenggyun Peng back to the mountain together, Ling Pengyun arranged for Ling Rushu to live in his own courtyard. He also collected a lot of precious ingredients from the clan and made a rather luxurious banquet for Ling Rushu to celebrate Ling Rushu's official return to the clan to retire. After the meal, Ling Pengyun chatted with Ling Rushu for a while, and then continued to enter the quiet room to retreat and comprehend the 2 second-level spells of Yuan Shushu and Yu Fengshu. More than a month later, in early February, a few days after the beginning of spring, Yang Changxing of the Yang family came to the foot of Lingxiao Mountain again as agreed. Because Lingxiao Mountain was protected by a formation, he was an outsider. Once he entered, he would be locked by the formation, and he did not dare to force his way in. He only sent a communication talisman to enter Lingxiao Mountain to inform Ling Yunhong. In less than half a cup of tea, Ling Yunhong took Ling Pengyun and flew out of Lingxiao Mountain riding on the fairy crane king. Yang Changxing's cultivation level was as high as the 9th level of foundation building, and his spiritual sense was naturally extremely powerful. When the fairy crane king took Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun out of the mountain and was no longer protected by the mountain protection formation, he noticed that Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on the back of the fairy crane king with Ling Yunhong, exuded the pressure of foundation building. I guessed that the foundation building pill purchased by the Ling family with the help of the Ziyang Club had an additional foundation building person. But why do I feel that the face of the new foundation building person of the Ling family is a little familiar? Yang Changxing was confused. For this reason, he glanced at Ling Pengyun's face a few more times. It was not until the fairy crane king ridden by Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun landed beside him that he remembered Ling Pengyun's identity. Fellow Taoist Ling. He first greeted Ling Yunhong, then looked at Ling Pengyun in a friendly manner and asked, "Are you Minghua's grandson, Ling Pengyun?" Minghua is the pseudonym of Ling Pengyun's grandfather, Yang Minghua, the 5th elder of the Yang family. Senior Yang is right. My grandfather is indeed Yang Minghua. If we talk about seniority, I should call you uncle. Ling Pengyun heard Yang Changxing's question and bowed to greet him before replying. Yang Changxing heard this and a look of joy appeared on his face. He waved his hand and took out 3 medicine bottles from the storage bag and handed them to Ling Pengyun. You are a very sensible kid. I thought the new foundation building master of your Ling family was Ling Penxing of the Peng generation, but I didn't expect it to be you. You call me uncle, so I should give you a gift to celebrate your foundation building. I came here in a hurry and didn't bring anything good. Here are 3 bottles of gathering spirit pills. Don't despise them. Whether it was Ling Penxing or Ling Pengyun's foundation building, the outside world had not yet confirmed it. When Ling Pengyun saw the 3 bottles of gathering spirit pills handed over, he was very tempted. He was now in great need of resources. Of course, he understood why Yang Changxing, his uncle whom he had met several times in the past but was not familiar with, gave him such a heavy gift when they met. It was probably because of his cousin Yang Xiling who married Wu Yan, a descendant of the Bailing sex golden pill. Although his surname was Ling, he was also a relatively close relative of Yang Xiling's mother's family. Because of Yang Changxing's special status, Ling Pengyun did not immediately accept the 3 bottles of gathering spirit pills. Instead, he looked at Ling Yunhong first, seeking Ling Yunhong's opinion. When he saw Ling Yunhong nod, he reached out to take Yang Changxing's gift. At the same time, He bowed his hands in courtesy of the younger generation and thanked him. "Thank you, uncle. When you have time in the future, you can come back to the Yang family more often." Yang Changxing was very satisfied with Ling Pengyun's move, but Ling Pengyun was a member of the Ling family after all, and Ling Yunhong, the head of the Ling family, was still beside him, so he simply said something. "Okay." Ling Pengyun replied. "Fellow Taoist Ling, we have finished talking nonsense. This time, are you going to agree to go into Jiamang Lake with me to kill the perfect foundation-building monster beast?" Yang Changxing looked at Ling Yunhong and asked. "Well, but we need to make it clear in advance that if there is a change during the battle, the 3 foundation-building members of my Ling family can leave immediately." Ling Yunhong replied. "Of course." Yang Changxing said. "Since this matter has been agreed upon, we should set off as soon as possible and kill the perfect foundation-building monster you need this time, so that we can feel at ease one day earlier." Ling Yunhong spoke again. Yang Changxing also agreed with this. The 2 parties had the same opinion, so they did not delay too much and left the Lingxiao Mountain together. However, the 2 parties used different means of transportation. Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun rode on the Fairy Crane King to travel. Yang Changxing drove a second-level flying boat to travel. Of course, whether it is the Fairy Crane King or the second-level flying boat, they can easily travel tens of thousands of miles a day. However, in just a dozen days, the 2 parties crossed tens of thousands of miles, passed through Jiazhou, and entered the territory of Jiamang Lake. Once they entered the territory of Jiamang Lake, both parties took the approach of walking and lurking on the ground because they were concerned about the difficult flying monsters in the territory of Jiamang Lake. As for the Fairy Crane King, which was also a demon beast, it acted as the eyes of Ling Yunhong and others in the sky, guiding them to avoid the demon beasts they encountered to avoid wasting time. Because the Yang family had exchanged the method of refining small bailing water from bailingmen through Yang sailing on the eve of the war to eliminate demons. Therefore, during the war to eliminate demons, including the years since the end of the war to eliminate demons, the Yang family has been paying attention to the traces of the perfect foundation-building demon beasts in the territory of Jiamang Lake. This time, Yang Changxing led Ling Yunhong and others into the territory of Jiamang Lake to hunt the perfect foundation-building demon beasts, and naturally found a suitable target long ago. After entering the territory of Jiamang Lake, Yang Changxing led Ling Pengyun and others to go deep into Jiamang Lake for tens of thousands of miles, and then lurked under a cliff that stretched for several miles. When they got down to the bottom of the cliff, everyone stopped at Yang Changxing's signal. Yang Changxing pointed to a cave several feet deep 2 or 3 miles away and introduced it. That cave is a snake cave, and there is a group of rock-scaled snakes in it. There were nearly 1,000 rock-scaled demon snakes, 3 early foundation-building demon snakes, 1 mid-foundation-building demon snake, and 1 perfect foundation-building demon snake. However, after the battle to exterminate the demons, my Yang family had ideas about this place, and joined forces with another family to attack this place. Among them, the key training demon snakes were basically wiped out, 2 early foundation-building demon snakes were killed, and the mid-foundation-building demon snake was also beheaded. Now, 8 or 9 years have passed. Some time ago, I also came here to survey. The number of key training demon snakes in this demon snake cave has recovered to dozens. The number of foundation-building demon snakes has not changed. There is still only 1 early foundation-building demon snake and the perfect foundation-building demon snake. When the battle comes, I can hold off the perfect foundation-building demon snake alone for a while. During this time, you, Pengyun, and the foundation-building fairy crane should kill the key training demon snakes and the early foundation-building demon snake in the snake cave as soon as possible. Then, we will join forces to kill the perfect foundation snake. Of course, I also know that asking you to kill the initial foundation snake is beyond the scope of our original agreement. Therefore, the key training snake killed this time and the corpse of the initial foundation snake will all belong to you. This approach made Ling Yunhong speechless, but he was quite tempted. After hesitating for a while, he finally answered. This is okay, but we have been on the road for more than 10 days, and our spiritual power has been consumed. Can we take a day off and wait until the next morning to attack the snake cave? Okay. Yang Changxing wanted to say this, and now that he heard the answer, he naturally agreed. He had seen the strength of the perfect foundation snake in the snake cave. Even if he was completely victorious, he would hardly be sure to kill it, let alone when his spiritual power was low. After the rest was agreed, Ling Yunhong put the fairy crane king into the beast bag, and took Ling Pengyun alone to open a small cave on the cliff as a temporary cave, and went in to rest for a while. Yang Changxing saw this, but he didn't mean to. After all, the two sides were not from the same family. He just delayed too much time and also opened a cave on the cliff and went in. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and Yang Changxing, Ling Yunhong, and Ling Pengyun came out of the temporary cave one after another and gathered together. Fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun, are you ready for the next battle? Yang Changxing asked. Already. Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun answered one after another. After the reply, Ling Yunhong waved his hand and patted the beast bag on his waist, calling out the fairy crane king that he had put away yesterday. The fairy crane king flapped its wings and quickly took off. At this time, Ling Yunhong lightly tapped the ground and jumped onto the back of the fairy crane king. Then, he greeted Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside. Pengyun, get on the crane. Okay. Ling Pengyun replied, and then jumped on. Yang Changxing saw Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun facing the upcoming battle, and felt a little envious. This time they were going to kill a group of snake monsters, which could not fly. Ling Pengyun and others had the advantage of flying with the crane king, which would be very convenient in the upcoming battle. Although he had a flying boat, controlling it would waste his spiritual consciousness, making it difficult to fight with all his strength, which would have some impact on the battle. If only the blazing firebird of the family had not died in the battle to open up Huaishu County with Bailingman more than 10 years ago. Yang Changxing said helplessly. The Yang family also had a guardian spirit beast, a blazing firebird in the middle stage of foundation building. Unfortunately, more than 10 years ago, when the Yang family followed Bailingman to open up the territory of Huaishu County, they were killed when they fought against a foundation building monster Peng alone. Afterwards, although Yang Changxing avenged the blazing firebird, the blazing firebird's life could not be brought back. The offspring of the blazing firebird during his lifetime have weak bloodlines. Even if they help their offspring break through the foundation building stage, they have little potential. In the future, we have to find more potential spirit beasts in the outside world and cultivate them to the foundation building stage, so that they can replace the dead blazing firebird and become the guardian spirit beasts of my Yang family. Yang Changxing secretly planned. Coming back to his senses, he called Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun, who were riding the fairy crane king in the sky, to move forward to the snake cave several miles away. Just as the three of them broke into the snake cave within half a mile, the Moat snake cave suddenly sounded the sound of snakes spitting out their cores. Then, a group of key training demon snakes quickly crawled out of the snake cave and cast earth spikes, earth arrows, rocks, and other earth-related spells at Yang Changxing and the fairy crane king in the sky, who were attacking from the ground. Chapter 192, Joining Forces to Kill the Rock-Scaled Snake Monsters. Sky? On the back of the immortal crane king, Ling Yunhong saw that many snake monsters emerged from the snake cave, and they had already discovered that he and others were attacking. He immediately slapped the storage bag on his waist, summoned 3 second-level low-grade Kingling swords and 15 first-level high-grade Kingling swords, and formed a sword formation. Once the sword formation was formed, the 18 flying swords burst out with sword beams of more than 10 feet long, as well as hundreds of small sword beams. Go! Ling Yunhong waved his hand and hit the sword formation at the dozens of key training rock-scale snake monsters that had just emerged from the rock-scale snake cave. Then, he patted the head of the immortal crane king under his seat and said to him, Xianling, release the feather arrows, and bombard the dozens of key training monster snakes with me. The immortal crane king received the signal, and a white light flashed around his body, and his spiritual power transformed into hundreds of feather arrows around his body. Once the hundreds of arrow feathers were formed, they were shot out. Then, Ling Yunhong said to the person behind him, Pengyun, the defense of the next battle will be left to you. Ling Pengyun nodded slightly, his expression becoming serious. He patted the storage bag on his waist, summoned the only second-level magic weapon on his body, the mixed rock shield, injected spiritual power into it, and propped up a cocky defensive light curtain to protect the entire body of the immortal crane king. Then, he began to pinch the formula to cast the second-level defense spell Elemental Water Technique that he had mastered recently. In just 9 breaths, he successively arranged 3 elemental water light curtains around his body. Although he has only been comprehending this spell for nearly 2 months, relying on his good talent in water spells, He has comprehended this spell to the realm of minor success. It can barely be done within 3 breaths. If it were not for the simultaneous maintenance of the mixed rock shield to support the light curtain and the 3 elemental water light curtains, Ling Pengyun's consciousness would have reached the limit, otherwise he could have cast the elemental water technique again to create more light curtains. During the time when Ling Pengyun cast the spell, the earthly evil sword formation cast by Ling Yunhong, the hundreds of arrows transformed by the fairy crane king, and the flames gushing out of a furnace summoned by Yang Changxing had killed all the dozens of key training rock-scale monster snakes that emerged from the snake cave. But after a few breaths, a snake monster 3 feet long and as thick as a bucket, and a snake monster 5 feet long and as thick as a millstone, crawled out of the snake cave with the remaining 30 or 40 key training snake monsters in the snake cave. As soon as the snakes left the snake cave, they frantically cast earth-based spells and blasted at Yang Changxing and the sky fairy crane. On the ground, Yang Changxing fixed his eyes on the huge snake monster 5 feet long and covered with rock scales, and his expression was delighted. He shouted to Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun, who were riding the fairy crane king in the sky. Fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun, the perfect foundation building rock scale demon snake has come out. I will temporarily hold it back. You should kill the early foundation building snake demon and the dozens of key training snake demons as soon as possible. After saying this, he quickly made hand gestures with both hands, condensed a spiritual power seal and hid it into the furnace suspended in front of him. As soon as the seal entered the furnace flashed with spiritual light. In an instant, a large piece of fire surged out of the furnace, quickly trapping the perfect foundation building snake demon that had just led the snake group out of the snake cave, and the fire continued to burn the body of the demon snake. As for the earth-based spells cast by the early foundation-building snake demon and dozens of key training snake demons, they were all blocked by the green light curtain supported by a green bronze bell above Yang Changxing's head, and did not pose any threat to Yang Changxing. In the sky, on the back of the fairy crane, Ling Yunhong received Yang Changxing's signal just now, and he greeted the fairy crane king under his seat first. Xianling, you entangle that initial stage of foundation-building snake first. I will kill the remaining 30 or 40 key training snake monsters first. The Xianling Crane King received the order and quickly followed it. He flapped his wings and transformed into countless feather arrows to bombard the initial stage of foundation-building snake monster on the ground. The initial stage of foundation-building snake monster was not afraid when seeing hundreds of feather arrows coming. It roared, and hundreds of yellow light spots appeared around its body. But in a moment, these hundreds of yellow light spots condensed into hundreds of earth spikes. As soon as the earth spikes were formed, they were shot out by the snake monster to meet the hundreds of feather arrows falling from the sky. When the two collided, the feather arrows transformed by the Xianling Crane King were slightly inferior. All the hundreds of feather arrows were shattered, but the snake monster still had more than 10 of the hundreds of earth spikes left, which were aimed at the Xianling Crane King. If it weren't for the yuan shu light curtain held up by Ling Pengyun to block the more than 10 earth spikes, the Xianling Crane King would definitely suffer a loss. During the battle between the Immortal Crane King and the initial stage of foundation-building snake monster, Ling Yunhong was not idle. He mobilized his spiritual consciousness, controlled the sword formation to carry hundreds of sword beams, and blasted the second wave of key training snake monsters that emerged from the snake cave. After all, these snake monsters were only in the key training stage. Even though these key training snake monsters all used the stone armor technique to blast their bodies, making the scales on their bodies very solid. But the earthly evil sword formation, which was gathered by 18 flying swords, was extremely powerful. The scales of those key training snake monsters were like thin paper in front of the earthly evil sword formation, and they broke at the touch of a single touch. This also meant that the earthly evil sword formation attacked back and forth for 2 or 3 waves, and the dozens of key training snake monsters on the ground had to be slaughtered. After the key training snake monsters were dealt with, Ling Yunhong naturally aimed his spearhead at the rock-scale snake monster in the initial stage of foundation building. With the idea of a quick victory, Ling Yunhong directly launched a killing move. Rongzi Sword Art. Condensation. Ling Yunhong's finger technique changed, and the 18 flying swords that attacked the rock-scaled snake monster all flashed with light. In a moment, they merged into one. In the end, a special flying sword with a length of 4 feet and a sword-shaped pattern on the sword body was formed, and there was a 6-foot sword light on the tip of the sword. As soon as this sword was completed, it was shot by Ling Yunhong. Outside the snake cave, The rock-scaled snake monster, who was fighting with the Fairy Crane King in the early stage of foundation building, sensed a huge sword light with extraordinary power coming from the surrounding area. He made a quick decision and relied on the power of the inner elixir to display the body protection Yuan Gang, propping up a yellowish-brown light curtain to block the attacking flying sword. Boom! The huge flying sword bombarded the light curtain, and a roar sounded. A huge wave was also set off by the bombardment of the giant sword. In addition, countless feather arrows shot by the Sky Fairy Crane King bombarded the light curtain. In just 3 breaths, the huge flying sword shot by Ling Yuanhong bombarded the light curtain, and tiny cracks appeared. These cracks gradually spread over the entire light curtain. Then, the light curtain broke. But the snake demon in the early stage of foundation building was not easy to mess with. It looked fierce and spit out the inner elixir that had been nurtured for hundreds of years, facing the 6 Zhang sword light. The snake demon's inner elixir collided with the sword light, and a sound of golden swords and iron clashes rang out. The two entangled for a moment, and neither could do anything to the other. Although the sword art of the earthly evil sword formation was strong, the inner elixir was after all the product of the snake demon in the early stage of foundation building, nurturing for hundreds of years. As for the countless feather arrows shot by the Fairy Crane King, they were temporarily blocked by the snake demon's solid scales blessed with rock armor. Seeing this situation, Ling Yuanhong frowned and opened his mouth to spit out the blue sea ice flying sword, the life weapon he had refined several years ago. After several years of nurturing this sword in his dantian, although the grade of this sword was still at the lower 2nd grade, the cold air it exuded was several times stronger than a few years ago. Condensate? Ling Yuanhong injected a spiritual power into the sword. With the help of spiritual power, a 3 Zhang long ice sword light suddenly burst out from the tip of the sword. Go! Ling Pengyun raised his hand and shot. The Bahei ice flying sword turned into a sword light, spanning half a mile in an instant, and directly cut the foundation building initial stage snake demon that was using the inner elixir to resist the 6 Zhang sword light into 2 pieces. Once the foundation building initial stage snake demon died, the spiritual light of the inner elixir that resisted the bombardment of the 6 Zhang sword light suddenly dimmed and fell to the ground. Xianling, follow me to attack the last foundation building perfect snake demon. Ling Yuanhong called out. Then, relying on his spiritual consciousness, he controlled the 6 Zhang sword light and the ice flying sword to bombard the body of the foundation building perfect rock scale demon snake trapped in the large piece of flames transformed by Yang Changxing. Although the scales on the body of the perfect foundation building rock scaled snake demon were strong in defense, they could resist the flames summoned by Yang Changxing, and they had reached the limit of those scales. When Ling Yuanhong and the Immortal Crane King joined the attack, many of the solid rock armor scales on the huge body of the perfect foundation building snake demon were smashed by the 6 Zhang sword light shot by Ling Yuanhong, the blue sea ice flying sword, and the countless feather arrows conjured by the Immortal Crane King, leaving blood marks. Hiss! The perfect foundation building snake demon roared in pain and quickly held up the body protecting Yuan Gang. A cocky light curtain suddenly appeared, blocking the sweeping flames, the huge sword light, and the countless feather arrows. This perfect foundation building snake demon has lived for nearly 1,000 years and has some intelligence. After relying on the body protecting Yuan Gang to stabilize the situation, it realized that if it did not fight for its life this time, it would probably have little chance of survival. Having made up its mind, it roared again, opened its mouth unwillingly, and spat out a fist-sized inner pill, which directly hit the Fairy Crane King, which could be used as a breakthrough point and had the weakest defense. Although Ling Pengyun had 3 Yuan Shu light curtains and 1 mixed rock shield light curtain around the Fairy Crane King, the 4 light curtains were all of the 2nd grade lower grade. On the other side, Yang Changxing, who is attacking the perfect foundation snake demon, had only 1 light curtain to protect his body, but that light curtain was transformed from a 2nd grade upper grade magic weapon, and its defense was extremely strong. With 2 choices, the perfect foundation snake demon naturally aimed its spearhead at the Fairy Crane King in the sky. The inner pill shot by the perfect foundation snake demon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crossed half a mile and directly hit the outermost Yuan Shu light curtain protecting the Fairy Crane King. Boom! A huge roar sounded. After all, the Yuan Shu light curtain that protected the Fairy Crane King was only cast by Ling Pengyun, who had just entered the foundation building stage. On the other hand, the inner elixir of the snake demon had been nurtured by him for nearly 1,000 years, which was comparable to a superior second-grade magic weapon, and with a blessing of spiritual power, a single blow had a force of nearly 100,000 pounds. Under the huge bombardment, the 3 yuan-shu light curtains that Ling Pengyun had cast before the battle were like thin paper and shattered at a single blow. Only the magic shield light curtain supported by the mixed rock shield that Ling Pengyun had cast barely blocked the inner elixir of the snake demon. However, many small cracks appeared on the light curtain supported by the mixed rock shield due to the bombardment of the inner elixir. It was only a matter of time before this light curtain was broken. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who was riding on the back of the fairy crane king, had a solemn expression on his face. He did not dare to hesitate too much, and quickly made hand gestures with both hands to cast the yuan-shu technique. After 3 breaths, a yuan-shu light curtain was once again supported by Ling Pengyun. The next moment, the inner elixir of the snake demon also smashed the mixed rock shield and held up the light curtain, bombarding the yuan-shu light curtain that had just been transformed. Because the inner elixir had just smashed 3 yuan-shu light curtains and 1 magic shield light curtain, its power had been greatly reduced, and the remaining power was less than 10%. Therefore, it was difficult to break the yuan-shu light curtain again, but it only set off a huge wave on the light curtain. On the ground, the perfect foundation snake demon who held up the yuan gang to protect his body and resisted countless flames, huge flying swords, and countless feather arrows saw that the remaining power of the inner elixir was about to be exhausted, and it was difficult to smash the last yuan-shu light curtain around the fairy crane king, so he quickly called the inner elixir back in front of him. As soon as the inner elixir retreated to his side, the perfect foundation snake demon madly injected the spiritual power in his body into the inner elixir. With the injection of spiritual power, the inner elixir's spiritual light shone brightly. Under the control of the snake demon's consciousness, this inner elixir once again bombarded the fairy crane king in the sky. Ling Pengyun, who had just made a hand gesture and cast a yuan-shu spell, saw that the inner elixir that had just retreated was coming back with great force. His expression was condensed, and he cast the yuan-shu talisman that Ling Yunhong had given him 2 months ago, and once again conjured up a yuan-shu light curtain. Knowing the power of the snake demon's inner elixir, he also knew that 3 yuan-shu light curtains alone could not resist the attacking inner elixir, so he asked Ling Yunhong, who was also sitting on the back of the fairy crane king, for help. Third ancestor, the 3 yuan-shu light curtains I summoned are not enough to resist the snake demon's inner elixir that is attacking again. Please help me. Ling Yunhong, who was fully activating the Rongzi sword art of the earthly evil sword formation, condensed the 6 Zhang sword light to bombard the ground, and the foundation building perfect snake demon supported the inner elixir. Hearing this, his eyes turned and looked at the attacking demon elixir, and then looked at the 3 yuan-shu light curtains that protected the fairy crane king and him, and frowned. If he didn't block the bombardment of the demon pill, the 3 yuan-shu light curtains that Ling Pengyun had conjured up would be broken one after another, and the fairy crane king would be bombarded. And he would definitely not have a good end riding on the back of the fairy crane king. Forced by the crisis, he had to use his remaining strength to take out a small golden shield from the storage bag, inject spiritual power into the shield, and prop up a golden light curtain. At the same time, he switched his fingering and called back the huge flying sword on the yuan gang of the body protection of the perfect foundation snake demon on the ground, which was bombarded with Yang Changxing and the fairy crane king, as well as the Beihanden flying sword. The speed of the 2 flying swords was extremely fast, a few points faster than the demon pill of the snake demon, and they directly blocked the attacking demon pill halfway. Zhang. Zhang. The demon pill collided with the 2 flying swords, and 2 harsh golden swords rang out. Although the demon pill was strong, Ling Yunhong's special flying sword, which was transformed by the 18 flying swords using the wrong sword technique, and the Bihai Hunbing flying sword were not weak either. If the 2 flying swords were to fight one-on-one, they would naturally not be a match for the demon pill that contained nearly 100,000 pounds of strength. However, with the combined power of the 2 swords, they could barely resist the demon pill. Fellow Taoist Yang, I can entangle this inner pill for a while, and quickly use your Gixa flames to kill the foundation building perfect snake demon that has no inner pill in its body and has greatly reduced its strength, in case of any changes. Seeing that the 2 swords had blocked the attacking demon pill, Ling Yunhong hurriedly called out to Yang Changxing, who was controlling a furnace on the ground and creating flames to trap the foundation building perfect snake demon. Although the inner pill of the demon beast is powerful, once it leaves the body, the strength of the demon beast itself will also be reduced, At most only about 70% of the victory. Chapter 193, Planning the Snake Cave Spiritual Vein. On the ground. Upon hearing this, Yang Changxing immediately understood and waved his hand to call the furnace floating in front of him, and took back all the flames that trapped the perfect foundation snake monster. Once the flames were taken back, he took this life artifact back into his dantian. The blue bronze bell artifact that supported the defensive light curtain was also put away by him. Such a strange method was because he wanted to free up enough spiritual consciousness and spiritual power to fully exert the strongest attack, returning Ruin's flame to achieve the effect of killing the perfect foundation snake monster with one blow. Yang Changxing pinched the special magic formula with both hands, and in an instant, he condensed a white magic seal covered with flame patterns, returning Ruin's flame. Condensation. The white magic seal flashed with spiritual light, and transformed into a large area of white flames that was more than 10 feet long. Once the white flames were formed, they were shot out by Yang Changxing, sweeping over the protective yuan gang held up by the perfect foundation snake monster half a mile away. As soon as the white flames touched the protective yuan gang, they quickly burned the spiritual power that the foundation building snake demon had transferred into the protective light curtain. Burning spiritual power is the effect of the Gixu flames. This fire is most effective against the spiritual light curtain. Once the spiritual light curtain is contaminated, even if there is only a wisp of Gixu fire, it can rely on burning the spiritual light curtain to grow stronger. Because the snake demon's inner elixir was entangled by Ling Yanhong's double swords and was not on the body, the protective light curtain transformed by the snake had no spiritual power source as support, and its power was also weakened by several times. Under the burning of the Gixu fire, it had no ability to resist. In just 10 breaths, the protective light curtain held up by the foundation building snake demon was burned to ashes by the Gixu fire as fuel. The power of the Gixu fire was thus increased by 3 points. The foundation building snake demon, who only had a body of scales as a means of defense, saw that the powerful white flames had reached his face, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. In order to save its life, it did not have time to call back the inner elixir that had been nurtured for hundreds of years. It directly cast a spell, and its body sank and escaped into the ground, successfully avoiding the burning of the large area of Gixu fire. However, in an instant, the breath of this demon snake disappeared several miles to the south, leaving no trace. In the sky, on the back of the crane, Ling Pengyun, who only cast defensive spells and had no strong offensive means, saw the foundation building snake demon escape from the ground, and his expression showed a hint of surprise. It's actually Earth escape. Judging from its speed, it must have comprehended it to perfection. These monsters that have completed the foundation are indeed not ordinary people. But even if this snake escapes, it may not have a good ending. Without the inner elixir that is the source of spiritual power, the snake's strength is only 30% of that of a complete victory. I'm afraid it can only fight with monsters in the late stage of foundation building. The art of earth escape is also a kind of magic. The grade is as high as the second level. Only cultivators above the foundation building stage can perform it. It is extremely difficult to comprehend. At the same time, this escape technique is one of the more practical escape techniques among the 5 elements. It is very fast and is a secret method of escaping. Ground. Yang Changxing mobilized his spiritual sense and searched the surrounding ground for several miles, but he did not find any breath of the snake monster just now. It's a pity that the snake escaped. Otherwise, if we can kill the snake and get its flesh and blood, it will be helpful for my Yang family to cultivate a spiritual beast in the foundation building period in the future. Yang Changxing said helplessly. But fortunately, the inner elixir was left behind. Because the foundation building perfect snake demon had escaped, and the consumption of maintaining the Gixu fire was large, Yang Changxing also removed the Gixu fire completely. He summoned the natal magic weapon, the Gixu fire furnace, and the blue bronze bell defense magic weapon again, and suspended them beside him to guard the surroundings. Fellow Taoist Ling, according to the pre-war agreement, the inner elixir of the foundation building perfect rock scale snake demon belongs to me. I wonder if it still counts. Yang Changxing looked up and said to Ling Yanhong, who is riding on the immortal crane king. Of course it counts. Although the inner elixir belongs to you, Brother Yang, I just don't know when my Ling family can get the agreed share of the little bailing water, and the 3 veins protection pills that can be purchased at a low price. Ling Yanhong, who is riding on the fairy crane king, replied in the sky, and then asked, Although the little bailing water takes time to refine, it is estimated that it will be refined by the end of the year. When the time comes, you can come to my Yang family to get it. As for the veins protection pill, my clan has some in stock. If you need it, you can come to my Yang family to buy 3 at a low price at any time. Yang Changxing thought for a moment and said. After that, he picked up the inner elixir from the ground that was entangled by Ling Yanhuang before, causing the foundation building perfect snake demon to escape. Looking at the inner elixir in his hand that contained huge spiritual power, he frowned and made a suggestion. Fellow Taoist Ling, although the foundation building snake demon has escaped, the inner elixir is of vital importance to the snake demon. It is possible that the snake demon wants to take back the inner elixir, and then attack us when we return. Let's leave the Jiamang Lake together. What do you think? Okay. Ling Yanhong nodded and replied. Although the inner elixir of the foundation building snake demon is in the hands of Yang Changxing, he, Ling Pengyun, and the immortal Crane King also attacked the snake demon just now. It is possible that on the way back, the snake demon will hold a grudge and attack them. For the sake of insurance, it is safest to leave the Jiamang Lake together. Xianling, you stay alert in the air. Ling Yanhong patted the head of the immortal Crane King who was sitting down and signaled. Then, he called Ling Pengyun who was sitting on the back of the immortal Crane King behind him. Pengyun, come with me to the ground and cut the materials from the nearly 100 key training snake monsters and the bodies of the snake monsters in the early stage of foundation building. After saying that, Ling Yanhong cast a wind control spell on his body, and landed on the back of the fairy Crane King dozens of feet below. Ling Pengyun followed closely behind. As soon as the two landed on the ground, they took out the sharper magic tools and cut the materials from the nearly 100 key training snake monsters and the bodies of the snake monsters in the early stage of foundation building. After the two of them collected the materials from the snake monsters, Yang Changxing, who had been waiting quietly on the side, looked at the snake cave, his eyes flashed with a strange light, and proposed to Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong. The snake cave is emitting spiritual energy. I see that the spiritual energy is quite rich. In addition, the rock-scaled snake monster with perfect foundation building will lead the tribe to occupy this place. It is likely that there is a second-level spiritual vein in the snake cave. The spiritual veins in the monster beast realm are full of treasures. Let's go and search for 1 or 2 together. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong agreed with this. After reaching an agreement, the 3 of them set up a defensive spell around their bodies and entered the snake cave together. As for the fairy Crane King in the early stage of foundation building, it was still alerting the surroundings in the sky outside the snake cave. There are many small caves on the rock wall of the rock-scaled snake cave, but these small caves will eventually lead to the spiritual vein in the deepest part of the snake cave. Ling Pengyun and others did not spend their time on these small caves. They kept walking along the main road in the snake cave and went deep into the snake cave. As they went deeper into the snake cave, the spiritual energy around them became more and more rich. When the 3 of them walked to the deepest part of the snake cave, the spiritual energy around them was extremely rich. Ling Pengyun felt the richness of the spiritual energy here, his expression slightly changed, and he was secretly surprised. The richness of the spiritual energy here is not weaker than that of Lingxiao Mountain, but several times stronger. It is estimated that the spiritual vein underground is at least of the 2nd grade middle grade. Just when Ling Pengyun was distracted, Yang Changxing asked meaningfully. Fellow Taoist Ling, I wonder if your Ling family has any idea about the 2nd grade middle grade spiritual vein deep underground in this snake cave. Fellow Taoist Yang, do you mean to take this spiritual vein? Ling Yanhong was a little surprised when he heard it. Yes, the spiritual vein here is of the 2nd grade middle grade, which is extremely rare in the outside world. If you and my 2 families can occupy this place, even if we open up spiritual fields and plant spiritual plants on this spiritual vein, we can earn a lot of profits every year. Yang Changxing said. I understand what fellow Taoist Yang said, but this place is tens of thousands of miles deep into the territory of Jiamang Lake. After all, there are many foundation building monsters in this area. If we want to occupy this place, we need at least 1 foundation building cultivator to be stationed here all year round to prevent accidents. Furthermore, we need a high-level concealing formation to conceal the aura of the spiritual veins here, and a 2nd-level defense formation to protect the safety of this place. After all, this place is the territory of Jiamang Lake where monsters are rampant. Once the foundation building monsters discover this place, Not only will the foundation building cultivators stationed here be in danger, but the two concealing and defensive formations set up here may also be difficult to recover in time. The cost is too high and it is not a good business opportunity. If the second-level spiritual veins in the territory of Jiayamang Lake, where monsters are rampant, are so easy to occupy, it would not be your turn or mine. What's more, the snake monster with perfect foundation building that we hunted this time is still alive. Ling Yunhong thought about it and refused. Yang Changxing didn't care about Ling Yunhong's refusal, but continued to persuade him. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Ling, I have prepared a second-level lower-grade defensive formation. Most of the monsters within 10 miles or even nearly 100 miles around this snake cave have been taken as food by the snake monsters in the snake cave. They have eaten a lot, so there are very few monsters around this snake cave. Once the second-level lower-grade defensive formation I prepared is arranged here, and there are not many monsters around, it will be difficult for monsters to discover the spiritual vein here in the future. As for the escaped foundation building perfect snake monster, it will be easier to deal with. We can use the inner elixir as a guide to lure it out and kill it. Fellow Taoists may not know that the top leaders of Balingman have planned to occupy the 50,000 to 60,000 mile territory of Jiayamang Lake again in the near future during the 100-year riot of Jiayamang Lake monsters and establish a new state. This snake cave spiritual vein is just within the scope of the state that Balingman is planning to establish. Within 10 years, this place will become the territory of Balingman. When that time comes, relying on the relationship between my Yang family's female cultivator, who married a descendant of the Jaidan of Bailing sect, our two families will use spirit stones to clear the way. The Bailing sect will definitely pretend that the second-level spirit vein in the snake cave has not been discovered, and it will become the property of our two families. You must know that if you don't do this, your Ling family wants to have two second-level spirit veins, unless you use spirit stones to upgrade to the first-level spirit vein. If it weren't for the fact that my Yang family had just occupied the Red Leaf Mountain, which has a second-level medium-grade spirit vein in the original Yi family mountain a few years ago, and the foundation building cultivators couldn't leave, otherwise I wouldn't have dragged your Ling family into such a good thing. Bailing sect generally does not allow its foundation building families to purchase another second-level spirit vein from Bailing sect if they already have a second-level spirit vein. Such behavior is also because Bailing sect needs to restrict the development of its foundation building families. The loyal dogs, cannon fodder, and thugs that Bailing sect needs do not need to be too strong, as long as they can be controlled. If not, Yang Changxing would not have planned to destroy the Yi family of Hongai Ridge and occupy the Yi family's Hongai Mountain with a second-level spiritual vein. If he wanted to occupy the snake cave today, he could have purchased and sold the second-level spiritual veins in Ziyan County, Hanayu County, and Qinglan County in Jiazhou from Balingman. Ling Yunhong was tempted when he heard Yang Changxing's words. According to the situation that Balingman has recruited key training disciples every year in recent years, it is indeed intended to grab another piece of land from Jiayamang Lake. Plus, Yang Xiling, who married Wu Yan, a descendant of Jaidan, knows that some gossips about Balingman are more credible. Thinking of this, Ling Yunhong immediately made a decision. If you and my two families occupy this spiritual vein, open up spiritual fields, and plant spiritual plants, how will the benefits be divided after the spiritual plants mature? What does my Ling family need to do? Ling Yunhong asked. When Yang Changxing heard the question, he immediately knew that Ling Yunhong also had ideas about the spiritual vein here. He said with a smile, the profit is 60-40, 60 for my Yang family and 40 for your Ling family. After all, this place was discovered by my Yang family. Moreover, the formation that conceals the aura of the spiritual veins and the defensive formation that protects this place were all provided by my Yang family. And if your Ling family wants to get the 40% profit, you need to send a foundation building cultivator to stay here. Of course, my Yang family will not be stingy with your foundation building cultivator who is staying here regardless of the danger. Every year, my Yang family can take out 2 second-level lower-grade gathering spirit pills, which are the most in demand for cultivation pills by foundation building cultivators on the market, as a reward. Ling Pengyun, who had been silent on the side, heard that there was a gathering spirit pill to be taken by staying here, and his face suddenly brightened. Pengyun, what do you think of my Ling family and the Yang family occupying this place together? Coincidentally, Ling Yunhong asked Ling Pengyun, the supreme elder of the family next to him through voice transmission. Ling Pengyun was already quite tempted by the 2 gathering spirit pills that could be obtained every year, so he was more inclined to Yang Changxing's proposal this time. He thought about it carefully and replied in a voice transmission. Grandpa, Uncle Yang Changxing is probably sure of his success this time, otherwise he would not have prepared the 2nd level formation that can cover the spirit veins and the 2nd level formation to defend this place so early. The prices of these 2 formations are not cheap on the market. I think we can agree to this. After all, the family has been popular with alchemy recently. If there are more alchemy spiritual materials supplied to the family alchemists, more pills can be refined, which will increase the family's income. As for the person who sits in charge of this place, I should be the only one in the family who is more suitable. There cannot be too many people stationed here. Once there are too many people, it will be difficult for them to escape when they are discovered by monsters. Therefore, it is best if the foundation building cultivator stationed here as a spiritual plant husband, who can take care of the spiritual plants planted here and sit in charge of this place. Third Grandpa, although you are a 2nd level spiritual plant husband, you still need to sit in charge of the family to refine 2nd level pills. Third brother is not good at taking care of spiritual plants, but only good at fighting. In this case, I am the most suitable. Pengyun, this place is extremely dangerous. Have you thought about it? Ling Yanhong heard this and felt that what Ling Pengyun said made sense. I have thought about it. Ling Pengyun replied in a voice transmission. Since you have made up your mind, I will not say more. In the future, you will be stationed here, and the family will give you 2 extra spirit gathering pills every year. In addition, the family's guardian spirit beast, the Immortal Crane King, will also stay here. In this way, if you encounter danger while stationed here in the future, you can escape more quickly. Seeing Ling Pengyun's firm attitude, Ling Yanhong stopped persuading him and instead sent a voice transmission to Ling Pengyun to inform him of the reward for stationing here for the family. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun was immediately overjoyed. In this way, Yang and the family will have to give me 4 soul-gathering pills every year while I am stationed here. Counting the 6 soul-gathering pills given by the family as an annual salary, I can get 10 soul-gathering pills a year, which is enough for me to take the pills and practice hard day and night for 10 months. Apart from the spells, spiritual plant secrets, etc. that I need to comprehend every day, these 10 soul-gathering pills are completely enough for me for a year, and there may even be 1 left over every year. And with the formation that conceals the aura of the spiritual veins here, I will block the entrance to the cave in the future. As long as there is no giant and monster passing by, it is probably very difficult for a foundation-building monster to find that there is a spiritual vein here, and the risk factor is not high. At least, the reward for stationing here is completely proportional to the danger of my stationing here. The reward for 4 soul-gathering pills is 800 spirit stones. This is just the amount for 1 year. Of course, the Yang and Ling families can also make a profit by paying such a reward. Thanks to Book Friend 160,515,162,502,603, Hongyan Grocery Store, Book Friend 150,415,075,841,358, Dream World, King Gaia Swordmaster, Looking Back Like a Dream, Wengaong, Fui, Book Friend 20220321172601784, Mutuochuo, and Budongshu for their monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Chapter 194, Opening Up the Spiritual Field. At this time, Ling Yanhong, who had previously discussed with Ling Pengyun and reached a conclusion, no longer hesitated and spoke to Yang Changxing. Fellow Taoist Yang, my Ling family will participate in occupying the spiritual veins here to plant spiritual plants. Seeing that Ling Yanhong agreed, Yang Changxing immediately took out the 2 formations he had prepared for the Snake Cave spiritual veins and introduced them to Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun, 2 Ling family foundation building cultivators. Among the 2 formations I brought this time, the key gathering formation is of the middle grade of the 2nd grade. It was purchased from Bailingman. Once this formation is activated, as long as the monsters below the Jinden realm are not deep in the Snake Cave, it is basically difficult to detect it. Except for some monsters that are extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. The formation for defense here is a killing formation. After all, if we encounter monsters here, the defensive formation will be of no use. We don't need to defend this place and can abandon it at will. Instead of doing this, it is better to set up a killing formation. This killing formation is called the Zhengjin Splitting Needle Formation. The key gathering formation, which is slightly lower in grade, is of the lower grade of the second grade. When this formation is activated, it can transform into hundreds of golden needles that can break the gang in an instant. The golden needles that can break the gang created by this formation are extremely restrained for monsters with strong bodies and have miraculous effects. Fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun, are you too satisfied with the two formations that my Yang family has put up here? If you are interested, please let me know and I will try my best to satisfy you. It is very good to arrange these two formations here. Fellow Taoist Yang, you have said too much? Ling Yanhong said. That's good. I will not waste time and arrange these two formations here. Fellow Taoist Ling and Pengyun, please protect me while I arrange these two formations to prevent any changes, especially underground, so that the escaped foundation building perfect snake demon will not return through the earth escape technique and attack us. Yang Changsing said with a look of fear between his eyebrows. Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun frowned when they heard this, and quickly did as they were told, mobilizing their spiritual consciousness and going deep underground to prevent the escaped foundation building perfect snake demon from returning to attack. Yang Changsing felt much more at ease when he saw the actions of Ling Pengyun and the others. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and sent his spiritual consciousness into the ground. Relying on the powerful spiritual consciousness of the foundation building period, he locked onto the second-level middle-grade spiritual vein underground and forcibly established a connection with it. After establishing a connection with this spiritual vein, Yang Changsing also arranged the key-gathering formation and the Zhengjin Splitting Needle formation here. With the support of the spiritual vein deep underground in the snake cave, which contained a huge amount of spiritual energy, the key-gathering formation was quickly activated. The spiritual energy and breath released from the second-level middle-grade spiritual vein deep underground were all locked in the snake cave, and the breath was not leaked out. The Zhengjin Splitting formation was a killing formation, which was constantly accumulating spiritual energy, waiting for the time when this formation was activated. After the formation was arranged, Yang Changsing stood up from the ground, and handed the formation plates of the key-gathering formation and the Zhengjin Splitting Needle formation suspended in front of him to Ling Yanhong through the control of objects, and said, Fellow Taoist Ling, these two formations have been arranged, and these two control formation plates are handed over to you. Ling Yanhong reached out to take it, but did not put it away directly, but handed it to Ling Pengyun on the side. Fellow Taoist Ling, won't you be stationed here in the future? Yang Changsing saw this and asked with a serious look. Ling Yanhong shook his head and said, Pengyun will be stationed here in the future. I need to refine pills for the family. I often need to take the materials for refining pills from the family and send the refined pills back to the family. If I am stationed here, it will be inconvenient. Hearing this, Yang Changsing fixed his eyes on Ling Pengyun, who had just entered the foundation building stage, and frowned slightly. Ling Pengyun and Yang Xiling, who married a descendant of the Golden Elixir, have a close relationship, which is better than the relationship between ordinary Yang disciples and Yang Xiling. Although the key-retaining formation and the Zhengjin Splitting Needle formation were arranged here, this place is after all in the Jiamang Lake where monsters are rampant. There is still a certain risk to be stationed here. What's more, Ling Pengyun has just entered the foundation building stage and whose strength is low. Monsters of the same level may not be able to fight him. Ling was sent to Bai Ling sect by the family when she was 13 years old. She didn't have deep feelings for the family. If the family hadn't never stopped paying Ling's salary when she was in the key training stage, I'm afraid the relationship between the family and Ling would have been very unfamiliar. If Pengyun was entrusted by her Yang family to stay here and died in danger, I'm afraid Ling would be dissatisfied. At that time, the relationship between the family and Ling would definitely be alienated. Under such circumstances, the family still wants to find Ling to do things. Even if there are interests involved, it will probably be difficult. Yang Changsing sighed helplessly. Yang Ling, who married a descendant of Jin Dan, is extremely important to the Yang family. If the Yang family wants to continue to grow, it needs to rely on Yang Ling's support. Ling Pengyun's future stay in the second-level spiritual vein of the Snake Cave is the decision of the Ling family. Even if Yang Changsing is interested, he can't change it as an outsider. Therefore, in order to ensure Ling Pengyun's safety, Yang Changsing had to start from strengthening Ling Pengyun's strength. The killing array arranged here is the only spare second-level killing array in the family. The price of high-level killing arrays on the market is too high, so this array method is not feasible. There are not many second-level spiritual talismans in the family. If we give them to Ling Pengyun for self-defense, the price is too high and it is not worth it. Thinking about it carefully, Yang remembered that when they were fighting just now, Ling Pengyun, who had just entered the foundation building stage, only took out a second-level magic shield and did not take out a second-level attack magic weapon, and his face brightened slightly. Pengyun, you don't have a second-level attack magic weapon. My grandson does not have a second-level attack magic weapon. Ling Pengyun, who was looking at the key retaining array and the Zhengjin splitting needle array, heard Yang Changxing's inexplicable question and was a little puzzled, but still answered. Hearing this, Yang Changxing thought that the Ling family had spent a lot of spiritual stones in recent years to buy foundation building pills and purchased many shops and major markets, and immediately understood why Ling Pengyun, a foundation building cultivator, did not have a second-level attack magic weapon. He had an idea, and after thinking about it, he proposed to Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, although this place is remote, it is also protected by the key gathering formation and the killing formation, but this place is after all in a place where monsters roam. If you don't have a second-level attack magic weapon, it will be difficult for you to exert your full strength. If you are really discovered by monsters when you are stationed here in the future, you may be hindered by the attack magic weapon. Several years ago, when my Yang family destroyed the Yi family in Hongai Ridge, we seized several second-level magic weapons. Several of them are covered in dust in the clan library and are useless. After I finish this, I will return to the Yang family and give you an attack magic weapon to use, so as to improve your strength. But this magic weapon given to you by my Yang family is not for nothing. You need to spend spirit stones to buy it. Of course, you don't need to rush to pay the spirit stones. You can pay it within 10 years. Ling Pengyun was very surprised to hear that Yang Changxing treated him so well and sold him a second-level attack magic weapon. But what Yang Changxing said did make sense. If a foundation building cultivator does not have the help of a second-level attacking magic weapon, it is indeed difficult for him to fully display his strength. However, he did not immediately agree to such a good thing, and looked at Ling Yunhong who was standing aside. After all, Yang Changxing represented the Yang family, not an individual. If it was an individual, Ling Pengyun would naturally agree directly, but if it involved another large family, he would naturally have to ask the opinion of the head of his own family. Ling Yunhong saw Ling Pengyun's expression and nodded slightly. Thank you very much, uncle. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun thanked Yang Changxing. No problem. Yang Changxing waved his hand and then said, let's not talk about the magic weapon for now. Now that I have arranged the two formations, it's time for you two spiritual plant husbands, Ling Daoyao and Pengyun, to work hard to open up a spiritual field on this vast land. The grade of the spiritual field opened here should not be too low or too high. It is best to maintain it at the first level, middle or upper grade. Less spiritual fields above the second level can be opened. After all, this place is in the territory of Jiayamang Lake, and there is also the risk of being discovered and snatched away by monsters. It is safer to plant first level, middle and upper grade spiritual plants with a shorter maturity time. Yang Changxing also knew that Ling Yunhuang and Ling Pengyun were spiritual plant husbands. The former was a well-known second-level spiritual plant husband, and the latter was a genius spiritual plant husband who was very famous in the 3 states of Balingman in recent years and improved a new type of high-quality spiritual rice. Okay. Ling Yunhuang and Ling Pengyun replied one after another and took action. The two first mobilized their spiritual consciousness to explore how much spiritual energy was left in the spiritual veins of this place, in addition to the daily supply of spiritual energy needed to open the 2 second-level formations. After finding out the remaining spiritual energy in the spiritual veins of this place, Ling Yunhuang and Ling Pengyun discussed that except for some spiritual energy left to maintain the daily cultivation of Ling Pengyun and the fairy crane king who would be stationed in the snake cave in the future, the rest of the spiritual energy would be used to open up spiritual fields. The remaining spiritual energy can open up 15 acres of first-level medium-grade spiritual fields, 15 acres of first-level upper-grade spiritual fields, and 5 acres of second-level lower-grade spiritual fields, a total of 35 acres of spiritual fields. With such a large number of spiritual fields, the space in the rock-scale snake cave is naturally not enough. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong called Yang Changxing, and together they used magic tools to bombard the cliffs on both sides of the snake cave to expand the snake cave. The snake cave was originally inside a cliff, and the cliff stretched for several miles. It was not a big deal to open up dozens of acres of space. However, in order to prevent the expanded snake cave from collapsing, Ling Pengyun, Ling Yuanhong, and Yang Changxing, 3 foundation-building monks, spent a lot of time using the solidification technique to blast the cliffs on the 4 sides of the expanded snake cave. After this was done, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yuanhong, 2 spiritual plant husbands, took out a spiritual hoe each and plowed out 35 acres of wasteland in the large and wide area that had just been opened up in the snake cave. Afterwards, the 2 relied on the connection between the key gathering formation, the Zhengjin cracking needle formation, and the second-level medium-grade spiritual vein underground to perform the spiritual plant's secret method spirit-raising technique. With the effect of the spirit-raising technique, they drew the spiritual energy in the spiritual vein and injected it into the 35 acres of wasteland one by one. They used the spiritual energy to temper the ordinary soil in the wasteland and turn it into spiritual. Because there were too many wastelands, even with Ling Yuanhong, a second-level spiritual plant husband, it took 3 days to open up all the 35 acres of wasteland into spiritual fields. However, the spiritual fields that have been developed are only the lowest grade, first grade, lower grade spiritual fields. Ling Yuanhong and Ling Pengyun need to rely on the continuous use of the spiritual plant's secret method spiritual cultivation technique to inject it into these spiritual fields, quench the spiritual soil in it, and make the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual soil stronger. Then achieve transformation and upgrade the grade. This step is extremely time-consuming. It took nearly a month to develop the 15 acres of first-grade middle-grade spiritual fields, 15 acres of first-grade upper-grade spiritual fields, and 5 acres of second-grade lower-grade spiritual fields. During this time, Yang Changxing was not idle. He left the snake cave for a long time and returned to the Yang Clan mountain to take the seeds of the 3 main materials for refining Huangaidan, Kingling grass, and Jilingdan, as well as the second-grade lower-grade magic weapon that he promised to give to Ling Pengyun. After the spiritual fields were developed, the spiritual plant seeds of various grades that Yang Changxing took from the Yang family were also planted in the soil by Ling Yuanhong and Ling Pengyun. After the seeds were planted, the 2 of them watered the spiritual seeds that had just been buried in the soil of the 35-acre spiritual field with spiritual rain to nourish the seeds to germinate quickly. Thanks to Book Friend 20200410135238602, Little Chicken Eats Eagle Master Edition, Book Friend 20190829142409164, Shallow Bank Dinayan, Book Friend 20181105005626021, Book Friend 20220326111537340, Book Friend 2011021015511444198, Z Dawn, Book Friend 20171119072218412, Book Friend 202103011065872766029, Book Friend Ioyokai, Book Friend 20221207091322382 for their monthly tickets. Thanks, Eric WSC, for the 100-point reward. Chapter 195, Eliminating Hidden Dangers. Half an hour later, in the snake cave, next to the 35-acre spiritual field, Yang Changxing, who had left the snake cave and returned to the snake cave a few days ago, saw Ling Pengyun and Ling Yuanhong, who had been busy in the spiritual field for nearly a month, finally finished their work and were walking out of the spiritual field. His expression was slightly moved and he made a suggestion. Fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun, the spiritual fields here have been opened up and the spiritual plant seeds have been planted. It's time to talk about the snake demon that had reached the perfect foundation and escaped from us a month ago. Not long ago, when I left this snake cave and was on my way back to my Yang clan's mountain, I sensed a breath of the escaped snake demon that had reached the perfect foundation several times. In all likelihood, the snake demon wanted to snatch back the inner elixir from me, but because its own strength has been greatly reduced, it did not dare to engage in a head-on battle with me. Although I am confident that I can defeat the snake demon that has reached the perfect foundation and has lost its inner elixir and whose strength has been greatly reduced. But I am not confident that I can kill it alone. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, I did not attack the snake demon at that time. The reason I tell you this is that I intend to bring you to, as well as your Ling clan's fairy crane king that is in the early stage of foundation building, to lure and kill the snake demon together. Ling Yanhong, who was a little pale due to excessive consumption of spiritual energy in the opening up of the spiritual fields, agreed when he heard this. I agree with this. This place was originally the lair of the snake demon. If the snake is not removed, it will be more dangerous for Pengyun to stay here in the future. I agree too. Ling Pengyun also said at this time. You two have consumed too much energy in developing the spiritual field. You are not on the best condition. Pengyun has not yet sacrificed the second-level inferior green steel mother and child sword that I gave you not long ago. His strength is insufficient. Rest for 3 days. After 3 days, Pengyun will sacrifice the green steel mother and child sword and lure the snake demon to death. Yang Changxing saw that Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun had consumed too much spiritual power in developing the spiritual field. He frowned and said, the green steel mother and child sword is a set of magic tools, with a grade of up to the second level inferior, divided into 2 flying swords, the son and the mother. The spiritual power consumed by a set of magic tools is not much more than that consumed by a single-handle magic tool. On the contrary, because the number of magic tools in a set is larger, the power is also several times stronger than that of a single-handle magic tool. Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun, who had consumed too much spiritual energy in developing the spiritual field, naturally agreed to Yang Changxing's proposal to lure and kill the escaped foundation-building perfect snake demon 3 days later. If they were in their current state, luring and killing the foundation-building perfect snake demon would be no different from committing suicide. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun and the others did not chat too much with Yang Changxing. They found a relatively flat place beside the 35-acre spiritual field and sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy from this place into their dantian to make up for the spiritual energy consumed in developing the spiritual field these days. As for Yang Changxing, he was not idle either. He walked to the other side of the snake cave, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, preparing for the battle in the near future. 3 days later, at noon, Yang Changxing was injured and his breath was extremely low. He walked out of the entrance of the snake cave as if he had fought a battle. As soon as he left the snake cave, he blessed a wind control technique on his body, identified a direction, and rushed out. At the same time, half a mile away, deep underground, a month ago, the rock-scaled demon python that had completed its foundation building and escaped from Yang Changxing and others used the earth escape technique to walk deep underground as if on flat ground, closely following Yang Changxing who was rushing on the ground. During the pursuit, the snake saw that Yang Changxing's breath was getting lower and lower, and there were many injuries on his body, as if he was seriously injured, and his heart was extremely complicated. It could feel that the inner elixir that had been nurtured for hundreds of years was still on Yang Changxing. This inner elixir was something it had nurtured for hundreds of years. If it was really lost, its cultivation would be 30% of the level it had when it was invincible, and it would be difficult to improve its cultivation. It now has a perfect foundation building and is just one step away from the golden elixir realm. In the past, it still had a chance to impact the golden elixir realm. But now that the inner elixir is lost, its cultivation will not improve at all. It is precisely because of this situation that this snake demon did not leave this place, but has been wandering around the snake cave occupied by Yang Changxing, waiting for the opportunity to snatch back the inner elixir. In the eyes of this snake, Yang Changxing, who had reached the 9th level of foundation building, was seriously injured for some reason today, which was an opportunity for it. However, it was a little afraid that Yang Changxing's serious injury was a fake. Since it entered the foundation building stage, its spiritual intelligence has been awakened. With its current cultivation level, its spiritual intelligence is no weaker than that of a child in his teens. With hundreds of years of life experience, it also knows what the strategy is. After thinking for hundreds of breaths, the snake demon used the earth escape technique to chase the seriously injured Yang Changxing for several miles before making up its mind. The inner elixir will be refined into elixir if it falls into the hands of a cultivator for a long time. If it does not take action at this good opportunity today, I am afraid that its inner elixir will also turn into elixir in a few days. Its eyes flashed scarlet, and its eyes became fierce, mobilizing more spiritual power to perform the earth escape technique. In an instant, its crawling speed deep underground increased by several times. After a few breaths, it caught up with Yang Changxing who was running on the ground in front of it. However, It did not leave the depths of the ground directly, but cast a spell to transform into ground spikes to attack Yang Changxing, who was seriously injured during the attack. Ground. Yang Changxing, who was rushing, saw several ground spikes suddenly appearing on the ground and immediately responded. He tapped the ground lightly, jumped up, and at the same time patted the storage bag on his waist to summon a green bronze bell. As soon as the bronze bell was taken out, it propped up a green light curtain to protect Yang Changxing and resist the several huge ground spikes that suddenly emerged from the ground. Under the bombardment of the several ground spikes, the green light curtain shook incomparably. Relying on the magic weapon, Yang Changxing, who was supporting this light curtain, also showed a weaker aura. His aura had fallen to the middle stage of foundation building, and his face became paler, like thin paper. The rock-scaled snake demon, who relied on the earth escape technique and was deep underground, was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He quickly cast several earth-related spells again, bombarding the blue light curtain that protected Yang Changxing. Not long after, the blue light curtain began to show tiny cracks. Deep underground, the rock-scaled snake demon, who had completed the foundation, saw this scene, and his eyes were full of heat. It relied on the earth escape technique to move to the ground below Yang Changxing. Then it swung its body hard, opened its huge mouth, and suddenly jumped out of the ground from deep underground, intending to bite the light curtain that had cracks protecting Yang Changxing in one fell swoop and swallow Yang Changxing alive. But when the snake jumped out of the ground, the seriously injured Yang Changxing changed his previous appearance of weak breath, and the powerful pressure of the 9th level of foundation building was directly revealed, and the paleness of his face also disappeared. The cracked light curtain was also restored in an instant, and the spiritual light was shining brighter. Although the bite force of the rock-scaled snake monster with a strong physique was tens of thousands of pounds, the blue light curtain was supported by a second-level top-grade magic weapon, and its defense was not weak, barely resisting the bite of the snake monster. Seeing this, the rock-scaled snake monster felt bad and quickly let go, wanting to use the earth escape technique to escape. But Yang Changxing didn't give it a chance. He waved his hand and took out a blue talisman from the storage bag and hit the ground under him. As soon as the talisman fell on the ground, the spiritual light flashed, and an extreme icy breath surged out of it. In just a moment, a thick layer of ice formed on the surrounding land of 100 feet. This thick layer of ice was not soil, and it was extremely solid. The earth escape technique that the rock-scaled snake monster had tried and tested in the past was immediately ineffective. The earth escape technique can only be performed when it touches the soil. This situation made the rock-scaled snake monster panic, and there was a look of fear in its eyes. It could still remember the power of the Gixa flame that Yang Changxing had used a month ago. If it fought Yang Changxing head-on, it would have no chance of winning. In order to save its life, the snake kept crawling to the land outside the ice layer that stretched for hundreds of feet, trying to escape by contacting the land and performing the earth escape technique. Seeing this, Yang Changxing on the side whispered jokingly, "With the help of this second-level medium-quality ice seal talisman, I wonder where you can escape this time." Before he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and summoned the Gixu Fire Furnace, his lifelong magic weapon. He injected several spiritual powers into it, summoned a large piece of fire from it, and trapped the rock-scaled snake monster that kept swaying its body and crawling away from the ice layer. Although the rock-scaled snake monster's inner strength was greatly reduced, its physical strength was not affected. After the snake added an earth armor technique to the countless scales on its body, it could barely block the large amount of flames that were sweeping in with those scales with extremely strong defensive power. But this was not a solution. Although it blocked the flames, it was also blocked by the flames. In order to break the crisis, the rock-scaled snake demon could only consume the few spiritual powers in its body due to the loss of its inner elixir, and forcibly prop up the protective Yuan Gang, which transformed into a protective light curtain to block the surrounding flames. As soon as the light curtain was propped up, it swung its tail violently and rushed out of the flames. This move was indeed useful. Even if the protective light curtain had no inner elixir support, its defensive power in a short period of time was extremely strong, and it was very easy to block the surrounding flames. But just as the snake demon was about to crawl away from the ice layer that stretched for hundreds of feet, a crane cry sounded in the sky. The cry came from the sky, and it was the fairy crane king, the guardian spirit beast of the Ling family, and behind it were two monks, Ling Yuanhuang and Ling Pengyun. As soon as the crane and the two monks arrived, they launched their respective attacks. The fairy crane king spread its wings and summoned 100 feather arrows. Ling Yanhong threw out 18 kindling swords and formed a sword formation. Ling Pengyun threw out the long and short Qinggang mother and child flying swords that he had just sacrificed. In an instant, 100 feather arrows, sword formations, and Qinggang mother and child flying swords fell from the sky, blocking the path of the rock-scaled snake monster and bombarding the light curtain it held up, causing the light curtain to shake continuously, and the flickering spiritual light of the light curtain quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 100 breaths, the rock-scaled snake monster, which was supported by the inner elixir as spiritual power, had exhausted its spiritual power and could no longer maintain the protective light curtain. Once the protective light curtain was broken, large pieces of flames, 100 feather arrows, the earthly sword formation, and the Qinggang mother and child flying swords all bombarded the body of the rock-scaled snake monster. Although the rock-scaled snake demon had a layer of solid scales with rock armor on its body, the defense of the scales was weaker than the protective light curtain. The protective light curtain was broken, so how could the solid scales on the snake demon's body be spared? In just over 10 breaths, the scales on the rock-scaled snake demon were all broken by the attack, and its body was riddled with holes by feather arrows and flying swords. This snake was dead. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun and others all raised a touch of joy on their faces. Once this snake died, there would be no more hidden dangers for the Ling and Yang families to jointly occupy the second-level intermediate spiritual veins of the snake cave to plant spiritual plants. Yang Changxing, the strongest person present, with a cultivation level of up to the 9th level of foundation building, looked at the body of the rock-scaled snake demon with perfect foundation building lying flat on the ice, riddled with holes, and with few solid scales left on its body, and a touch of pity appeared between his eyebrows. Except for the inner elixir, the only valuable thing left on this snake is its hard scales. If we can keep those scales with good defensive power, they will be enough to serve as some second-level medium and high-quality inner armor magic tools made of snake scales. What a pity. Of course, he also understood that if he didn't break the scales on the snake, it would be difficult to kill it in a short time. Turning back, Yang Changxing used his spiritual power to transform a sword light, and waved his hand to cut a huge snake corpse of 5 feet long into two. One section was 4 feet long, and the other was only 10 feet long. Then, he raised his head and looked at the sky dozens of feet high. Ling Yanhong, who was riding the fairy crane king, asked, "Fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun, you two contributed less this time, but I wasted a second-level medium-grade ice seal talisman worth at least 400 spirit stones on the market. I will take more of this snake body to make up for the loss. Do you have any objections?" No. Ling Yanhong saw that the ice layer that stretched for hundreds of feet had a miraculous effect in killing the snake monster. Moreover, Yang Changxing had contributed the most in killing the snake monster just now. He didn't want to conflict with Yang Changxing, who was at the 9th level of foundation building, because of the snake body that was not worth much, so he nodded and replied, "I have no objection either." Ling Pengyun, who was riding on the fairy crane king with Ling Yanhong, saw the reply from his family leader and followed suit. Yang Changxing, who was standing on the ice layer, was quite satisfied when he saw Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun's answers. He waved his hand and put the 4-foot-long snake body into the storage bag. Ling Yanhong, who was riding on the fairy crane king, followed behind and put away the remaining small section of the snake body that was 1 foot long. After finishing the task, the three of them quickly left the place and returned to the snake cave under the cliff that stretched for several miles away. Ling Yanhong and Yang Changxing rested in the snake cave for a day, recovered the spiritual power consumed by the daytime battle with the snake demon, and then left the snake cave together and returned to their respective families. At the time of parting, Ling Yanhong, as an elder, also told Ling Pengyun, who would be stationed here in the future, to pay attention to safety. Once this place was discovered by the monster beast, if the attacking monster beast was strong, he would have to retreat immediately and take his life as the most important. At the same time, he also told Ling Pengyun that every 3 years, he and Yang Changxing would come here together to harvest a mature spiritual plants in the 35 acres of spiritual fields in the snake cave. Ling Pengyun and the fairy crane king in the early stage of foundation building stayed in the snake cave in the territory of Jiayamang Lake together, stationed in the snake cave, and took care of the growth of the spiritual plants in the snake cave. Ling Yanhong left the Ling family's guardian spirit beast, the immortal crane king, behind to prevent the place from being discovered by monsters, so that Ling Pengyun could escape when the attacking monsters were too powerful. Everything returned to peace, and Ling Pengyun, who was stationed in the snake cave, also replanned his future training arrangements. Start from the early morning. First absorb a breath of the power of the early sun for half an hour. Water the 35 acres of spirit plants in the rock-scale snake cave with spiritual rain for half an hour. Comprehend the earthly evil sword formation for half an hour. Comprehend the sword art of the word wrong for half an hour. Comprehend the method of Lingxiao's melting device for half an hour. Comprehend the various spiritual patterns of the refining method for half an hour. Comprehend the life spell blue sea sky sword attached to the practice for 1 hour. Comprehend Lingxiao's ripening technique for 1 hour. Use spiritual power to warm the thorny vines of the life spirit plant for 1 hour. The rest of the time, except for absorbing a breath of moonlight at night, is used to refine the gathering spirit pill for practice. The fairy crane king in the snake cave, in addition to looking for food, crawled in the snake cave all day long, absorbing the rich spiritual energy contained in the snake cave for cultivation. As for the spirit beasts that Ling Pengyun did not bring here and stayed in Lingxiao Mountain, the Fingaying Pen, 2 pine flower spirit chickens, 3 earthworms, and fruit flower bee colonies, they were all handed over to Ling Yanhong, who returned to the clan mountain to take care of. Before coming here, Ling Pengyun simply went with Yang Changxing to kill the foundation building perfect monster beast, and did not know that Yang Changxing was planning the spirit bane, so he did not bring the spirit beast. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 196 Ling Yanhong's ambition. On the other side, Ling Yanhong, who left Jiamang Lake with Yang Changxing, summoned the Supreme Elder Ling Pengxing, the Great Elder Ling Ruxin, the 5th Elder Ling Yangxi, and the 6th Elder Ling Yanqian to the meeting hall on the top of the mountain as soon as he returned to the family. When everyone was present, Ling Yanhong, who had just returned to the family, also told Ling Ruxin and others in detail that he and Yang had recently arranged 2 second-level formations in Jiamang Lake to occupy a second-level medium-grade spiritual vein, opened up 35 acres of spiritual fields to plant spiritual plants, and the family could share 40% of the profits, as well as Ling Pengyun and the immortal crane king who would be stationed in the snake cave spiritual vein in the future. Everyone had different expressions when they heard this. Some were shocked, and some were worried. The great elder Ling Ruxin, who had been handling family affairs for many years and was very good at planning, spoke with a worried look on his face. Yanhong, this time we will occupy the second-grade middle-grade spirit vein in the Jiamang Lake together with the Yang family, open up spirit fields and plant spirit plants. There is a formation guard in the place, and there are few monsters stationed there. The risk factor for Pengyun and the immortal crane king stationed there is relatively low, and the profits they will get are large. You should indeed agree to this. But I'm afraid that our Ling family and the Yang family's joint occupation of the snake cave spirit vein will not last long. If what the Yang family said is true, the Bailing sect will occupy tens of thousands of miles of the Jiamang Lake again and open up a new state when the monsters riot once 100 years in the next 10 years. The second-grade middle-grade spirit vein that we occupied this time in cooperation with the Yang family will probably also belong to the human race. By then, when there are no more monsters around the spirit vein and there is no need for foundation-building cultivators to garrison there, the Yang family will probably kick our Ling family out and enjoy the second-grade middle-grade spirit vein alone. Ling Yanhong heard this, with 2 rays of light in his face, and said with great confidence. 8 years ago, when Bailingman launched the war to exterminate demons, the second-grade inferior stone spirit walnut tree that our family and the other 4 families in Huaishu County jointly obtained has now produced more than 50 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts. Within 3 years, the more than 50 stone spirit walnuts will accumulate enough spiritual power to impact the second level. With the assistance of me, a second-grade spiritual plant husband, at least half of the more than 50 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts will transform into second-grade inferior ones. In addition to the 20 stone spirit walnuts that were divided among the other 4 families in Huaishu County, my Ling family can keep at least nearly 10 second-grade inferior stone spirit walnuts. Relying on those 10 second-grade inferior stone spirit walnuts, I am confident that I can break through from the 5th level of foundation building to the 6th level of foundation building in a short period of time. By then, with my strength at the 6th level of foundation building and the help of the earthly evil sword formation, it will be no problem for me to fight with Yang Changxing, who is at the 9th level of foundation building. Moreover, I will have the help of Pengyun, Penxing, and the immortal Crane King. My Ling family does not need to be afraid of Yang family at all. Besides, with Pengyun's relationship, as long as there is no major conflict between our Yang family and Ling family, and it is just a simple conflict of interest, the backers behind Yang family will definitely not help Yang family. Yang family thinks that my Ling family is a thug, so why don't I use Yang family as a springboard? Everything is uncertain, who is planning who is still uncertain. These words are like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, and Ling Ruxin's worries instantly dissipated like smoke. When Ling Penxing, Ling Yangxi, and Ling Yunqian, who were in the meeting room, heard Ling Yunhong's words, their hearts were filled with blood. Let's not discuss the matter of occupying the spiritual vein with the Yang family. Let's talk about the internal affairs of the clan. 11th uncle, the successor you chose in the past, Pengyun, has now entered the foundation building stage. The position of the great elder requires handling various family affairs, big and small, which takes a long time. This position will more or less delay his progress in cultivation. Pengyun is still young and has good qualifications. He has a bright future. It would be a pity if his cultivation was delayed because of family affairs. In my opinion, a new successor needs to be selected. Fortunately, he can take over your position and manage the family in the future. Ling Yunhong spoke again. Ling Ruxin knew that this problem would happen as early as a year ago when Ling Pengyun successfully built his foundation. He also prepared for the rainy day and had already selected another candidate to take his place. I have already thought of the candidate to succeed me. This person is Peng Liang, who is ranked 16th in the Peng generation. There are 3 reasons why I chose Peng Liang. First, although my Ling family wants to change the spiritual planting that is the foundation of our family to alchemy, and spiritual planting will assist alchemy in the future, spiritual planting is also an important skill of the family. To serve as the great elder, it is better to have a member of the clan who masters spiritual planting. Second, Peng Liang has good aptitude. He has 3 spiritual roots. Not long ago, he just entered the 6th level of key training, and his spiritual planting has also reached the 1st level middle grade. Third, Peng Liang has been baptized by the demon-killing war launched by the Bailing sect 8 years ago, and now he has become extremely stable. This kind of character is rare in the younger generation. Combining these 3 factors, I want to choose Peng Liang as my successor to take over my position in the future. What do you think? Ling Ruxin said carefully. I know that Peng Liang is a talented kid. He is indeed quite talented. With the help of family resources, it will not be a problem for him to cultivate to the perfection of key training in the future. He can take over the important task that you, Uncle Shai, are in now. But Uncle Shai, your lifespan is short now, and your cultivation has begun to decline. You still need to cultivate Peng Liang's ability to handle family affairs as soon as possible. After Peng Liang can handle family affairs on his own, Uncle Shai, you should also be able to retire with peace of mind. This period is limited to 3 years, that is, when the fruit of the stone spirit walnut tree enters the 2nd stage, you must put down the heavy responsibility on your shoulders and retire with peace of mind in the clan. Ling Yunhong agreed after hearing this. Okay, 3 years. Within 3 years, I will definitely train Peng Liang into a competent elder. Ling Ruxin felt warm in his heart and said with a smile. Ling Yunhong felt a little helpless when he saw Ling Ruxin's answer. After 3 years, Ling Ruxin, an old man who has dedicated half his life to the family, may not have much life left. After a moment of distraction, Ling Yunhong came back to his senses and asked Ling Ruxin. Uncle 11, what is Cheng Xin's current cultivation level? Cheng Xin has just entered the 2nd level of key training. Ling Ruxin thought about it carefully and replied. The spiritual power and consciousness of the 2nd level of key training can barely refine pills or magic tools. It's time to test this child's talent. Is he better at refining pills or tools? After getting the answer, Ling Yunhong's eyes flashed with a gleam of light and said, I agree with this. Ling Ruxin agreed. Ling Chengxin is the 4th of the Chengzi generation among the 5 generations of the Ling family, Ru, Yun, Xiao, Peng, Cheng. He is the only person with spiritual roots that Ling Pengyun found in the small town of Lingxiao 3 years ago when he was stationed in Qingshi Mountain. Although this child has 3 spiritual roots of fire, wood, and earth, his fire and wood spiritual roots have reached an extremely high level of sensitivity to spiritual energy. The practice method he practiced also corresponds to the spiritual root, which is a practice method that helps the fire with wood. This also makes Ling Changxin very good at controlling fire and has a very high control ability over flames. Because of his ability to control fire, this boy was listed by the Ling family's top management as an important training target for future alchemy or weapon refining. Afterwards, Ling Yanhong and others discussed some clan affairs, and then ended. Ling Yanhong, an alchemist who could refine the second-level lower-grade Jiling pill, also found Ling Changxin's residence in the clan mountain alone after the meeting, and gave him 100 spiritual materials for refining mortal world pills, ordinary iron for refining mortal world ironware, and a pill furnace. Let him use these two materials to refine mortal world pills and mortal world ironware respectively. It has been tested whether Ling Changxin has a stronger talent in alchemy or weapon refining. 4 months later, in mid-June, in the territory of Jiayamang Lake, inside the rock-scale snake cave, Ling Pengyun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, had just finished comprehending the Lingxiao Ripening Technique for an hour, and mobilized his spiritual power to warm the thorny vines attached to his dantian. The thorn vine in the dantian suddenly raised a huge spiritual power fluctuation, and began to frantically absorb the liquid spiritual power in Ling Pengyun's dantian. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Ling Pengyun was delighted, and did not stop it, letting it go. As the thorn vine absorbed more and more liquid spiritual power, its breath and spiritual power began to gradually rise. Crack! After a few hours, a very small breaking sound came from the body of the thorn vine, and its breath officially entered the 9th level of key training. Because the thorn vine entered the 9th level of key training from the 8th level of key training, it was a breakthrough in a small realm, and the thorn vine did not improve much, so there was no spiritual power to feed back to its owner Ling Pengyun. When the thorn vine stopped moving, Ling Pengyun also opened his eyes and mouth at this moment, and summoned the finger-sized thorn vine from the dantian. Since he entered the foundation building stage and could take things of the same origin as himself into his dantian for warming, he took the thorn vine into his dantian for warming. The benefits of this move are also very obvious. Even if Ling Pengyun does not deliberately mobilize the liquid spiritual power in his dantian to warm the vine can slowly absorb the liquid spiritual power and then improve his cultivation. The liquid spiritual power in Ling Pengyun's dantian is 1 level stronger than the spiritual power of a key training cultivator. Using liquid spiritual power to warm the thorn vine is like a key training cultivator taking a pure 2nd level spiritual fruit to improve his cultivation. It is precisely because of this that the thorn vine has made rapid progress in the more than 1 year since Ling Pengyun entered the foundation building stage. Ling Pengyun looked at the thorn vine that was summoned from his dantian and suspended in front of him, and a look of joy appeared on his face, and he secretly planned something. I have spent 7 years nurturing this vine with spiritual power, and finally helped it to advance from the initial stage of key training to the 9th level of key training. According to the speed at which I have used liquid spiritual power to help this vine purify the spiritual power in its body, within 5 years, this vine should be able to enter the perfect stage of key training. 5 years is neither long nor short. It is time to search for spiritual waters such as bailing water for it to build its foundation, so as to assist it in building its foundation in the future. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun suddenly remembered that a few months ago, he, Ling Yanhong, and the immortal Crane King cooperated with Yang Changxing to kill the rock-scaled snake monster with perfect foundation that originally occupied this snake cave. Yang Changxing promised to give Ling a bottle of small bailing water after refining it with the inner elixir of the rock-scaled snake monster with perfect foundation. If 5 years later, when the thorny vines have purified all the spiritual power in the body and the cultivation has reached the perfection of key training, and the bottle of small bailing water in the clan is not used by any clan member, you can ask the 3rd ancestor for it. Although the probability of improving the foundation building of the small bailing water is not high, it is only half, but it is better than nothing. If I can't raise the spiritual stones needed to buy the bailing water within 5 years, I will settle for the next best thing and choose the small bailing water in the family. There are few foundation building spiritual objects in the outside world. Even the bailing water, which is a spiritual water type foundation building spiritual object, can only appear at the auctions in various markets. But once the bailing water appears at the auction, the price required is extremely high. At least 9,000 spiritual stones are needed to buy it. 9,000 spiritual stones are extremely difficult for Ling Pengyun to raise now. The spiritual stones he earned from selling the secret method of Qi and Lingxiao have long been spent. As for the spiritual stones that the family owed him for refining magic tools, there were only 4 or 5,000 spiritual stones left at most, and there was still a gap of 3 or 4,000 spiritual stones. It would be difficult to earn the remaining 3 or 4,000 spiritual stones in 5 years. The thorn vines in the key training period would only have spiritual power to feed back when they entered the middle, late, and perfect stages of key training. Ling Pengyun came back to his senses and put the thorn vines back into his dantian, warming them with liquid spiritual power. Thanks to Angel Walker, Zion Ahuad, Ryan, Yishao's Hane, Book Friend 202103011065872766092, Book Friend 20230104230650418, Book Friend 20190517121520166, Book Friend 20221410523090131, Dasha Rugao's Hibeo, Book Friend 160,419,824,070,167 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Ling Chang's New Key Refining Pill. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. Ling Pengyun had been stationed in the rock-scale snake cave, taking care of the spiritual plants in the 35 mu of spiritual fields here for 2 years. One day, the immortal Crane King, who was stationed here with Ling Pengyun, was holding a snake corpse about 10 feet long in his mouth. He walked along the entrance and exit of the snake cave and slowly walked to Ling Pengyun, who was sitting cross-legged beside the 35 mu of spiritual fields deep in the snake cave, and put the snake corpse down. Then, the crane called softly to Ling Pengyun. After a while, Ling Pengyun completed a big cycle and opened his eyes. When he saw that the snake corpse brought back by the immortal Crane King had a breath that reached the perfection of key training, his expression was delighted. This snake has many scales on its body, which can be used as the main material for at least 2 sets of first-level superior golden scale inner armor. In the 2 years that Ling Pengyun had been stationed in the snake cave, he would deliberately let the immortal Crane King, who had to go out to find food every day, search for snakes and pythons as much as possible to kill. Because the king of Jiayamang Lake is a Jia long, the snakes and pythons in this area have also grown extremely strong. It is also very easy for the fairy Crane King to search for snakes and pythons. In the past 2 years, he has killed at least 100 snakes and pythons above the middle stage of key training. Ling Pengyun does not need the flesh and blood of these 100 snakes and pythons above the middle stage of key training, but he needs the scales of these 100 snakes and pythons very much. Relying on those snake scales and some solid monster bones as raw materials, Ling Pengyun refined 100 times of first-level medium and high-quality golden scale inner armor. This also increased his success rate of refining first-level medium-quality golden scale inner armor to 40%, and his success rate of refining first-level high-quality golden scale inner armor barely increased to 20%. After Ling Pengyun was delighted, he thanked the fairy Crane King. Thank you very much. The immortal Crane King had entered the foundation building stage, and its intelligence had been greatly developed. Even if there was no master recognition restriction between it and Ling Pengyun, it could understand some human speech. The immortal Crane King was quite satisfied with Ling Pengyun's words of thanks. It nodded slightly, and with a crane cry, urged Ling Pengyun to quickly clean the scales on the snake corpse, as it was a foodie. Ling Pengyun had been in contact with the immortal Crane King for more than 2 years, and he also understood what the immortal Crane King meant. He immediately did as he was told, waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, summoned the green steel flying swords, and used these 2 sharp second-level inferior flying swords to completely cut off the snake skin from the snake corpse that the immortal Crane King brought back this time. He also used the green steel flying swords to remove all the snake bones in the snake corpse, and then signaled the immortal Crane King that he could eat the remaining snake body. After receiving the signal, the immortal Crane King directly picked up the snake body without the snake skin and went to the side to gnaw on it. After a while, the 10-foot-long snake corpse entered the belly of the immortal Crane King. After eating, It also crawled on the ground and fell into deep sleep. Relying on the sleeping method, it refined the spiritual energy contained in the snake body that it had just swallowed into its stomach to improve its cultivation. As for Ling Pengyun on the other side, relying on the snake skin of the key cultivating snake demon just left behind and dozens of hard snake bones, he refined the first level upper grade golden scale inner armor twice. This time, his luck was better, and he succeeded once and failed once. After the refining was finished, Ling Pengyun looked at the first level upper grade golden scale inner armor that he had just successfully refined in his hand, and his face was happy. Although the quality of this golden scale inner armor is the lowest, the price on the market is only 70% of the price of the medium quality golden scale inner armor, but it can at least sell for 140 spiritual stones, which is considered good. After a moment of joy, Ling Pengyun put away the golden scale inner armor in his hand, closed his eyes again, and practiced according to the plan. Horizontal ellipsis. At the same time, halfway up the Lingxiao Mountain, in a quiet room in a courtyard, a young man was closing his eyes, practicing his skills to continuously absorb the rich free spiritual energy in the surroundings into his body, and coordinating the spiritual power in his own dantian to attack the bottleneck of the third level of key training. After about a few hours, the bottleneck of the third level of key training was broken, and the young man's cultivation level quickly improved to the third level of key training. Afterwards, he spent a few more days to stabilize his cultivation level before opening his eyes. Feeling the improvement brought by this breakthrough, the young man looked very happy. My spiritual consciousness and spiritual power are 30% stronger than the second level of key training. This is a good thing. Relying on the breakthrough in cultivation, perhaps the bottleneck of alchemy that has stuck me for half a year can be resolved and improved. Thinking of this, his expression moved slightly, and he waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist. He summoned the last 3 remaining spiritual materials for refining key training pills in the storage bag. Looking at the spiritual medicines on the ground in front of him, the young man was quite expectant and muttered to himself, "I don't know if the last 3 spiritual materials for refining key training pills on me can be used to refine a furnace of key training pills. If so, my success rate in refining this pill will reach 30%. This young man is Ling Pengyun, the only one with spiritual roots found by Ling Pengyun when he was stationed in Lingxiao Mountain 5 years ago. Ling Pengyun is the 4th in the Qing generation, and his spiritual roots are fire, wood, and earth. When he used the spirit testing formation to test his spiritual roots, the strength of his fire and wood spiritual roots, which are mutually exclusive, reached a rare level of 9 feet, while his earth spiritual root was only 2 feet. The wood spiritual root that is mutually exclusive can directly crush the earth spiritual root and is not affected. The top management of the Ling family specially selected a method for him that uses wood to help fire, the Binghero burning wood Ju. The Binghero burning wood Ju was obtained several years ago when Ling Yunhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, followed the Pengyun Yang family to attack and destroy the Yi family of Hongai Ridge. Although the Binghero burning wood technique obtained by the Ling family only has the key training chapter, the entire chapter of this technique can be practiced to the perfection of foundation building. Bailingman has the entire chapter of this technique. When this technique is practiced to the foundation building stage, it can cultivate the Binghero secret technique, which is a few points more powerful than the flames that ordinary foundation building cultivators can conjure. Relying on the effect of burning wood to help fire, although Ling Pengyun has 3 spiritual roots, his practice speed is much faster than that of ordinary double spiritual root cultivators. Moreover, this technique also greatly increases Ling Pengyun's control over fire. It is precisely for this reason that since Ling Pengyun has tested his spiritual roots, he has been arranged by the Ling family's senior management to learn the knowledge of alchemy and refining, which are the main development of the family in the future. 2 years ago, when he entered the second level of key training and had a certain amount of spiritual power, he began to refine ordinary ironware and ordinary elixirs under the guidance of the Ling family's patriarch to test his talent in these 2 different arts. It has been like this for half a year before a conclusion was reached. Ling Pengyun's talent in alchemy is much stronger than that in refining tools, at least when refining ordinary elixirs and ordinary iron tools, he performed so well. When Ling Pengyun's talent in alchemy was revealed, Ling Yunhong, an alchemist who could refine the second-level lower-grade Jiling pill, also began to formally teach him to refine pills. So far, he has been officially in the field of alchemy for a year and a half. During this year and a half, he focused on refining the key refining pill, and the success rate of refining this pill increased to 20% half a year ago. However, he has been stuck in this bottleneck, and the success rate of refining the key refining pill is difficult to improve. Coming to his senses, Ling Changxin waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, summoning a small pile of fiery wood and a green alchemy furnace about the size of a foot. As soon as these two items were taken out, Ling Changxin used his spiritual power to transform a wisp of flame, threw it on the small pile of fiery wood, and instantly ignited the pile of fiery wood. The firewood is very easy to burn. In just a moment, a raging fire started on the pile of firewood, and it kept getting bigger and bigger. Seeing this, Ling Changxin frowned, clasped his hands together, and used the fire control method to condense a red seal and cast it into the fire burning in the firewood pile. As soon as the seal was integrated into the fire, the burning fire flashed a red glow. Little. Ling Changxin changed his finger technique and groaned. The fire burning on the pile of firewood was like Ling Changxin's arm. It was controlled in an instant, became much smaller, and stabilized. Seeing this, Ling Changxin waved his hand to perform the art of controlling objects, and hit the green alchemy furnace that he had taken out earlier on the top of the burning flames of the small pile of firewood. Relying on the flames of the burning firewood, the bottom of the alchemy furnace was burned to heat the alchemy furnace. After half a cup of tea, when the temperature in the alchemy furnace reached a certain level, Ling Changxin performed the art of controlling objects again, opened the lid of the alchemy furnace, and orderly threw one of the 3 spiritual materials for refining key training pills placed in front of him into the alchemy furnace. The next moment, Ling Changxin changed his finger technique and performed the alchemy method. With a high temperature inside the alchemy furnace, he refined the impurities in the bodies of several spiritual medicines thrown into the alchemy furnace. This step took a very long time, and it took half an hour to complete. And those spiritual medicines whose impurities were refined were also transformed into spiritual medicine liquid under the high temperature in the alchemy furnace. Seeing this, Ling Changxin's face gradually became solemn. Refining spiritual medicine into liquid medicine is the simplest step in alchemy, and it is also the beginning. In order to increase the temperature inside the alchemy furnace, Ling Changxin waved his hand and shot his spiritual power at the flame burning in the flaming wood pile. The spiritual power was like a catalyst. Once it touched the flame burning in the flaming wood, the flame quickly grew and turned into a big fire. Ling Changxin's expression condensed, and he once again used the fire control method to stabilize the big fire burning in the flaming wood pile, so that the fire would not fluctuate. As the fire continued to burn the bottom of the alchemy furnace suspended in the air, the temperature inside the alchemy furnace became higher and higher. When the temperature inside the alchemy furnace increased by nearly twice, Ling Changxin took action. He pinched his fingers again, transformed into several spells, and injected them into the alchemy furnace, blessing the several spiritual medicine liquids inside the alchemy furnace. Together, Ling Changxin changed his middle finger technique and groaned. Inside the alchemy furnace, the several kinds of medicinal liquids suddenly flashed green light at the same time. Then, the several kinds of medicinal liquids blended together and turned into 5 fingernail-sized spheres. Success will come in one go. Ling Changxin groaned. The next moment, Ling Changxin pinched the magic formula and performed the most important melting pill method in alchemy. Melt the pill. Inside the alchemy furnace, the 5 spherical medicinal liquids flash green light. Under the interaction of the method of melting the pill and the high temperature in the alchemy furnace, the 5 spherical medicinal liquids made a sizzling sound and gradually condensed into pills. But after a few breaths, due to the limitation of his spiritual consciousness, Ling Changxin could not maintain the transformation of 5 pills at the same time, so he had to bear the pain and give up the other 3 spherical medicinal liquids and concentrate on condensing 2 medicinal liquids. As soon as his spiritual consciousness withdrew from the other 3 spherical medicinal liquids, the flashing spiritual light of the 3 spherical medicinal liquids suddenly dimmed, and was burned into 3 wisps of smoke by the high temperature in the alchemy furnace. Seeing this, Ling Changxin felt very distressed. If the 3 medicinal liquids could be condensed into pills, they would be 3 valuable first-grade lower-grade key training pills. However, while refining the pill, Ling Changxin did not dare to be distracted too much. After suppressing the chaos in his heart, he devoted himself to condensing the last 2 spherical medicinal liquids in the alchemy furnace. After half an incense stick, the 2 pills finally condensed successfully. Ling Changxin hurriedly urged his spiritual power and used the art of controlling objects to lift the lid of the alchemy furnace and take out the 2 green pills that were shining with spiritual light. Looking at the 2 pills in his hand that had just come out of the furnace and were still slightly warm, Ling Qiangxin was overjoyed. The improvement of cultivation is indeed of great help to alchemy. The first batch of pills I refined today was successful, and 2 pills were made. Even if the last 2 batches of key training pills fail, my 30% success rate in refining this pill can be confirmed. In the future, when I refine this key training pill, I can finally achieve a balance between income and expenditure, and I don't need to use my own spiritual stones to refine this pill. Thinking about it this way, it's all thanks to the 50 spiritual stones that Uncle Ba gave me 5 years ago, and the 30 spiritual stones that the family should have rewarded Uncle Ba after Uncle Ba detected my spiritual roots, a total of 80 spiritual stones. If it weren't for the help of these 80 spirit stones, my success rate in refining the key training pill would probably still be around 10%. In the future, when I succeed in refining the pill, I will definitely thank 8th uncle. The 8th uncle that Ling Qiangxin mentioned was Ling Pengyun, who helped him find out his spiritual roots. 5 years ago, after Ling Pengyun found out his spiritual roots, he sponsored Ling Qiangxin with a batch of spiritual objects, including 50 spirit stones, considering that Ling Qiangxin was born into a mortal family. My 3rd great-grandfather will definitely be very happy to hear this news. By then, I will ask my 3rd great-grandfather for a batch of spiritual materials for refining the key training pill. Maybe that batch of spiritual materials for the key training pill can help me get one step closer to refining this pill. Ling Qiangxin could feel that the great improvement brought by this breakthrough in cultivation had more benefits for alchemy than just being able to make 2 pills at the moment. If he refined the key training pills a few more times, he might be able to make 3 pills. In alchemy, a furnace of pills can produce up to 5 pills, and the probability of making a pill is related to the alchemist's own alchemy level. The success rate of alchemy is a matter of failure and success, and has nothing to do with the probability of making a pill. After adjusting his mentality, Ling Qiangxin used the remaining 2 spiritual materials to refine 2 more furnaces of key training pills. Although the last 2 furnaces of key training pills ended in failure, Ling Qiangxin was not sad. After all, he successfully refined the first furnace of key training pills. After cleaning up the mess of alchemy, Ling Qiangxin closed his eyes and practiced his skills to absorb the free spiritual energy around him and restore the spiritual power consumed by alchemy. After several hours, when Ling Qiangxin's dantian spiritual power was restored, he stood up, left the courtyard where he lived, and walked along a road to the top of the mountain. Not long after, he was blocked by the defensive light curtain protecting the top of the mountain. However, relying on a token given by Ling Yunhong when he officially followed Ling Yunhong to refine pills a year and a half ago, he successfully broke through the defensive light curtain on the top of the mountain and entered the top of the mountain. Relying on the token, he forced back a large cloud that could obscure the divine consciousness on the top of the mountain, and walked to the door of the only cultivation cave on the top of Lingxiao Mountain. After knocking on the door of the cave, Ling Yunhong opened the door and walked out after a while. Seeing that it was Ling Qiangxin who came, Ling Yunhong asked, "Qiangxin, today is not the last day of the month. What is the important matter that brings you here this time?" Since Ling Qiangxin started to learn alchemy from Ling Yunhong a year and a half ago, Ling Yunhong made an agreement with him that he would teach Ling Qiangxin how to refine pills on the last day of every month. Today is in the middle of this month. When Ling Qiangxin heard Ling Yunhong's question, he told Ling Yunhong in detail that his breakthrough in cultivation had increased the success rate of refining key training pills to 30%. Ling Yunhong was very happy to hear this, and hurriedly pulled Ling Qiangxin into the cave, gave Ling Qiangxin 3 portions of spiritual materials for refining key training pills, and asked him to refine 3 more furnaces of key training pills. Ling Qiangxin did as he was told, adjusted his breath for a while, restored his condition to the best, then took out a small pile of fiery wood in the alchemy furnace, and relied on the 3 portions of spiritual materials given by Ling Yunhong to refine key training pills. The furnace was opened 3 times, succeeded once, and failed twice. However, the one time it succeeded, there were as many as 3 pills. Ling Yunhong looked at the 3 key training pills Ling Qiangxin had just successfully refined, his eyes full of joy, and he thought to himself, in just 1.5 years, Qiangxin has raised the success rate of refining key training pills to 30%. His talent for refining pills is not weak. According to his talent, he can at least become a first-class middle-grade alchemist in the future. After coming back to his senses, Ling Yunhong commented, 3 furnaces of key training pills, 1 furnace was successfully refined, and 3 pills were made. Not bad. Although your success rate of refining pills is not profitable, at least it can guarantee no loss. When your success rate of refining this pill reaches 40%, come to me again, and then the family can entrust you to refine this pill. As for these 10 spiritual materials for refining key training pills, I funded you with my own money. Make good use of these 10 spiritual materials for refining key training pills. After saying that, Ling Yunhong handed the 3 key refining pills back to Ling Chengxin, and took out 10 spiritual materials for refining key refining pills from his storage bag and handed them to Ling Chengxin. Thank you, great-grandfather. Seeing this, Ling Chengxin was overjoyed and thanked him first. He then put the 10 spiritual materials for refining key refining pills, handed by Ling Yunhong, into his storage bag. Afterwards, Ling Yunhong began to point out the mistakes that Ling Chengxin made when he was refining 3 furnaces of key refining pills. Chapter 198, The Walnut Tree in the Stone Forest bears the 2nd-level spiritual fruit. Half a year later. In a quiet room in a courtyard halfway up Lingxiao Mountain, Ling Pengyun, who had been in the foundation building stage for 3 years, began to absorb the rich spiritual energy around him within a few hours after taking the 2nd-level inferior spirit gathering pill. Relying on the absorbed spiritual energy, the pure spiritual power obtained from refining the spirit gathering pill, his own dantian spiritual power, and the Zhengjin sword seed condensed during the key training period, he attacked a vague, inexplicable, and unclear bottleneck of the 2nd level of foundation building in the dantian. However, this bottleneck was extremely solid, and even if Ling Pengyun tried hard, it was difficult to break the bottleneck and then enter the 2nd level of foundation building. Half a day later, Ling Pengyun opened his eyes and whispered helplessly. The bottleneck of the foundation building realm is so difficult to break through. Even though I have entered the peak of the 1st level of foundation building for nearly a month, and used spiritual power to grind the bottleneck for a month, I still haven't been able to break it. This method of hard training is not suitable for me. If it weren't for the monster riot that is approaching once 100 years, and if I don't know the exact time when the monsters from the major gathering places of Yan State will invade my human territory, I would definitely go deep into the territory of Jiayamang Lake and find a monster in the early stage of foundation building. Fight with it and see if I can use the battle to comprehend the cultivation, as I did in the key training period. In addition, if I can kill a monster in the early stage of foundation building, I can sell a lot of spirit stones, and then buy some spiritual objects that are better than the 2nd-grade inferior spirit gathering pills, or raise the spiritual materials needed to refine my own magic weapon. Ling Pengyun has been following the method of using battle to cultivate the Tao's most sword practitioners do since he entered the Tao and condensed the seed of sword intent. He often went out of the family and went to the Jiayamang Lake to fight monsters, cultivate his Tao through fighting, and kill monsters in exchange for resources. It was through this method that he broke through so quickly in the key training period, and successfully broke through the foundation building stage at the age of 30. As for Ling Pengyun not going directly to Jiayamang Lake to train now, it was not because he was afraid of the monsters that rioted in Jiayamang Lake, but because he was worried about the safety of the family. In the Balingman territory where the Ling family is located, the only place where monsters gather is Jiayamang Lake. 10 years ago, the battle to exterminate monsters called by Balingman led the cultivators in the territory to attack the Jiayamang Lake territory. Although it was a great victory, it was only because the spirit formation master of Balingman relied on the formation to kill the ice dragon among the 2 golden elixir dragons in Jiayamang Lake. If it were not for such a result, the battle to exterminate monsters would not have ended in just nearly a month. But the 100-year monster riot is different. At that time, the cultivators in the Balingman territory will not only face the monsters within the hundreds of thousands of miles of Jiayamang Lake, but also the monsters from other monster gathering places. In the last 100-year monster riot, the Bayun Mountains, the largest gathering place of Yan State, sent 2 giant monster kings and hundreds of thousands of monsters to help the 2 giant dragons in Jiayamang Lake to attack the Balingman territory. At that time, there were only 2 giant in the Balingman. One was the previous generation of Balingman sect master, and the other was Lingfu's Henrin Mo Kongson. The combined strength of the 2 people was simply unable to stop the 3 giant monsters, leading tens or hundreds of thousands of monsters. If it weren't for the previous generation of Balingman sect master desperately performing the Order of Burning Lifespan, forcibly improving his cultivation to the middle stage of Jiandan, and working together with Mo Kongxin to repel the 4 invading giant and monsters in the early stage, I'm afraid that at least half of the Balingman territory would be occupied by the Jiamang Lake territory. In that battle, although the cultivators in the Balingman territory saved their own territory, during that battle, many monsters bypassed the defense line arranged by the Balingman in Yunshu County and entered the rear of the Balingman territory, slaughtering many families and causing great damage to the vitality of many families. At that time, the Ling family was just a small key training family. If it were not for the protection of the relative Yang family, it would have been destroyed by monsters long ago. Ling Pengyun was also worried that during the 100-year monster riot, there would be monsters bypassing the defense line arranged by the Balingman in Ziyan County, which was closest to the Jiamang Lake, and entering the rear of the Balingman territory to attack the Ling family. The family was his root and also had a favor to him. 3 years ago, he was able to build his foundation. The foundation building pill given by the family for free played a decisive role. Without that foundation building pill, even if he had the help of the Jengjin sword seed, it would be difficult for him to enter the foundation building realm. Now that the family is about to be in danger, he naturally cannot leave at will. The monster riot in the near future may be an opportunity for me. 2 lights flashed in Ling Pengyun's eyes. He thought back and didn't think too much. Because he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and it was difficult to break through in a short period of time, and the monster riot that happened once every 100 years was about to come, he put all his mind and body into the life spell Jengjin destruction sword attached to the cultivation method he practiced, so that he could comprehend this spell to perfection as soon as possible and make it a killer move. Once this spell is comprehended to perfection, it can be used in an instant, and because of its powerful power, it is extremely terrifying once it can be used instantly. Another half a year. Lingxiao Mountain, Lingshan area. In the 25 acres of spiritual fields in this area, the only second-level low-grade spiritual tree, the stone forest walnut tree, suddenly shook its body. The next moment, the tree shone with a dazzling green spiritual light, and a powerful spiritual power fluctuation burst out from its body, madly absorbing the rich spiritual energy in Lingxiao Mountain into its body. Through the large amount of Jiamu essence in its body, it quickly calmed down the violent spiritual energy absorbed into its body, refined it, and sent it into the bodies of the 58 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts on the tree, nourishing the 58 stone spirit walnuts and enhancing the spiritual power in these stone spirit walnuts. In this way, the stone spirit walnuts broke through the first level and entered the second level. Jiamu is a pure yang wood, and only in the body of pure yang wood can it be used. Yimu is a pure yin wood, which is actually flowers and plants. The stone forest walnut tree is a pure yang wood, and the essence in its body is naturally Jiamu essence. Because the second-grade inferior stone spirit walnut tree absorbed too much spiritual energy, it gradually alarmed the Ling clan members in Lingxiao Mountain. Among them, Ling Yanhong, who has been in seclusion in the cave on the top of the mountain for the past 3 years. In the cave on the top of the mountain, in the quiet cultivation room with a second-grade inferior spirit gathering array, Ling Yanhong, who was cultivating, felt a movement in the mountain, opened his eyes quickly, and scanned the place where the movement occurred. When he found out that the movement was caused by the second-grade inferior stone spirit walnut tree planted in the spiritual field area, he looked happy and muttered to himself. The 58 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts have finally come to this point. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yanhong stood up and quickly left the cultivation room, left the cave, and walked to the second-grade inferior stone spirit walnut tree planted in the spiritual field area on the top of the mountain. As soon as he arrived here, he quickly pinched his fingers and performed the spiritual plant's secret method spiritual breakthrough technique, relying on 90% of the liquid spiritual power in his body to condense 58 green seals. Spiritual breakthrough technique can help spiritual plants break through cultivation, and can also help the spiritual fruits of spiritual trees break through grades. This spiritual plant's secret technique is the same as the spiritual rain technique and the ripening technique, that is, the spiritual plant husband has passed his own spiritual power to the spiritual plants through the spiritual plant's secret technique, so that his own spiritual power can be used as a source of spiritual power for those spiritual plants to break through their cultivation. As soon as these 58 seals were condensed, Ling Yanhong put them into the 58 stone spirit walnuts on the stone spirit walnut tree that were breaking through the first level and expected to break through to the second level. As soon as the seals entered the bodies of those stone forest walnuts began to flash with spiritual light, and the aura they exuded and the spiritual power they contained became stronger and stronger. After Ling Yunhong performed the art of helping spiritual plants break through, he did not stop. Thanks to Fengguan Chongfeng, Zhao Ziling of Changshan, Fui, Wang Zhen, Jinlin 511, Xiang Eri, Fang Fei Xinghe, Liu, 60s and 70s, Book Friend 20200208231652595, Jiat, Wu Yanjian, Xingkong Yai, Book Friend 20210181752033383, RUO This Life, Zhang Xingxudhong, Xian's Hideo Yaoyu, Shenma Moha, and Kuangfang Dao Cheng for their monthly tickets. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to Ari WSC for the 100-point reward. Thanks. Chapter 199 Ling Yunhong's Two Kinds of Spiritual Plants. He opened his mouth and summoned a second-grade lower-grade spiritual grass and a first-grade upper-grade spiritual ginseng from his dantian. Both of these spiritual plants are Ling Yunhong's natal spiritual plants. The spiritual grass with a grade of second-grade lower-grade is called Rinshu blue cloud grass. This grass belongs to water, and its only function is to store huge and pure water spiritual power. Although this grass is only second-grade lower-grade now, it only corresponds to cultivators in the early stage of foundation building, but the spiritual power contained in this grass is enough to fill 70% of the spiritual power in Ling Yunhong's dantian in the middle stage of foundation building in an instant. Afterwards, Rinshu blue cloud grass can also absorb spiritual energy by itself, accumulate spiritual power, and restore the consumed spiritual power. At the beginning, when Ling Yunhong entered the middle stage of foundation building from the early stage of foundation building, he relied on the spiritual power of this grass from the key training stage to the foundation building stage, and then broke through in a short time. The first-grade upper-grade spiritual ginseng is called Jiuque spiritual ginseng. This ginseng is far superior to the same grade healing pills and healing. This ginseng is Ling Yunhong's life spirit plant. When Ling Yunhong, as the master, wants to use this ginseng to heal his wounds, he does not need to swallow it directly like taking ordinary healing herbs. Instead, he can let the 9-bend spirit ginseng perform the 9-bend healing technique to heal his wounds. And this ginseng can be used repeatedly, but every time the 9-bend spirit ginseng performs the 9-bend healing technique, it will be weak for a period of time. Whether it is Rinshu blue cloud grass or 9-bend spirit ginseng, they are both rare and precious spirit plants in the world of immortal cultivation. Otherwise, Ling Yunhong would not have sacrificed these two spirit plants as his life spirit plants. As soon as these two life spirit plants were taken out, Ling Yunhong relied on the connection between them and gave instructions. Mobilize an appropriate amount of Yimu essence that does not hinder your own cultivation progress, and inject it into the stone spirit walnut tree to calm the large amount of unrefined and violent spiritual energy absorbed by the stone spirit walnut tree. Rinshu blue cloud grass and 9-bend spirit ginseng were very obedient, and they immediately did as Ling Yunhong indicated. The former, because of his higher cultivation, sent 100 strands of Yimu essence into the body of the stone spirit walnut tree. The latter, because of his lower cultivation, only sent 60 strands of Yimu essence into the body of the stone spirit walnut tree. Yimu essence is the essence of the life of spiritual grass and spiritual plants. It not only contains pure spiritual power, but also has a strong affinity. Like Jiamu spiritual power, it can calm the turbulent spiritual energy. It is precisely because of this effect that after Rinshu blue cloud grass and Jiuque Lingshan transferred more than 160 strands of Yimu essence into the body of the stone spirit walnut tree, the pressure on the stone forest walnut tree to use its own Jiamu essence Linhua to frantically absorb the violent spiritual energy from the mountain also decreased. This also indirectly promoted the speed of the stone spirit walnut tree to refine and absorb the violent spiritual energy into its body. With a lot of gentleness as support, the green spiritual light flashing on the 58 stone spirit walnuts on the tree became more and more dazzling, and the aura became stronger and stronger. But the essence of Yimu that the Rinshu blue cloud grass and Jiuque Lingshan had transferred into the body of the stone spirit walnut were the foundation of both. The large amount of Yimu essence leaving the body also made them a little weak, and the spiritual light flashing around them also dimmed a little. Ling Yunhong saw the situation of his two life spirit plants, frowned, and looked up at the 58 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts on the stone spirit walnut tree that were breaking through the realm, and muttered to himself, "This time, even with the help of the liquid spiritual power in my dantian, It will probably take 2 or 3 years for the Yimu essence consumed by Rinshu blue cloud grass and Juquilingshan to recover. During these 2 or 3 years, the efficacy of the two will probably be only 70% of the efficacy of the full victory due to the excessive consumption of Yimu essence. If less than 30 of the 58 first-level high-quality stone spirit walnuts that are breaking through the second-level realm enter the second-level realm, it will be a big loss this time. With a sigh, Ling Yunhong also waved his hand to put the Rinshu blue cloud grass and Juquilingshan that consumed too much Yimu essence back into his dantian, sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes, and used the liquid spiritual power in his dantian to nourish the Rinshu blue cloud grass and Juquilingshan, so as to help them recover the Yimu essence consumed this time as soon as possible. 3 days later, when the second-level low-quality stone spirit walnut tree frantically absorbed spiritual energy into its body and used the huge Jiamu power in its body to refine the spiritual energy entering its body, the abnormal movement stopped. Among the 58 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts on the tree, 33 of them had the aura that entered the second-grade realm, and the other 25 failed to break through and stopped at the first-grade superior. The 25 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts that failed to break through did not suffer a backlash due to the failure of the breakthrough due to the help of the large amount of Jiamu spiritual power in the stone spirit walnut tree. On the contrary, the spiritual power contained in the body is more concentrated than that of ordinary first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts. Ling Yunhong, who had been guarding this place for the past 3 days, was overjoyed when he saw that 33 stone spirit walnuts on the stone spirit walnut tree had successfully broken through to the second-grade realm. There are 3 more stone spirit walnuts than expected that can successfully break through to the second level, which is a good thing. These 33 stone spirit walnuts, apart from the 20 that need to be handed over to the other 4 major foundation building families in Huaishu County who found this tree together, there are still 13 second-level low-grade stone spirit walnuts left. With the help of these 13 stone spirit walnuts, it is a sure thing that I will break through from the 5th level of foundation building to the 6th level this time. Thinking of this, Ling Yunhong's face became even happier. Thinking back, he summoned the 58 soul-locking jade boxes that he had prepared long ago from his storage bag, picked all the 58 stone spirit walnuts on the second-level low-grade stone spirit walnut tree, and stored them in the 58 soul-locking jade boxes. The 33 stone spirit walnuts that successfully broke through to the second-level low-grade realm this time have reached their own growth limit, and they can continue to stay on the stone spirit walnut tree. However, if you want to let the 33 spiritual fruits break through the grade, only the stone spirit walnut tree can enter the second-level middle grade. As for the 25 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts, although they did not succeed in breaking through this time, it was a blessing in disguise. Relying on the essence of the armor wood in the stone spirit walnut tree, the spiritual power contained in itself was several times stronger than that of ordinary first-grade superior spiritual fruits. However, the armor wood power in the stone spirit walnut tree was consumed by nearly half due to the breakthrough of the stone spirit walnut that was formed this time. Even if the 25 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts were left on the tree, it would take decades for the second-grade inferior stone spirit walnut tree to absorb spiritual energy and restore its armor wood power before it could make a breakthrough. Decades are too long, and it is enough for ordinary first-grade inferior stone spirit walnuts to enter the first-grade superior. Rather than leaving the 25 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts to absorb nutrients from the stone spirit walnut tree in vain, it is better to pick them. After Ling Yunhong put the 58 stone spirit walnuts he had picked into the soul-locking jade box, he performed a cloud and rain spell, which rained down spiritual rain to irrigate the growth of the second-level inferior stone spirit walnut tree. He also performed a ripening spell on it to speed up the growth of the tree. Although the stone spirit walnut tree has no age, it has already been cultivated. With the help of the Lingxiao ripening spell, its growth rate can be accelerated, and the speed at which this tree absorbs spiritual energy can also be a few points faster. The longer the tree spirit plants live, the faster they absorb spiritual energy. This is a special annual rain cultivation method for tree spirit plants. After the cloud and rain spells and the Lingxiao ripening spell were performed, Ling Yunhong looked at the stone spirit walnut tree with a trace of regret in his eyes. It would be great if this tree was my natal spiritual plant that I have cultivated since childhood. Otherwise, relying on this tree to break through to the lower grade second level on its own, with my dantian nurturing it, This tree may be able to reach the middle grade second level within 100 years. Once this tree reaches the middle grade second level, it will be easier for the first grade top grade stone spirit walnuts produced by this tree to break through to the second level in the future, and this tree can also produce middle grade second grade stone spirit walnuts. What a pity. It would be great if I could get this kind of spiritual tree with potential when it was still a seed, Ling Yunhong sighed. Although it takes a longer time for spiritual fruit trees to grow, they are of great benefit to the family. In the future, we can use the spiritual plant breeding technique on the second level low-grade stone spiritual walnut tree to guide this stone spiritual walnut tree to produce spiritual seeds. If this tree can produce a spiritual seed, and then give it to the spiritual plant husband in the family to be sacrificed and refined as the natal spiritual plant, it will be of infinite benefit to the family. Only when the spiritual plant is still a seed can it be sacrificed and refined as the natal spiritual plant by the spiritual plant husband. This is because once the spiritual plant sprouts and grows, it will give birth to a weak spiritual intelligence. Although it is not enough to think independently, it has the consciousness to resist the spiritual plant husband's sacrifice. Once the spiritual plant husband forcibly sacrifices the sprouted spiritual plant, it will fail in 9 out of 10 cases. The spiritual plant husband will also be attacked by the sprouted spiritual plant, and the sprouted spiritual plant will also be damaged. As for the rarity of spiritual tree seeds, it is also because spiritual tree seeds require spiritual trees to consume a large amount of their own Jiamu power to breed. In most cases, spiritual trees will not do such behavior that damages their own Jiamu power. Of course, there are exceptions. Spiritual trees above the second level have some spiritual intelligence and know that spiritual trees can condense spiritual energy. Therefore, for their own cultivation, many spiritual trees above the second level will consume a large amount of Jiamu spiritual power to breed offspring, cultivate them, and use them to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to assist their own cultivation. In addition, spiritual plant husbands can also use pregnancy techniques on spiritual trees, deliberately guiding spiritual trees with little spiritual intelligence to consume a large amount of Jiamu essence to breed spiritual seeds. Although the Ling family has many spiritual fruit trees, those spiritual fruit trees are all sprouted spiritual fruit trees that the Ling family found from the monster territory or bought at the auction. Ling Yunhong had an idea, so he naturally started to implement it immediately, and cast a pregnancy technique on the second level inferior stone spirit walnut in front of him. After this technique was performed, Ling Yunhong left this spiritual field area. Although he is the only second-level spiritual plant husband in the clan, he usually only takes care of the second-level low-grade stone spiritual walnut and the spiritual field area. The rest of the spiritual plants are handed over to the elder Ling Ruxin, a veteran first-level high-grade spiritual plant husband. This move is also to save time, so that he can have more time to practice and refine pills. Sorry for being late. Chapter 200 The Great Elder takes over. After Ling Yunhong left the spiritual field area, he went to the General Affairs Hall. At this time, there were 2 people in the General Affairs Hall. One of them was the Great Elder Ling Ruxin, and the other was Ling Pengyun. The 2 were using an abacus together to calculate the amount in the Ling family's account book and check whether there were any errors in the account book. Ling Pengyun, who was fiddling with the abacus, saw Ling Yunhong coming, and hurriedly stopped fiddling with the abacus, bowed and greeted him. Third great-grandfather, Ling Ruxin, who was standing aside, saw Ling Yunhong coming, and his face lit up, and asked with a slightly expectant tone, "Yunhong, how many of the stone spirit walnuts on the stone spirit walnut tree on the top of the mountain have successfully entered the second stage?" 3 days ago, Ling Ruxin also knew that the stone spirit walnut tree absorbed a lot of spiritual energy from Lingxiao Mountain. He also went to the top of the mountain to watch the 58 stone spirit walnuts on the stone spirit walnut tree break through the second stage. However, since he had to attend to the affairs in the mountains, it was difficult for him to stay by the stone spirit walnut tree like Ling Yunhong did, and watch the spiritual fruit produced by the stone spirit walnut tree break through the bottleneck. Ling Yunhong smiled when he heard this. Uncle 11, of the 58 stone spirit walnuts on the stone spirit walnut tree this time, 33 have successfully entered the second level. After saying this, Ling Yunhong summoned 58 locked jade boxes from his storage bag. The 58 locked jade boxes contain the 58 stone spirit walnuts produced by the stone spirit walnut tree this time. The 58 locked jade boxes were divided into 2 parts by Ling Yunhong. Among them, 25 first-level high-quality stone spirit walnuts and 22nd-level low-quality stone spirit walnuts were placed on the counter of the General Affairs Hall. Uncle 11, the spiritual power contained in those 25 first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts is richer than that of ordinary first-grade superior stone spirit walnuts. Keep them for the clan members to use. As for the 22nd grade inferior stone spirit walnuts, they belong to the other 4 major families in Huaishu County. After some time, you send someone to inform the people of the other 4 major families about this matter and ask them to come to Ling's to get the fruit. This will also avoid the risk of accidents when we personally deliver the spiritual fruit to the 4 major families. The stone spirit walnut tree on the top of Lingxiao Mountain was obtained by Ling's family and the other 4 foundation building families during the war to destroy demons. The 5 families naturally got a share of the 2nd grade stone spirit walnuts they harvested, but the shares were different. Then, Ling Yunhong pointed to the remaining 13 soul-locking jade boxes in front of him that contained 2nd grade inferior stone spirit walnuts and said, 11th uncle, these 13 2nd grade inferior spiritual fruits are the remaining ones after giving them to the other 4 families in Huaishu County. I plan to rely on these 13 spiritual fruits to try to break through my cultivation. I will not share them with Pengyun, Pengxing and others. If I have extra 2nd grade inferior stone spirit walnuts after breaking through my cultivation, I will share them with Pengyun, Pengxing and others. As for these 13 2nd grade inferior stone spirit walnuts, they will be taken from the family account, and the contribution points spent will be deducted from my account. When Ling Ruxin heard that there were 13 2nd grade inferior stone spirit walnuts left after giving them to the other 4 families in Huaishu County, he was overjoyed and asked with a smile on his face, Yunhong, with these 13 2nd grade inferior spiritual fruits, are you sure you can break through to the 6th level of foundation building? Yes. Ling Yunhong nodded and replied. It's good to be sure. Ling Ruxin heard this, and his face became even happier. Ling Yunhong's breakthrough to the 6th level of foundation building is the key to the Ling family's plan to occupy the Snake Cave Spirit Bane with the Yang family in the future. Uncle 11, do you still remember the promise you made to me 3 years ago that when the walnuts from the stone spirit walnut tree reach the 2nd stage, you will step down and take care of your old age? Ling Yunhong asked with a smile, looking at Ling Pengyun standing beside him. Ling Ruxin's expression froze for a moment, and after half a breath, he came back to his senses and replied. Of course I remember. After these 3 years, Pengyun can handle all the trivial matters of the clan independently, and is qualified to take on the position of the chief elder of the clan. Ling Yunhong said with a smile. That's great, Uncle 11. You can take up the position immediately. Pengyun will temporarily take over the position of the family's chief elder and handle family affairs. He will receive the salary of an elder. When Pengyun enters the cultivation stage and reaches perfection in key training, he will officially become the family's chief elder. As for Uncle 11, you will retreat to the 2nd line and enjoy your retirement. In view of your hard work and great contributions as the chief elder, you are specially appointed and granted the title of lifelong chief elder. You will still receive the original salary, and your salary will not be reduced because you live in the clan in your old age. I said 3 years ago that Pengyun will inherit your position, so I won't summon the senior members of the clan as it will be too troublesome. Uncle 11, you will pass on the news that Pengyun will take over your position to the clan members in the clan. This will also help Pengyun gain prestige, lest any clan members be dissatisfied. Ling Pengyun and Ling Ruxin had different expressions when they heard this. The former had an irrepressible joy on his face. Although Ling Pengyun knew that Ling Ruxin wanted to promote him when he followed Ling Ruxin to learn management 3 years ago, he could not help but feel happy when he was promoted. After all, the elder of a clan is a high-ranking member of the family, not to mention the position of the great elder among the many levels. The position of elder is something he has been thinking about for a long time. As for the latter, Ling Ruxin seemed to have put down a heavy tank of 10,000 pounds, and his back straightened a little. He was not a person obsessed with power. Decades ago, he was also like Ling Yunhong and others, concentrating on practicing the way, and his aptitude was extraordinary. Although he had 3 spiritual roots, his cultivation speed was not weaker than that of ordinary double spiritual root cultivators. He reached the perfection of key training at the age of 48. If the Ling family was not a small key training family at that time, although there were many spiritual stones in reserve, They were afraid to show their wealth and buy spiritual objects for foundation building due to the rampant demon cultivators in Yunshu County, which led to the missed time for foundation building. If the great elder of the previous generation had not entrusted the experienced Ling Ruxin to be the great elder of the family before his death, Ling Ruxin, who was far superior to his peers, would never have taken on the position of the great elder who had to deal with many affairs of the family and spent a lot of time. The position of the great elder seemed to be very glorious in the eyes of others, but Ling Ruxin did not like it. If it was decades ago, when I was in my generation, the family had a foundation building cultivator in charge, and I could spend spirit stones to buy foundation building spiritual objects. Relying on the foundation building spiritual objects, I would dare to try to build a foundation, who knows? Ling Ruxin secretly regretted inside. When Ling Ruxin was distracted, Ling Yunhong spoke again. The spiritual fruit of the stone spirit walnut tree and the succession of the position of the great elder have been dealt with. I will return to the mountaintop cultivation cave to take the remaining 13 second grade low-grade stone spirit walnuts in my hand to close the long gate and seek a breakthrough. As for the tedious matter of the succession of the great elder, it will be left to you and Peng Liang to deal with. Ling Yunhong left this and turned into a breeze and quickly left the General Affairs Hall. After Ling Yunhong left, Ling Pengyun, who was in the General Affairs Hall, bowed to the absent-minded great elder of the previous generation of the family, Ling Ruxin, with a grateful face. 11th great-grandfather, thank you for your promotion. This favor will never be forgotten by the younger generation. If there are talents in your lineage in the future, I will definitely do my best to promote them and repay your kindness today. After hearing these words, Ling Ruxin came back to his senses and said with great satisfaction, your words are enough, but you need to remember that although the family elder has to deal with many affairs, they are all very simple affairs, just a little troublesome. The real difficulty of this position is to resist the temptation of large amounts of resources flowing through your hands. If you can't hold on and embezzle the spiritual objects of the clan, you will definitely not have a good end. Although the clan leader does not take care of the clan affairs, he often goes to the clan treasury, and the number of spiritual objects in the clan is basically known to the clan leader. And at the end of the year, you also need to hand in each year's account book to the clan leader for verification. Once there's a loophole, it will not be just you who will be blamed, but even your descendants will be affected. You must pay attention to this matter. Of course, after you become the family elder, your monthly salary will not be less. It will be enough for your daily practice, and there will even be some left over. I understand, 11th great-grandfather, I will definitely remember your warning. Ling Pengyun's expression condensed when he heard Ling Ruxin's warning, and he nodded solemnly. The crime of embezzling the spiritual creatures of the clan is extremely serious and will result in the clan being ostracized. Well, come with me and gather all the clan members outside the ancestral temple to let them witness the elder's succession. This will be good for you in the future as the chief elder of the clan and save you a lot of trouble. Ling Ruxin nodded and said. Ling Pengyun naturally knew the significance of the elder's succession for the clan members to see, and quickly agreed. He followed Ling Ruxin to gather the women, children, the elderly, and some of the clan members' Taoist companions outside the ancestral temple halfway up the mountain. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.